Chapter 661 Yu Tianling. Chapter 661 Yu Tianling. Translator, Zayamoj. In Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people who can't practice cultivation make up a class. Level 1 warlocks to Starry Sky warlocks make up another class, and Moonlight Warlocks and above make up the last class. In the eyes of these ordinary students, Moonlight Warlocks are aloof heroes of wuxia, one novels. Any Moonlight Warlock is eligible to establish a sect. Once such a sect is established, countless warlocks will flock towards it. It should be mentioned that the strongest powerhouses in ordinary advanced warlock academies are just Starry Sky warlocks. Lan Chuxia and Morong Yuling also looked at Yang Feng in amazement, unable to believe this fact. They both knew that Yang Feng is very strong, but they never expected him turn out to be a Moonlight Warlock. His face deathly pale, Shentu Feng knelt on the ground and implored, mucus and tears running down his face. "Senior, I know I was wrong. I won't bother Morong Yuling again. For the sake of our Shentu family, spare my life. Since you wanted to cripple my arms, then I'll cripple yours." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 2 rays of light flew out and slammed into Shentu Feng's arms. Shentu Feng's arms burst apart, and countless fragments flew into the air, and then were obliterated. He squealed like a pig from the pain. Yang Feng spoke coldly, "Get out." Shentu Feng gritted his teeth, struggled onto his feet, and left, cutting an extremely sorry figure. After driving Shentu Feng away, Yang Feng smiled and spoke to the students. "Let's continue the party." The party went on, but the students looked now at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. After the party was over, Yang Feng received many date invitations from girls. When Shentu Feng escaped the villa, his eyes flashed with resentment, and he roared in his mind, "Damn that wretched Zhao Fan! To cripple my arms. We are now sworn enemies. I will destroy you." Great Cloud Dynasty's healing secret methods are extremely mature. Except for Warlock Monarchs, Holy Spirit Warlocks, or Warlock Emperors, even if most of an Infinity Warlock's body was destroyed, they can fully recover by means of alchemy, healing secrets treasures, or healing secret methods. With his arms destroyed on Earth, Shentu Feng would be a disabled person for the rest of his life. But in Great Cloud Dynasty, as long as he goes to a hospital and spends hundreds of thousands of magic stones, he can be fully restored. But even so, Shentu Feng is still filled with killing intent towards Yang Feng. This is the first time that someone dared to treat him this way. Shentu Feng silently recited an incantation. A communications device lit up, and an impatient voice came from the other side. "Feng, what's wrong? Hurry up and spit it out. Don't waste my time." Shentu Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, someone blew apart my arms. A Lei and a Hu were killed. You have to avenge me." freewebnovel.com. Shentu Feng told Shentu Xiong everything that happened, not forgetting to embellish here and there. Shentu Xiong said coldly, "You idiot. To provoke a Moonlight Warlock from Secret Treasure Division? Are you looking to die? If he wasn't apprehensive of our Shentu family, you would have been dead already, you fool. Don't ever provoke him again." In Imperial Court, there are many people who have malicious intentions towards the 8 great families. Don't give them ammunition to use against us. Understood? Shentu Feng could only swallow his anger and say, "Yes, brother." Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has just leveled the 10 great sects. At the same time, they are also eyeing the 8 great families. Thus, although the children of the 8 great families still have great power, but they cannot rampage like before. Secret Treasure Division. Inside a research room, Shentu Xiong closed the communications device. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from him. "Zhao Fan, a mere Moonlight Warlock dares to lay his hands on someone from our Shentu family. What a reckless thing." Shentu Xiong silently recited an incantation, waved his hand, and touched a cylindrical mission crystal column beside him, and countless missions ejected from the mission crystal column. All of a sudden, Shentu Xiong's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth rose. "Found it. Zhao Fan, your luck is really horrible. You're screwed." In addition to refining secret treasures, the warlocks in Secret Treasure Division also accept some dangerous missions, such as maintaining some special large secret treasures in special places. Shentu Feng found one of the most dangerous missions and assigned it to Yang Feng. Follow Major General Yu Tianling to Red Rock subcontinent and maintain the large secret treasure planar lighthouse? Why was I assigned such a mission? Is this the work of the Shentu family? As soon as Yang Feng returned to Secret Treasure Division, he received a mission assignment notice. He looked at the sudden mission notice, frowned slightly, and sank into his thoughts. This content is taken from fgariwebnovio.com. Yu Tianling is the younger sister of Marshal Yu Yen of the 8 Marshals of Great Cloud Dynasty, and she is a bright world warlock rank powerhouse. For her to go to Red Rock subcontinent, Yu Tianling must have a special mission. According to Yang Feng's original plan, his true body will peacefully increase its strength, while this avatar sneaked into Secret Treasure Division to steal alchemy data. He doesn't want it to be involved in a Bright World Warlock rank mission. However, since Secret Treasure Division has already announced the mission, he can hardly refuse it. If I have to go, then I must make sure to get enough benefits. As he weighed things again and again, Yang Feng walked towards the section chief's office. It didn't take long for the entire Secret Treasure Division to learn that Yang Feng has advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. After taking a test, his tier of Alchemist was upgraded to Grandmaster Alchemist from Tier 5 Alchemist. The mission that Shentu Feng forcibly assigned him has already been confirmed. As such, Yang Feng cannot refuse it. But the section chief promised Yang Feng that he can enter the Secret Treasure Division's core database and read some first-rate alchemy data after he completes the mission. A few days later, Yang Feng and 300 Tier 4 alchemists and above boarded a luxurious pink airship. What a beautiful airship! This is Tianling, the private airship of Major General Yu Tianling. It's really beautiful. If only I could have such an airship. A beautiful petite Moonlight Warlock with her hair combed into a ponytail, an exquisite figure, and a scholarly temperament looked at the 10,000-meter-long giant airship that looks like an island in the sky with envy in her eyes. A somewhat dumb, ordinary-looking male Moonlight Warlock said, "Jiang Mei, the Tianling is a level 8 secret treasure. With 6 bright world warlocks operating it, it can even contend against an infinity warlock. We have no way of obtaining such a secret treasure." Jiang Mei snorted coldly, and a glint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. "Zhang Tai, you party pooper. I was just daydreaming. Can't I even do that? Humph, you stupid blockhead." The leaders of this mission are the 3 Moonlight Warlocks Zhang Fan, Zhang Tai, and Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan. Since he has no interest in making arrangements for the 300 Tier 4 alchemists, Yang Feng handed his authority to Jiang Mei and Zhang Tai, and then began to stroll around. Walking freely on the Tianling, Yang Feng diffused his tremendous spirit force to scan its structure. At the same time, he used the power of the Level 4 optical computer to quickly analyze the information of the airship. Yang Feng suddenly turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the Tianling. He saw an enchanting woman wearing a dark battle suit with short black hair, a tall and curvaceous figure, and an unruly charm come his way. 10 people are following behind the enchanting woman, 2 of which are Glorious Sun Warlocks and the remaining 8 are Moonlight Warlocks. When the enchanting woman came before the Secret Treasure Division personnel, she said with a faint smile, "Hello, everyone. I am Yu Tianling." Looking at Yu Tianling with excitement in his eyes, Zhang Tai straightened his back and said, "Hello, Major General. I am Zhang Tai, and they are Jiang Mei and Zhao Fan. Leave the maintenance of the secret treasure to us." "Good." Yu Tianling smiled and said lightly, "Renee." There was a flash of light, and a blonde, tall high elf with pointy ears, a full figure, and Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base appeared beside Yu Tianling and spoke respectfully. "Mistress, I am here. If there is anything you need, you can talk to her. I still have things to do. Goodbye." Yu Tianling politely revealed a faint estrangement, and then turned around and walked away. The 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and 8 Moonlight Warlocks followed behind Yu Tianling, showing no intention of interacting with Yang Feng and company. Many combat warlocks fighting on the front lines don't have favorable opinions of research warlocks who specialize in alchemy. For combat warlocks, only comrades and companions fighting alongside them can be trusted. They look down on research warlocks hiding behind the front lines and refining secret treasures. Renee smiled politely. Hello, everyone. I am the steward of the Tianling. If there is anything, don't hesitate to tell me. There are some areas on the Tianling that are restricted. Please be mindful of this. Renee quickly spoke about the restricted areas on the Tianling that Yang Feng and company are not permitted to enter. A month later, the Level 8 secret treasure, the Tianling, landed in a huge airship port in Red Rock subcontinent. 1. Wuxia. https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/wuxia. Chapter 662, God Blood Plane. Chapter 662, God Blood Plane. Translator, Xuanhuan. Wearing a unique military uniform of Great Cloud Dynasty, a beautiful woman with short black hair and a capable temperament came to Yang Feng and his party and said with a polite smile, "Hello, I am Lu Wei. Presumably you already know that your mission this time is to maintain the large secret treasure planar lighthouse. Please follow me. I will take you to the planar lighthouse." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "I am Zhao Fan, one of the chief alchemists for this mission. The planar lighthouse is one of the most important secret treasures to maintain planar passageways. As far as I know, among the planar passageways made public by Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, there is no planar passageway in Red Rock subcontinent. Bright World Warlock rank mission is extremely dangerous for the current Yang Feng's avatar. If he is not careful, he may fall and have to give up the identity of Zhao Fan. This will be a major roadblock to his plans to infiltrate Secret Treasure Division's upper echelon." Lu Wei smiled and said, "In Red Rock subcontinent, there is a planar passageway leading to another plane set up during the Magic Note Dynasty era. That planar passageway was not destroyed, but sealed. Not long ago, our people unsealed the planar passageway and successfully crossed it to the other plane." When the warlocks present heard this, their eyes lit up and showed looks of excitement. Great Cloud Dynasty controls many planar passageways, and those planar passageways lead to other planes. Human warlocks obtain tremendous amounts of resources from other planes to fuel the development of warlock society. If opened successfully, a new planar passageway leading to another plane will net Great Cloud Dynasty tremendous benefits. Yang Feng very calmly pointed out the core of the issue. For even Major General Yu Tianling to be deployed, which plane does this planar passageway lead to? This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. With the power of Zhangji Plane's human warlocks, the conquest of planes below grade 6 is pretty much a given. Once other plane development division's army arrives, such planes can be easily quelled. Although Yang Feng has wiped out many elites of other plane development division in Andrak Plane, but in the past few years, Imperial Court has already replenished the loss of the elites. Although the current other plane development division is not as tyrannical as it used to be, but it's still a breeze to quell a plane below grade 6. For a bright world warlock such as Yu Tianling to be dispatched in person, the planar passageway leads to must not be simple. Lu Wei said, "The plane passageway leads to one of the 36 primary material planes, God Blood Plane." God Blood Plane. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they heard that. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes and is ruled by kindred. In God Blood Plane, kindred are divided into junior vampires, intermediate vampires, advanced vampires, junior kindred, level 1 warlocks, intermediate kindred, advanced kindred, pureblood kindred, baron kindred, viscount kindred, Moonlight Warlock, Earl kindred, Marquis kindred, Duke kindred, Infinity Warlock, Grand Prince kindred, and True Ancestor kindred. God Blood Plane has given birth to 9 True Ancestor kindred. The first True Ancestor kindred is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse who lived trough the Archgod era and even more ancient times. In the second Warlock Dynasty era, the Taboo Lord once went to God Blood Plane, where he defeated the first True Ancestor kindred and won a drop of primordial True Ancestor blood. After the second Warlock Dynasty, the first true ancestor kindred disappeared without a trace. Following the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, true ancestor kindred are said to have disappeared from God blood plane. However, there are still 6 Warlock Monarch rank Grand Prince kindred in God blood plane. It is definitely a most dangerous plane. However, God blood plane is also one of the planes most rich in resources. Kindred bloodline of high-level kindred can create a powerful bloodline warlock family. Moreover, human warlocks possess many secret treasures to refine high-level kindred into precious elixirs that enhance soul aptitude of warlocks. According to legend, primordial true ancestor blood is a peerless treasure with the ability to break the godman boundary and enable a warlock to promote their soul aptitude to level 9. True ancestor blood of the other 8 true ancestor kindred has the ability to break the heavenman boundary and enable a human warlock to advance their soul aptitude to level 8. But apart from the taboo lord of the 2nd Warlock dynasty, no one else has one primordial true ancestor blood from the first true ancestor kindred. Most of the powerhouses who challenged the true ancestors have become their food instead. They are surprised that Yu Tianling is trying to open this sealed planar passageway. At the moment, the strongest human warlocks in Cangji Plane are only at the Infinity Warlock rank. By relying on the Empyrean grade secret treasures left from the 8 Warlock dynasties and sealing most of the planar passageways, only this way can human warlocks dominate Cangji Plane. Among the 36 primary material planes, the powerhouses of powerful planes such as Evil God Plane, Demoness Plane, and others want to open a planar passageway leading to Cangji Plane. They are much stronger than human warlocks in Cangji Plane. The number of top powerhouses in God Blood Plane far exceeds that of Cangji Plane. With its current strength, for Cangji Plane to rashly open a planar passageway leading to God Blood Plane is suicidal. Once God Blood Plane powerhouses are able to enter Cangji Plane through the stable planar passageway, then apart from major forces with the protection of Holy Grade and Empyrean Grade secret treasures, the rest of human warlocks will be reduced to food for high-level kindred from God Blood Plane. Zhang Tai said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face. Why do you want to open a planar passageway to God Blood Plane? That's too dangerous. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, then we won't help you open the planar passageway. Li Wei replied, this planar passageway utilizes the most advanced plane crossing technology of Magic Note Dynasty. Through this planar passageway, you can designate different locations to teleport to. Unless the other side seizes control of the planar passageway from this side, they will never be able to use it. When they heard this statement, warlocks from Secret Treasure Division revealed a look of sudden realization. With this most advanced plane crossing technology of Magic Note Plane, you can control the entrance and exit freely. You can gain tremendous wealth from planar trade alone. An enigmatic gleam streaked across Zhang Tai's eyes. Yang Feng glanced at Zhang Tai standing beside him, silent. No wonder Yu Tianling would come here. Presumably, she came here to guard the planar passageway and prevent others from competing over it. All their Infinity Warlocks are being watched by other forces, so they sent a Bright World Warlock to Red Rock subcontinent to stand guard. Yang Feng's heart stirred suddenly. Should I send people to fight over this planar passageway? Ever since the Shizu technology was promoted to level 4, the fighting power of his mechanical legion has surged to a terrifying level. If an ordinary Moonlight Warlock is caught unprepared, they will be cut into countless pieces by a Type 2 Undying in an instant. Of course, a Moonlight Warlock enchanted with defensive spells can batter a Type 2 Undying like a dog. Unless it is a peerless genius who formed a virtual world like Nangong Wumi, thousands of 4th-generation battle robots can even dispose of a glorious Sun Warlock. With countless powerful battle robots together, Blazing Angel Alexia, and Ligue Province's Bright World Warlocks, Yang Feng's force is already comparable to that of Battle Demon Sect of the 10 Great Sects. After a moment of thought, Yang Feng chose to give up. No, it's meaningless. I can't defend it. Currently, the strongest force in Cangji Plane is still Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court. Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has extremely deep roots, and they have the protection of Empyrean grade secret treasures. Even as it is a Holy Spirit Warlock, but if they dare go to Cloud Capital, they will be quelled by the countless powerhouses operating Empyrean grade secret treasures. With Li Wei taking the lead, Yang Feng and his party entered a fortress with a powerful barrier. In the center of the fortress, there is a 100-meter-tall planar lighthouse engraved with countless mysterious runes. The function of the planar lighthouse is to control the planar passageway leading to God Blood Plane and make it impossible for God Blood Plane's powerhouses to enter Zhangji Plane through the planar passageway. With this planar passageway, Zhangji Plane's human warlocks will always be in the offensive position. In the Magic Note Dynasty era, many such planar passageways were established in Zhangji Plane. But after the collapse of Magic Note Dynasty, the powerhouses of other planes barged into Zhangji Plane and destroyed one planar passageway after another, causing the human warlock civilization to regress greatly. When the hundreds of alchemists from Secret Treasure Division entered the planar lighthouse, they began to do various calibrations. Many alchemy techniques of Great Cloud Dynasty stem from Magic Note Dynasty. These alchemists restored the planar lighthouse in just a week. Inside the planar lighthouse, one of the three chief alchemists, Zhang Tai, announced excitedly, "Begin the final calibration. Start the planar lighthouse." The planar lighthouse lit up, and countless runes shone brightly. A 30-meter-tall bronze gate appeared in the void, opened slowly, and revealed a planar passageway leading to God Blood Plane. The planar passageway is extremely stable, to the point that even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can use it. Chapter 663, Fenghuang 1 Holy Armor and Fenghuang Spear. Chapter 663, Fenghuang 1 Holy Armor and Fenghuang Spear. Translator, Zayamoj. Yu Tianling looked at the planar passageway that appeared out of thin air and showed a satisfied smile. Before the planar lighthouse was completely repaired, she could only open an unstable planar passageway that could only teleport great warlocks to God Blood Plane. Now that the planar lighthouse has been repaired, a complete planar passageway has appeared. With enough magic crystals, even infinity warlocks can easily traverse the planar passageway and freely travel between the two planes. It showcases the enormous value of this complete planar passageway. In Great Cloud Dynasty, there are no more than 30 complete planar passageway, and most of them lead to some grade 3 planes or grade 4 planes. Great Cloud Dynasty only has 3 complete planar passageways leading to the 36 primary material planes, and this is the 4th. The planar passageway controlled by Battle Demon Sect leading to Feisua Plane is an unstable planar passageway. At most, it can only send Bright World Warlocks into Feisua Plane. It's not in the same league as complete planar passageways. The complete planar passageway has just appeared, when a bloody moon suddenly appeared in the air and endless darkness enveloped the land. The bloody moon radiates bloody light. A swarm of kindred powerhouses flew out of the bloody moon and flew towards the planar lighthouse. Freeobnovel.com. Looking like he has never seen the sun, a handsome, pale man with bat wings specific to kindred on his back and fascinating red luster in his eyes smiled gracefully and said, "Yu Tianling, you have worked hard. Thank you for repairing the planar lighthouse. From today on, this planar passageway belongs to us kindred." A series of fluctuations of blood energy at the transcendent rank rolled out, and one powerful kindred after another flew out of the bloody moon. The male transcendent rank kindred are all handsome and the female transcendent rank kindred are all beautiful. They all exude a fearsome charm, which can make you fall for them at first sight. Red Rock Fortress has already activated a very powerful barrier. However, there are still many human warlocks who were charmed by the handsome and beautiful kindred powerhouses in the sky, and revealed looks of adoration in their eyes. They even forgot that the kindred are the enemy. In Zhangji Plane, there are kindred powerhouses hidden in many places. They don't even need to use spells. Using their charm alone, they can easily confuse many human warlocks to willingly become their food. Among pinnacle human warlocks, there are some powerhouses who like to raise beautiful kindred as pets. Inside Red Rock Fortress, the human warlocks looked at the kindred powerhouses suspended in the air with dignified looks in their eyes. The number of kindred powerhouses that flew out from the bloody moon has already exceeded 500,000. Although most of them are vampire and untitled kindred cannon fodder, but the huge number plus the never-ending flow of kindred powerhouses already have the power to threaten Red Rock Fortress. Yu Tianling sneered, and then commanded indifferently, "Marquis Joseph, if it's just you, then capturing Red Rock Fortress is wishful thinking. You came here just to die in vain. Begin. The Warlock towers atop Red Rock Fortress radiated light, and then brilliant beams swept towards the kindred powerhouses. Vampires and untitled kindred are being decimated by the beams. Many kindred turned into bats in an attempt to escape the bombardment. But in the end, they were still crushed and annihilated. The regeneration of kindred is extremely fearsome. For ordinary vampires, as long as the head hasn't been cut off and the heart hasn't been stabbed, they will slowly regenerate no matter how serious the injury is. As for pure-blood kindred, as long as the true blood inside them isn't destroyed, then even if their head is shattered and their heart is stabbed, they can consume blood energy to regenerate quickly. They are a frightening enemy. However, Yu Tianling is a major general of Zhangji Plain. She has extremely rich combat experience, and her subordinates are elite warlocks who have experienced countless battles. The spells released from the Warlock Towers are all fire spells. With the power of countless fire spells stacking up, they turned an area into a sea of fire. Burned by the sea of fire, countless kindred powerhouses turned into ashes. As their pure blood was purified, pure blood kindred issued miserable screams and died one after another. Extinguish! A kindred earl shouted loudly and waved his hand, and a tremendous amount of blood energy turned into blood flames that covered the countless fire spells and forcibly suppressed them. Formidable titled kindred powerhouses channeled blood energy to bombard the barrier of Red Rock Fortress. Kindred powerhouses with the Viscount title or higher are comparable to transcendent rank powerhouses. Every time they bombard the barrier, they will set off slight ripples on the barrier. The 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and 8 Moonlight Warlocks suddenly flew out from behind Yu Tianling, conjured secret methods, and locked in combat with kindred with the Viscount title or higher. The 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and the 8 Moonlight Warlocks are equipped with many formidable secret treasures. By relying on those secret treasures, they have blocked the transcendent rank kindred who are twice as many as them, all the while holding a faint upper hand. Red light flashed on Yu Tianling's body, and a gorgeous red armor engraved with Xuanhuan patterns formed from countless runes covered her entire body. At the same time, a spear carved with countless runes appeared in her hand. Infinity Warlock rank aura emanated out from Yu Tianling and spread in all directions. When Marquis Joseph saw the 2 secret treasures, his countenance suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Holy grade secret treasures, Fenghuang Holy Shield and Fenghuang Spear. Only members of the 5th Warlock Dynasty's Yu family who have Fenghuang bloodline can operate these 2 secret treasures. Yu Tianling, it seems that you are the number 1 powerhouse of your Yu family, not your sister Yu Yan. Die!" Fierce flames burning in her beautiful eyes. Without saying a word, Yu Tianling turned into a fire Fenghuang that can burn everything and shot towards Marquis Joseph. A flash of red light in his eyes, Marquis Joseph erupted with pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power, and a copious amount of blood energy poured out and formed bloody seals. The bloody seals superimposed and formed a 9-layered bloody hexagram barrier that blocked in front of Marquis Joseph. The 9-layered bloody hexagram barrier is the strongest barrier Marquis Joseph has mastered. Even junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses require to cast 2 spells to break this barrier. Yu Tianling's avatar Fire Fenghuang slammed into the bloody hexagram barrier, and the bloody hexagram barrier distorted and collapsed layer by layer, unable to stop the Fire Fenghuang. Seeing this scene, Yang Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. Incredible! Is this Yu Tianling? She clearly hasn't formed a virtual world, but she still has such frightening combat power. Those 2 holy grade secret treasures are truly extraordinary. In this state, without equipping the ruler armor, Alexia may not be her opponent. Yang Feng just glanced at the bloody hexagram barrier, and the level 4 optical computer performed trillions of calculations and analysis. From the feedback, Yang Feng realized that Alexia would have to attack the bloody hexagram barrier at least 10 times before she could break it. Yu Tianling's avatar Fire Fenghuang shattered the 9-layered bloody hexagram with a single strike. That kind of power far exceeds the limit of power that a bright world warlock can exert. Stop! At this moment, a roar came from inside the bloody moon. Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power rolled out, and a tremendous amount of blood fire formed a giant hand that blocked in front of Marquis Joseph and swatted at Yu Tianling. Yu Tianling's avatar fire Fenghuang stabbed into the giant hand formed from blood fire, forcibly pierced through it, appeared in front of the Marquis Joseph, and stabbed her spear into Marquis Joseph. A great amount of flames welled up inside Marquis Joseph, causing him to release heart-wrenching screams. Marquis Joseph's heart shot out from his body burning inside crimson flames and flew towards the bloody moon. An arrow formed from blood energy shot towards Yu Tianling. Wielding the Fenghuang spear in her hands, Yu Tianling thrust upwards and struck the arrow formed from blood energy enveloped in flames. The two powers detonated. Yu Tianling shot down like a meteor, slammed into the ground, and blasted open huge cave in the ground, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out from her mouth. Equipped with the Fenghuang holy armor and the Fenghuang spear, even though Yu Tianling possesses destructive power beyond the junior Infinity Warlock rank, but she isn't an Infinity Warlock herself. She is far from being the opponent of a true Infinity Warlock. Inside the bloody moon, the figure of a handsome kindred boy with an arrogant look on his face flickered, and he appeared behind a Moonlight Warlock subordinated to Yu Tianling and stabbed his hand into the body of the Moonlight Warlock. Within just a breath, the Moonlight Warlock lost all his blood and became a dry corpse at a speed visible to the naked-eyed. The kindred boy tossed the Moonlight Warlock aside and showed a cruel smile. That was delicious. The blood-human warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above is really delicious. Hello everyone. I am Grand Duke Antimo. Visit frioubnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. 1. Fenghuang. Chapter 664, Martial Yu. Chapter 664, Martial Yu. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng looked at kindred Grand Duke Antimo and frowned slightly. What terrible luck! A true blood kindred with the Grand Duke title. That's a being that can compete with Infinity Warlocks. The Fenghuang Holy Armor and Fenghuang Spear are powerful holy grade secret treasures. But Yu Tianling only has advanced Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, which is not enough to fully operate these two secret treasures. If Yu Tianling used these two secret treasures to deal with Antimo from the get-go, she might still be able to deal him heavy blow, or even defeat him. But she erupted with her power to wound Joseph severely, falling one step short of killing him. frioubnovel.cm. After Yu Tianling erupted with her power in that attack, the remaining power is clearly not enough to fight against Grand Duke Antimo. Grand Duke Antimo used Marquis Joseph to consume most of Yu Tianling's power before he finally emerged from the bloody moon. He doesn't have the bearing of a powerhouse. As soon as he emerged, he killed one of Yu Tianling's Moonlight Warlock subordinates. When the Moonlight Warlock died, the remaining 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and 7 Moonlight Warlocks besieged by kindred transcendent rank powerhouses fell into a precarious positions. Antimo spread the fingers of a hand. Marquis Joseph's heart flew into his hand at once, and a copious amount of blood energy flowed into it and forced out the Fenghuang flames burning it. After the flames were forced out of the heart, it twisted rapidly and changed into Marquis Joseph's form. At this moment, he is releasing Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Antimo tossed a glob of red blood essence, which flew into Marquis Joseph's mouth. When Marquis Joseph swallowed the crimson blood essence, frightening blood essence erupted inside him, and his power rose gradually. He quickly recovered until the Junior Bright World Warlock realm. Looking up at the sky, a dignified glint shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes. Incredible, true blood kindred are something else. No matter how seriously injured they are, as long as they have enough blood essence, they can quickly restore their strength. The regeneration of true blood kindred is superior to that of fiends, elves, dragons, and other extraordinary life forms. With enough blood essence, they can quickly heal most of their injuries and regain most of their combat power. As soon as he restored most of his strength, Marquis Joseph glanced at Yu Tianling with a vicious look, and his figure fluttered. Leaving behind afterimages, he appeared before the 2 Glorious Sun Warlocks and 7 Moonlight Warlocks, and attacked the 9 human warlocks ferociously. Antimo took a step forward and appeared in front of Yu Tianling, blocking the path to Red Rock Fortress. Staring at Yu Tianling with a scorching look in his eyes, Antimo spoke with a graceful smile. Yu Tianling, I appreciate you very much. Your aptitude is much higher than your sister's. Become my woman. I can give you kindred true blood and make a true blood kindred. Make you an immortal and eternal existence. Isn't this the ultimate pursuit of you, human warlock? Yu Tianling smiled coldly and pointed out the lies. An eternal existence? Sounds beautiful and all. But unfortunately, even if I become a true blood kindred, I still won't be able to become a truly eternal existence. It's true that you kindred live far longer than us humans, but unfortunately you also have a huge flaw. Otherwise, why did your first true ancestor hold themselves up in God Blood Plane and never set foot on Zhangji Plane? The kindred first true ancestor is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Legend has it that he existed since before the Archgod era, that he is one of the oldest antiques in the world. But he always stayed in the God Blood Plane. During the 7 Warlock Dynasties eras, the 7 Warlock Emperors have all conquered God Blood Plane. The Taboo Lord in particular has defeated the first true ancestor and obtained a drop of primordial true ancestor blood. After the other 6 Warlock Emperors ascended the throne, as soon as their armies arrived at God Blood Plane, the true blood ancestors and grand princes went into hiding, leaving the human warlocks to dominate God Blood Plane. But once the warlock dynasties started collapsing, the kindred powerhouses would emerge from different nooks and crannies, attack Zhangji Plane, and accelerate the speed of collapse. In any case, the first true ancestor has always been hiding in the dark. Except for the time when he was defeated by the Taboo Lord, there has never been any news of him. Numerous human warlock prodigies have taken it upon themselves to research on kindred. Through various experiments, it has long been concluded that kindred are not immortal. They do have a longer lifespan than humans. But much like humans, they also age, their souls decay, and they die. You are really beautiful and smart. Too smart for your own good. Now I can only turn you into food. Antimo smiled regretfully and spread the fingers of a hand, and an overwhelming amount of blood flames gushed out, covered the sky, and swept towards Yu Tianling. The overwhelming blood flames have terrifying corrosive properties. When submerged inside them, even an infinity warlock will be burned to ashes. Yu Tianling silently recited an incantation, and a huge Fenghuang flew out of the Fenghuang spear and released countless Fenghuang flames that surrounded her. With their tyrannical power, the blood flames suppressed and reduced the Fenghuang flames to the extreme. The Fenghuang flames looked like they would collapse at any time. Suddenly, the void cracked open, infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly out, and black Fenghuang flames seemingly capable of devouring everything in the world flew out and shot towards Antimo like a meteor. Enveloped by the black Fenghuang flames, Marshal Yu Yan of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals dressed in Monarch-grade secret treasure black Fenghuang armor and holding Monarch-grade secret treasure black Fenghuang spear shooting towards Antimo. With the boosted provided by the 2 Monarch-grade secret treasures, even an infinity warlock who formed a virtual world would be seriously wounded when stabbed by Yu Yan. Antimo's face distorted and he cried out, "Marshal Yu! It turned out to be her. Why is she here?" At this time, Antimo's power was fully restricted by Yu Tianling, and so he could not divide his power to resist Yu Yan's frightening blow. Surprise! The moment Antimo was about to be stabbed, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he sneered. From inside Antimo's shadow, a black figure flew out suddenly, emanating infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. A 100-meter-tall archdevil with a fierce appearance emerged, and a shield made of numerous skulls appeared in his hand. The archdevil used the shield to block Yu Yan's attack. Yu Yan stabbed the giant shield made of numerous skulls, and the skulls burst apart one after another. A total of 18 skulls burst apart before the attack was neutralized. The 100-meter-tall archdevil with a pair of horns on the head revealed a sinister smile. "Yu Yan, we meet again." Eyes flickering with frigid killing intent, Yu Yan pointed at the archdevil with the black phoenix spear in her hand and said coldly, "Fanid, step aside or die." The Archdevil Fanid is an Infinity Warlock rank Archdevil who has been lurking in Sangji Plain for a long time. He fought against Yu Yen 10+ times, and each time he was defeated. He was even almost killed a few times. Marshal Yu Yen is one of the strongest individuals among the 8 marshals. With 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she's no weaker than an Infinity Warlock who formed a virtual world. The Archdevil Fanid replied with a grin, "Yu Yen, I am indeed not your opponent. However, I am not alone." A fierce aura welled up, and an Infinity Warlock rank Undying Hellion emerged, gazed at Yu Yen, and said with a malevolent smile, "Yu Yen, the ones who are going down are you and your sister. Wait till I capture you both alive. You'll regret the day you were born." Looking at the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, Yu Yan's pupils constricted. True blood kindred, archdevils, and hellions are far stronger than humans of the same rank. Equipped with 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, Yu Yen isn't afraid of fighting them 2-on-1. But if it's 3-on-1, then that's beyond the scope of her ability. "Gasper, go to hell!" Yu Yen roared loudly, and violent black Xuanhuan flames revolved around her and formed a black pillar of flames. A dignified look in their eyes, the 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Fanid and Gasper stimulated their bloodlines, and powerful defensive spells enveloped them. Marshal Yu Yen is in the top 3 among the 8 marshals in terms of fighting strength. If they are the least bit careless, Fanid and Gasper may even be in danger of being killed. Yu Yen flapped gently the wings on her back, and black Xuanhuan flames condensed into black light feathers that shot towards Fanid and Gasper like arrows. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Fanid's right hand surged with demonic chi. He swatted the space before him, and the space collapsed. When the countless black light feathers shot into the collapsed space, they were crushed instantly. Enveloped in Hellion chi, Gasper punched out 10,000 times in a flash, and the fist afterimages crushed countless wisps of black Xuanhuan flames. At this moment, Yu Yan's figure blurred, and she appeared behind Antimo and sent her spear stabbing towards him. Antimo's face fell. His body shattered into blood mist that strangely moved 10 kilometers away in an instant. Yu Yen grabbed Yu Tianling, blurred into motion, and then the 2 sisters appeared inside Red Rock Fortress. Chapter 665, Sudden Change. Chapter 665, Sudden Change. Translator, Zayamoj. Only 5 of Yu Tianling's transcendent rank subordinates managed to escape back to Red Rock Fortress. Within the barrier of Red Rock Fortress, all human warlocks watched the 3 Infinity Warlock rank other race powerhouses in the sky with fear in their eyes. As soon as Yu Yen entered Red Rock Fortress, the defensive power of the barrier suddenly skyrocketed, and a new barrier emerged and covered the entire fortress. Antimo glanced at Red Rock Fortress and sneered, "Interesting. Marshal Yu, this barrier should be able to resist the attacks of 5 Infinity Warlocks for 10 days without being destroyed. 10 days is sufficient time for Great Cloud Dynasty to mobilize enough military power to encircle us." Yu Yen said coldly, "That's right. Since you understand, then live when there's still time. I have reported everything that happened here to Imperial Court. Within 3 days, Imperial Court's army will be here to kill you all." Antimo smiled slightly and uncovered the fact that Yu Yen is trying to hide. "There's no need for 3 days. As long as they use Heaven Watch Eye, the experts to suppress us will arrive here within an hour." Yu Yen creased her slender eyebrows slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up inside her. Antimo's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted loudly, "However, it won't take us 3 days to destroy this barrier either. Break!" Eyes shimmering fiercely, Zhang Tai, who is unwittingly moved behind Yang Feng, and Jiang Mei sent a tremendous amount of life force into the bracelets on his wrists. 2 black spikes shot out from Zhang Tai's secret treasure bracelets and slashed Yang Feng and Jiang Mei from behind in an instant, giving them a fatal blow. Virtually at the same time, Zhang Tai silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a ray entered the planar lighthouse. Countless runes lit up on the planar lighthouse, and a planar passageway leading to the interior of Red Rock Fortress appeared in the void. "Damn it!" Yu Yan's face flickered. Staring at Zhang Tai, She flicked a finger, and a dazzling black Xuanhuan arrow shot towards Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai smiled coldly and stimulated the power of the planar lighthouse, and planar passageways leading to other places formed before him. The black Xuanhuan arrow entered the void and burst into the abyss deepest part of a planar passageway. Smiling coldly, the 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses blurred into motion and entered the planar passageway. The 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses can enter the barrier from this planar passageway. Attacking from the inside, the 3 powerhouses can destroy the barrier. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlocks entered the planar passageway, the planar lighthouse released light, and a strange power erupted in the planar passageway and separated the planar passageway into 3 parts leading to different locations. One of the planar passageways disappeared in an instant, and kindred Grand Duke Antimo appeared alone in Red Rock Fortress. Antimo's face fell, and he yelled furiously, "What are you doing, Zhang Tai?" Overjoyed, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling frantically operated their power and attacked Antimo together. Acting together, the 2 sisters beat Antimo back again and again. The situation where the other race experts were sure to win reversed unexpectedly. Stunned, Zhang Tai denied hastily, "I didn't do anything." "But I did." A black ray stabbed Zhang Tai in the head. His head exploded, and red and white matter splashed on the ground. Yang Feng, who is supposed to be dead, is standing on the plain lighthouse. Chanting incantations, he is freely manipulating this fearsome secret treasure. Covered in blood fire, Antimo activated his charm spells to the limit and transmitted his voice. "Zhao Fan, let Fanid and Gasper in. I can swear by the sticks that once we have captured these 2 women and destroyed their cultivation bases, they will be given to you as concubines. At the same time, I will use my true blood to transform you into a noble true blood kindred and make you the lord of more than 1 billion people." Yang Feng refused righteously. "I am loyal to Imperial Court in life and in death. Antimo, you other race vermin, I will never betray Imperial Court." Yu Yan stabbed a huge hole in Antimo with her spear and at the same time shouted majestically, "Well said, Zhao Fan. Persevere. So long as you persevere, my Yu family will provide you with enough resources to promote to a bright world warlock. This battle is related to the fate of the Yu family. If the 2 pillars of the Yu family, Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, are wiped out here, then the Yu family's position in Great Cloud Dynasty will plummet. By comparison, although the amount of resources necessary for you to promote to a bright world warlock is tremendous, but the Infinity Warlock Yu Yan can still bear this expense. Marshal Yu, don't worry, they are dead meat." Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand. An array entered the planar lighthouse. Queer planar passageways appeared suddenly. Containing Fanid and Gasper, these planar passageways connected together and formed a large maze leading to God Blood Plane. Fanid and Gasper are trapped in the planar passageway. With their Infinity Warlock rank strength, they can smash the plane's passageways. But the spatial force, the moment the planar passageway collapses, will tear them to shreds in an instant. While being besieged by Yu Yan and Yu Tianling, Antimo, covered with blood flames, cannot block the Black Phoenix Spear. With every hit, he'll issue a miserable scream, and his life origin will weaken by a fraction. Despite devouring globes of blood essence continuously, he is still barely hanging in. It appears like he will be swallowed by countless flames and turned into ashes at any moment. Persevering for about half an hour, Antimo performed various escape spells in order to flee this place. However, Red Rock Fortress's barrier is extremely powerful. Every time he was about to escape, he was blocked by the barrier, and then the sisters Yu Yan and Yu Tianling caught up to him and engaged in close quarters combat. Standing atop the planar lighthouse, Yang Feng is operating the large secret treasure to hold the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Fanid and Gasper trapped. Outside Red Rock Fortress, kindred powerhouses attack the barrier like crazy, but to no avail. What an unforeseen factor! Inside Red Rock Fortress, a man hidden in the dark frowned slightly, took out a communications device, and uttered coldly, "Do it!" Within Red Rock Fortress, heaven-shaking explosions took places at the Warlock Towers and blasted the Warlock Towers apart. The barrier enveloping Red Rock Fortress was blown into pieces. The energy required by such a large secret treasure like the planar lighthouse comes from the Warlock Towers. With the Warlock Towers blown to pieces, the planar lighthouse can no longer maintain the planar passageways it unleashed, and so planar passageways collapsed. The two Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Fanad and Gasper revealed malevolent smiles. Killing intent flickered in their eyes, and they looked deeply at Yang Feng. What horrible luck! There are even moles. Who wants to kill them this much? With a thought, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the planar lighthouse. A planar passageway appeared behind Yu Yen and Yu Tianling. Flee! Yang Feng left this sentence behind. Without looking back, he plunged into another planar passageway that appeared beside him and fled into God Blood Plane. The three Infinity Warlocks coupled with countless kindred powerhouses can get rid of Yu Yen and company before Great Cloud Dynasty's reinforcements arrive. Since Yang Feng doesn't want this avatar to die here, he chose to escape. Yu Yen deserves to be one of the 8 marshals. She promptly made a gesture and flew towards the planar passageway together with Yu Tianling. As the nest of true blood kindred, God Blood Plane is a very dangerous place. But even so, the plane itself is vast. As long as Yu Yen, who is proficient in countless secret methods, conceals herself properly, she can go into hiding. In the same fashion, although the three Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Antimo, Fanad, and Gasper are not a match for human warlocks in Songji Plane, but they are still lurking here because the plane is extremely wide. As long as they don't act recklessly, it is extremely difficult to trace them. It's not that easy to leave. Staring at Yu Yen and Yu Tianling with resentment, Antimo opened his mouth, and a drop of true blood that he regards as his life suddenly flew out, turned into 2 blurry soul marks. The 2 soul marks instantly appeared behind Yu Yen and Yu Tianling and imprinted onto their bodies. Go to hell! At the moment when the planar passageway blurred, Fanad issued an aggrieved bellow, and then blurred into motion and appeared before a glorious Sun Warlock. He waved his hand, and the head of the glorious Sun Warlock appeared in his hand. He opened his mouth, and an indistinct soul force flew out of the body of the glorious Sun Warlock and entered his mouth. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. Gasper's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the other glorious Sun Warlock. With a flash of his right hand, a glorious sun core and a heart appeared in his hand. The eyes of the glorious Sun Warlock lost their luster, and he turned into a corpse. Gasper tore the corpse to pieces that he shoved into his mouth and chewed. Hellions like to devour human powerhouses, as they can become stronger this way. This is also the reason why human warlocks suppress Hellions everywhere. Chapter 666, Entering God Blood Plane. Chapter 666, Entering God Blood Plane. Translator, Xuanhuan. Following a ray of light, Yang Feng appeared in an unfamiliar land filled with a rejection force, making him seem out of place here. When transcendent rank powerhouses enter other worlds, they will provoke the suppression of said worlds. The suppression of the worlds is the main reason why transcendent rank powerhouses don't dare to hastily go to other worlds. Only great warlock rank powerhouses won't be subjected to any rejection and suppression when they enter other worlds, and that is because no matter how great warlock rank powerhouses fight, they cannot harm the world origin force. When Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and above fight, they may damage a world's world origin force. This is God Blood Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. This plane was conquered by Songji Plane before. I can simulate the fluctuations of power of this world's life forms and blend into the world. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and gold runes flew out, circled around him, and changed the fluctuations of power emanating from him into those of a true blood kindred. The rejection force disappeared immediately. Regarding the planes they have conquered before, human warlocks have all kinds of information on how to blend into them. This is one of the greatest advantages of human warlocks. An enigmatic flash in his eyes, Yang Feng quickly analyzed. Being able to come here is also a big gain. Now that I'm here, I only need to find a place to settle down and install a top-grade warp gate, and then I can open a path leading to God Blood Plane. Next I need to find a way to infiltrate true blood kindred society and become a part of it. Each of the 36 primary material planes has powerhouses at the Infinity Warlock rank or higher. During the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the complete planar passageways leading to the 36 primary material planes were largely destroyed by human warlocks. That's because once there is a complete planar passageway leading to the 36 primary material planes, Zhangji Plane may fall under the control of other races. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, countless human warlocks battled with other race powerhouses who entered Zhangji Plane, which ended in a lose-lose situation. Countless other race powerhouses and human warlocks died. This has resulted in a decline of Zhangji Plane's powerhouses, with the strongest powerhouses being merely at the Infinity Warlock rank. The human warlocks rely on the power of several Empyrean-grade secret treasures to barely guard Zhangji Plane from being controlled by other races. If the other races gain control of a stable planar passageway, they may be able to become the new rulers of Zhangji Plane. Originally, under the leadership of the Time Lord, humans slayed, banished, sealed, and drove out countless archgods, and finally took control of Zhangji Plane. Then, under the leadership of the 7 Warlock Emperors, they had the universe recognize the human race as one of the strongest races. Humans were able to become the rulers of Zhangji Plane, and other powerful races may be able as well. That's why the 8 Warlock dynasties collapsed so quickly. Fate algorithm. With fate as guide, let's go to a place suitable for me to take refuge. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and conjured the secret method fate algorithm, and wisps of fate force seeped out of him, formed an arrow and pointed northwest. There was a peculiar gleam in his eyes, and Yang Feng set off northwestward. Yang Feng walked for about 4 kilometers, and then entered a dense jungle. He had just entered the jungle, when a level, for extraordinary life form fire demonic tiger rushed out from the tall underbrush and pounced towards Yang Feng lightning fast. In God Blood Plane, except for the cities where true blood kindred live, there are many powerful extraordinary life forms in the countryside. Really? You're too weak. Lie down. Yang Feng looked coldly at the fire demonic tiger and released the innate spell of true blood kindred compulsion. Suddenly, the fire demonic tiger shivered. Its eyes revealed fear, and it prostrated itself on the ground, expressing its subservience. The kindred innate spell compulsion, much like divine might of gods and demonic might of demons, is a might that higher-level life forms can use to suppress lower-level life forms. The compulsion Yang Feng simulated is at the kindred Viscount rank, which is comparable to transcendent rank might. As a mere level 4 extraordinary life form, the fire demonic tiger can't resist kindred Viscount rank compulsion. With a light jump, Yang Feng leaped onto the fire demonic tiger, and then continued to travel northwestward. After traveling for about 50 kilometers, a 30-meter tall city wall, a worn-down city wall not enchanted with any spells appeared before his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the huge city and quickly made an assessment. There are no warlock towers and no enchantments. This kind of wall can only defend against enemies below the level 1 warlock rank. For the truly powerful, it has no meaning. On Zhangji Plane, slightly larger human cities have warlock towers, and the city walls are enchanted with countless spells. Once Red Rock Fortress's barrier is activated, it can resist 5 infinity warlocks for 10 days. From this, it can be seen how remarkable human cities in Zhangji Plane are. When he entered the huge city, Yang Feng saw people of different races, such as humans, beastmen, elves, fiends, and even devils in the city. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. The source of power of true blood kindred is the true blood inside them. By absorbing the blood of different powerhouses, it can make the true blood inside them stronger and more vigorous. It is because of this that true blood kindred capture many other race people via various methods and bring them to God Blood Plane, which led to this scene of many races intermingling. In fact, due to the frequent contact between the 36 primary material planes and Zhangji Plane's human warlocks, excluding Sander Plane of the aloof high elves, the rest of the planes have races not native to the plane existing. Yang Feng took a closer look and saw that the humans wear ragged clothes, have dull eyes, and have collars on their neck that represent their status as slaves. The beastmen, elves, fiends, and devils are of a higher class. In charge of supervising the human, they often hit and scold them. For true blood kindred, the stronger the master of the blood they drink, the more delicious they find it and the faster their strength will increase. If humans don't practice cultivation, their physical aptitude simply cannot compare to that of the rest of the races. Their status is naturally lower than that of beastmen, elves, fiends, devils, and other extraordinary life forms born with formidable power. When the beastmen, elves, and demons saw Yang Feng riding a fire demonic tiger, fear and apprehension emerged in their eyes, and they all retreated. They didn't dare to approach Yang Feng. In God Blood Plane, only true blood kindred bigwigs have the qualifications to control powerful extraordinary life forms like fire demonic tigers. This is it. When Yang Feng passed by an iron cage, his heart stirred suddenly, and he felt a trace of fate force throbbing. He stopped and looked at the iron cage. He saw a human lowly about 11 or 12 years old in the iron cage. The human lowly is dressed in tattered clothing and has very beautiful yet dirty long silver hair. She curled up in the corner of the iron cage like a helpless puppy. All smiles, a foxman man stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "My lord, this is a human child I just caught. With a bit of training, she'll be a top-quality virgin. Her blood is definitely the most delicious virgin blood. She is yours for only a medium blood coin." Blood coin is the currency kindred use. It is an object that Viscount-titled true blood kindred refine using the blood essence of various life forms. Low-level vampires can absorb blood coins to refine their bloodline and evolve. With enough blood coins, a vampire can break through the bottleneck and become a kindred. In turn, with enough medium or large blood coins, kindred can evolve into true blood kindred. In God Blood Plane, as long as a person of any race accumulates enough blood coins, they can ask a true blood kindred to transform them into a vampire, and then climb the ladder of evolution step by step and finally evolve into a true blood kindred. This is the only evolutionary path of many races in God Blood Plane. In God Blood Plane, everyone would be proud to be transformed into a vampire. However, true blood kindred won't easily transform people into vampires, because once everyone has become a vampire, it will become difficult for them to find food. "You lowlife, it's your honor to offer her to me. How dare you ask me for money? Are you looking to die?" Feigning the pride, coldness, and cruelty of a Viscount-titled true blood kindred, Yang Feng glared at the foxman man. The face of the foxman man suddenly contorted, and a copious amount of blood flowed out of his facial orifices and formed a medium blood coin in midair. "This medium blood coin is for you. Take it." Yang Feng smiled coldly. With a flash of simulated blood energy, the blood coin flew to the corpse of the foxman man and the cage with the silver-haired lowly opened. Staring at the silver-haired lowly, Yang Feng spoke in an arrogant way specific to a Viscount-titled true blood kindred. "Come out. From today on, I am your master." The silver-haired lowly stood up slowly. She has a pair of beautiful ruby-like red eyes, which make her appear shrouded in a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Chapter 667, Regina. Chapter 667, Regina. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng took a closer look at the silver-haired lowly and praised, "What a pretty thing. A few years later, she'll definitely grow into an outstanding beauty." The silver-haired lowly has porcelain-white, delicate skin, beautiful ruby-like eyes, a petite and slender figure, and exquisite facial features. Even though she is all dirty, but you can still vaguely see her beautiful outline. Her only shortcoming is that the lumps on her chest are really small. Compared to many well-developed Caucasian lolis, she's far worse off. Looking at the silver-haired lowly, Yang Feng spoke in an arrogant tone. "From today on, you are called Regina and belong to me. Understood?" Her eyes dull, Regina answered in a tender and sweet voice. "Yes, sir. I will work hard to be your food bank, sir." In God Blood Plane, the only value of ordinary humans is to become the food of vampires and kindred. Their offsprings are educated in this way. They are taught that their only mission in life is to become food and toys for vampires and kindred. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and touched Regina's forehead with a finger, and powerful soul force enveloped Regina. Intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude. Yang Feng's eyelids jumped up, and the arrogance particular to true blood kindred on his face almost collapsed. Before today, Yang Feng has seen only one level 8 soul aptitude prodigy, Xuanhuan. Except for Xuanhuan, Regina has the highest soul aptitude Yang Feng has ever seen. If Regina was born in Sangji Plain, once it was known that she has such a fearsome soul aptitude, countless powerful forces would send experts to fight over her. Under the premise that they don't form a virtual world, which increases the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks, then as long as they have the proper secret methods and enough cultivation resources, a prodigy with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude can easily promote to a bright world warlock in the future, and will have a much easier time advancing to an infinity warlock than other warlocks. The two most outstanding prodigies of battle demon sect Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian who have formed a virtual world have been stuck in the quasi-infinity warlock realm, unable to break through. In the end, it was thanks to breaking through to inferior level 8 soul aptitude that they barely managed to advance to infinity warlocks. This showcases the importance of soul aptitude. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Fate algorithm is indeed a peerless secret method that controls the power of fate. With her alone, this trip to God Blood Plane has been worth it. Looking at Yang Feng, Regina revealed a mysterious smile. After hesitating for a moment, she grabbed Yang Feng's hand with her two little hands, and then pressed the hand on her chest. "Ah, what are you doing?" Yang Feng was dumbfounded, and his heart surged with stormy billows. Blood energy surged, enveloped his hand, and turned his hand slippery, and he easily broke free from Regina's small hands. As if a helpless puppy about to be abandoned by its owner, Regina stared at Yang Feng with her beautiful ruby-like eyes and begged, "Master, am I not doing it right? I will work hard. I will study hard. Please don't abandon me." Yang Feng pinched Regina's chin and spoke in an arrogant tone specific to true blood kindred. "Fool! Things like this will have to wait until 7 years later. Now all you have to do is to study, grow, and become more beautiful. In the future, I will consider making you into my blood descendant." Regina nodded seriously. I will work hard." Following after images, a 1.7-meter tall, mesmerizing pure blood kindred woman with long blonde hair and a sexy figure dressed in black leather appeared in front of Yang Feng. The mesmerizing pure blood kindred women is followed by 20+ very pretty vampires of different races. Marina threw Yang Feng a flirtatious look and smiled charmingly, saying, "Your Highness Viscount, I am Marina, a servant of the master of Orange City Viscount Duccio. The great Viscount Duccio hopes to be able to invite you for a visit to our castle." Marina smiled, and beastmen, elves, fiends, and people of other races became enchanted by her natural charm, unable to move their eyes away from her. They all revealed looks of infatuation. Kindred posses a remarkable natural charm. It is pure charm, not a spell, and so cannot be broken. The charm of pure blood kindred and above is comparable to that of Abyss's succubi. Yang Feng took a deep look at Marina and smiled slightly. "Okay." In the center of Orange City lies a large, beautiful manor. Within the manor, vampire cannon fodder and kindred powerhouses who control them can be seen everywhere. Whether men or women, all are good-looking. There is no ordinary-looking nor ugly person in the manor. In the center of the manor, there lies a huge castle full of medieval style. This huge castle is where Viscount Duccio lives. When he entered the huge castle, Yang Feng sensed strong auras looming in the huge castle. With a scan of his spirit force, Yang Feng quickly made an analysis. 2 kindred barons and 12 pure blood kindred. In God Blood Plane, transcendent rank kindred are at the top of the food chain. It is very difficult to reach this level, and their numbers aren't large. Orange City is located in very remote area. For this kind of place to have a kindred viscount and 2 kindred barons is already quite amazing. Yang Feng guessed that all the resources in this area should be supplied to the kindred viscount, which is why his servants are so few and so weak. "Hello, I am Viscount Duccio, a descendant of the great 6th true ancestor. Viscount from afar, how do I address you?" In a beautiful hall, surrounded by a dozen other race beauties, a handsome man with short blonde hair and a powerful charm stood up, welcomed Yang Feng, and introduced himself enthusiastically. Yang Feng responded elegantly and courteously, "I am Anderson, a descendant of the seventh true ancestor. I am happy to make your acquaintance. Viscount Duccio." Among themselves, titled true blood kindred communicate as equals, rarely showing the arrogance inscribed in their bones. Viscount Duccio invited cordially, "You came at a really good time. I just raised some delicious blood banks. Let's have a glass and chat. What say you?" Yang Feng showed a courteous smile. "Okay." Duccio clapped his hands, and beautiful vampire women dressed revealingly appeared with a long table and all kinds of delicious food. God blood plains true blood kindred can survive even without drinking the blood of intelligent life forms. However, a true blood kindred who doesn't consume blood will weaken over time until they can't even display 30% of their strength. Thus, very few people chose not to drink blood. However, in addition to consuming blood, they can also enjoy the taste of other delicacies. Not long after, 6 16-year-old girls, a beastman, an elf, a demon, a human, a dragonborn, and an ogre came in. Despite looking immature, the 6 girls have well-developed figures. At the same time, they have first-class looks, a mixture of purity and sensuality. This content is taken from fgariebnovel.com. Standing beside Yang Feng, Regina looked at the bulging chests of the 6 girls, and then looked at her barren chest, and her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Duccio pointed to the 6 girls and said with a proud smile, "These 6 girls are the highest quality blood banks I have recently cultivated. They are only 16 years old. Not only are they virgins, but each has a level 2 warlock rank strength. Their blood is absolutely delicious. You are my distinguished guest. Please pick 3 you like first. Then I'll oblige respectfully." Yang Feng pointed at the human, dragonborn, and elven girls and said arrogantly, "The 3 of you, come here." With a fragrance wafting out from them, the 3 girls came over. Their beautiful eyes contained both excitement and fear. Duccio smiled slightly, grabbed the beautiful foxman girl beside him, hugged her, opened his mouth with ferocious fangs, and bit down at the foxman girl's neck. The foxman girl issued a scream. Her eyes suddenly glazed over, and she fell into a state of excitement. Then she twitched and, as if she lost all the water inside her, turned into a dry corpse. When they feed, kindred secret a special kind of liquid that induces a feeling of ecstasy into the prey. Many prey willingly become blood banks of kindred for the sake of that feeling of ecstasy. Trembling, the beautiful ogre and demon girls looked at Duccio with fear in their eyes. Duccio threw the body of the beautiful foxman girl aside, showed a gentlemanlike smile, and uttered, "It's too bad, but it's so delicious. If you're not careful, you'll drain them dry. The blood of beautiful virgins is really intoxicating. Viscount Anderson, you haven't tried yours yet? Do you think they aren't delicious enough?" Chapter 668, Refining Duccio. Chapter 668, Refining Duccio. Translator, Xayamoj. Yang Feng smiled slightly and glanced at the elven girl. With a look of fear in her eyes and a fragrance wafting out from her, the elven girl hugged Yang Feng and slanted her head, revealing the snow-white neck. Yang Feng exposed his false fangs, bit down on the elven girl's neck, and injected a kindred-like psychedelic elixir into her. The beautiful eyes of the elven girl suddenly glazed over, her petite body flushed, and she fell into the state of rapture. After absorbing part of the elven girl's blood and storing it, Yang Feng released the elven girl. The elven girl fell into Yang Feng's arms. Breathing heavily, her mind is in a state of confusion. Seeing this scene, the human and dragonborn girls felt a bit relieved. Becoming the blood bank of a true blood kindred is not certain doom. It all depends on which true blood kindred it is that will drink your blood. If it is a brutal true blood kindred, then you will be slaughtered. Duccio asked, curious. The mighty 6th true ancestor has issued a true ancestor decree and ordered us to encircle Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Viscount Anderson, are you also going to encircle the human warlock? Yang Feng replied with a smile. The great seventh true ancestor has as well issued a true ancestor decree. However, I'm aware that each of these human warlocks who came from Zhangji Plain are much stronger than I am. Even if I find them, I am not their opponent. I don't want to meet them. A scorching look in his eyes, Duccio spoke unhurriedly. Yes, an Infinity Warlock and a Bright World Warlock. The two human warlocks have reportedly seriously injured Grand Duke Antimo. Going against such powerhouses is simply suicidal. However, a true ancestor decree cannot be violated. It is said that the sixth true ancestor likes that pair of sisters very much. Whoever captures them alive, the sixth true ancestor will give them a drop of Grand Prince true blood. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that, and he exclaimed, "A drop of Grand Prince true blood? How extravagant!" A true blood kindred Grand Prince is equivalent to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Every kindred Grand Prince only possesses 9 drops of true blood and a large amount of ordinary blood. As long as they have enough blood energy, a kindred Grand Prince can regenerate the ordinary blood almost infinitely. But the same is not true for true blood. Each drop of true blood contains 1/9 of a kindred Grand Prince's power. Once a drop of true blood is taken away, a kindred Grand Prince will usually take thousands of years to condense another drop. A drop of true blood of a kindred Grand Prince is enough to propel a kindred Viscount such as Duccio to a kindred Earl with glorious Sun Warlock rank strength and have the potential to become a kindred Marquis. As their source of power, a kindred Grand Prince will never give their true blood away. Even the kindred true ancestors don't have many drops of Grand Prince true blood. Grand Prince true blood is naturally an excellent reward. Unfortunately, the two human warlocks are too strong. We stand no chance at all. I think that all the true blood of a Viscount is also a rare supplement that can elevate my strength to a higher level. Duccio smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the Dragonborn and human girls. Countless bloody runes appeared on the Dragonborn and human girls. Their eyes lost their spirit, and they issued miserable screams. Their bodies exploded in an instant, and a copious amount of blood formed into bloody runes that shot towards Yang Feng. The blood of the elven girl stored in Yang Feng's fake fangs trembled, turned into countless insect-like runes, and attempted to break through the vessels that sealed them. Runes emerged from Yang Feng's body, bound him like chains, and sealed his power. His face changed dramatically, and he cried out, "Lock soul blood poison!" To use this most vicious spell developed by human warlock to deal with a comrade, you animal, that's lower than low. How many comrades have you killed with this vicious spell? Showing a crazed and sinister smile, Duccio looked at Yang Feng like the other is a vial of tonic and said, "Comrades? Anderson, you are such a fool. In this world, only you yourself matters. The rest are stepping stones for you to move forward." I was able to become a kindred Viscount in a short 300 years all the way from an ordinary vampire by devouring the blood of countless people. Devouring the blood of our comrades is the fastest evolution path of us kindred. This is the original sin of our race. Human warlocks need to cultivate various secret methods, use various elixirs to strengthen themselves, and use countless resources to be able to evolve continuously. Even though Yang Feng has the resources of the entire Ligui province, he still needs to work hard to continue with his evolution. Kindred are different. As long as the lower-level kindred can devour the true blood of a higher-level kindred, they can evolve rapidly. This leads to infighting and killing in God Blood province. Of course, higher-level kindred has absolute authority over lower-level kindred of the same bloodline. Duccio is a kindred Viscount of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. As such, a kindred Earl of the 6th true ancestor bloodline has an absolute authority over him. Only by advancing to a Grand Duke can this absolute authority be greatly reduced. Although a kindred Grand Prince of a bloodline can give orders to a kindred Grand Duke, but the kindred Grand Duke may not obey the orders completely. Yang Feng suddenly showed a strange smile. It makes sense. I also want to get my hands on a Viscount title True Blood Kindred and absorb their true blood, and that Viscount title True Blood Kindred is you. The void distorted, and 5 Type 2 void assassins suddenly appeared from the void and hacked at Duccio with the swords in their hands. Following a flurry of afterimages, Duccio was torn apart. Suddenly, a tremendous amount of blood energy welled up, and then his fragmented body turned into countless bats that flew in different directions. 10 Type 3 ice manipulators suddenly flew out and released a copious amount of white frozen air from their freezing units, sweeping in all directions. Hit by the white frozen air, the countless bats turned into ice chunks. The frozen bats erupted with powerful blood energy and broke out of the ice chunks one after another. 6 Type 2 sealers suddenly flew out and fired countless sealing halos, blasting onto the bats, suppressing the bats one by one. In just a dozen-plus breaths of time, the kindred Viscount Duccio, whose strength is infinitely close to that of a glorious sun warlock, was directly suppressed and sealed by the battle robots. Along with flashes of afterimages, void assassins quietly hunted the powerful pure-blood kindred within the castle. In less than a day, Oran City has silently changed owners. In the castle, in a secret room, there is a top-grade warp gate set up. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's true body came out of the top-grade warp gate. Yang Feng's flesh golem avatar quickly gave his true body the sealed bats that is Duccio. Yang Feng glanced at Duccio and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, it's just a Viscount titled True Blood Kindred. If it was a Grad Duke titled or higher True Blood Kindred, that would be great. The bloodline extracted from a True Blood Kindred can give rise to a Moonlight Warlock rank bloodline warlock family, although it may be extremely valuable for ordinary warlocks. But to Yang Feng, Duccio's bloodline is not very useful for improving his strength." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a true God Empyrean imprint flew out and floated in the void. FREOWebnovel.com. Countless chains formed from runes shot out from the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed into the bats that Duccio has transformed into. Wriggling strangely, the bats struggled desperately before they finally collapsed one by one and turned into blood-colored mist that flew out of the imprint and condensed into 5 drops of true blood, radiating bloody light. Yang Feng released another flesh golem who swallowed the 5 drops of true blood. The flesh golem quickly twisted and distorted, and eventually became a Viscount titled True Blood Kindred who is a spitting image of Duccio. The Yang Feng's true body raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "From today on, I am Viscount Duccio, the master of Oran City." Yang Feng's true body smiled slightly and said to Regina, who is standing behind his avatar, "Regina, follow me." This content is taken from FGREWebnovel.com. Regina shrank back behind Yang Feng's avatar and looked at him with a pleading look. Smiling slightly, the body of Yang Feng's avatar blurred, and he transformed into Yang Feng's original appearance. "I am him and he is me. To be precise, he is the real me while I am just his avatar. This is my true appearance. Regina, if you follow him, it's the same as following me." Regina glanced at the 2 Yang Feng, and then astutely walked towards Yang Feng's true body. "I understand." Yang Feng's avatar Xuanhuan left with Yang Feng's true body and Regina, leaving only the Viscount titled True Blood Kindred avatar that looks exactly like Duccio and exudes Duccio's soul aura behind. Yang Feng sensed his new avatar and revealed a smile. "The conversion rate is still too low. This body only has half of Duccio's fighting power, making it only slightly stronger than a junior Moonlight Warlock. Its soul is even more pitiful, only at the quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank. However, since Duccio likes to play weak, the strength he displays is only at junior Moonlight Warlock rank. This is already enough." Chapter 669, Snow Night City. Chapter 669, Snow Night City. Translator, Zayamoj. Viscount Duccio wasn't strong to begin with, and the flesh golem Yang Feng made from the 5 drops of true blood is even weaker, only possessing junior Moonlight Warlock rank strength. But in this way, with the identity of Viscount Duccio as a cover, Yang Feng is able to travel freely in God Blood Plane and reap benefits. Yang Feng gathered a lot of resources and blood of various powerhouses from Ligui province and gave them to his kindred avatar to consume. After his kindred avatar absorbed the resources and ingested the blood of powerhouses, its cultivation base progressed rapidly, and it recovered the strength of Viscount Duccio in his heyday not long after. On a particular night, Yang Feng's kindred avatar was enjoying himself with dozens of gorgeous vampire women in the castle, when a strong aura emerged. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, get out." The dozens of gorgeous vampire women left rapidly. "Duccio, these toys aren't half bad. How about giving me 20? A blonde, handsome young man with an elegant temperament emerged from a twisted void and came to before Yang Feng, a smile on his face. Yang Feng responded with an impeccable smile. "Pizzino, give me 2 drops of true blood in exchange, and I'll give you 20 of them." The handsome young man in front of Yang Feng, called Pizzino, is also a viscount of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. Pizzino shook his head and uttered with a smile, "True blood? That's daylight robbery. If you are willing to give me a drop of your true blood, then I'll send you 10,000 such beautiful vampires, all of which are virgins. Although it cannot compare with Zhangji Plain, but God Blood Plain is also an extremely big plain, while the number of various intelligent life forms that reside on it is calculated in hundreds of millions. Yang Feng's avatar Viscount Duccio controls 53 large cities with a total population of more than 50 million people. Pizzino controls more than 100 large cities with a total population of more than 100 million people, and can mobilize twice as many resources as Duccio. He naturally can easily get many beautiful vampires. Yang Feng uttered, "Pizzino, how can I help you? Apart from some cold virgin blood, I have nothing else to receive you. For kindred, the hot blood full of vitality and aroma is the best delicacy. However, low-level vampires can only drink some blood drawn from blood banks beforehand. By employing proper blood drawing, it is not only not harmful but is also beneficial to blood banks. In order to have enough blood, kindred generally do not excessively draw the blood of blood banks. They draw blood from blood banks on regular intervals." Pizzino licked his lips and revealed an excited smile. "Cold virgin blood? That's really cold. I remember you seem to have reared a batch of delicacies. Why don't we have a feast?" Duccio's ability to rear blood banks is first class among true blood kindred. It is due to this skill of his that many kindred flocked towards him, only to be secretly consumed by him. Yang Feng replied lightly, "True blood, or Grand Duke blood coins?" Pizzino sighed slightly, and then revealed a serious expression. "What a miser! Grand Duke Gogno is calling on us to search for the 2 warlocks who infiltrated our plane. Grand Duke Gogno is one of the 7 Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor, while Duccio and Pizzino are directly subordinated to him. They must obey the call of Grand Duke Gogno. Even if Grand Duke Gogno orders Duccio and Pizzino to die, the 2 of them can only kill themselves. Only when they practice cultivation until the Infinity Warlock rank can true blood kindred break the bloodline shackles and truly become masters of their destiny." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "This is the worst news I have ever heard. By the way, since the 2 human warlocks are from Zhangji Plain, they must have not a small number of concealment methods. Isn't Grand Duke Gogno asking us to look for a needle in a haystack?" Pizzino sighed lightly. Reportedly, Grand Duke Antimo lurking in Zhangji Plain paid a drop of true blood to cast a blood soul mark on them. As long as we use a blood soul compass, we can detect them within an area 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Grand Duke Gogno has led people to fight them several times. Many on our side have died, while they have been heavily wounded. However, they still escaped. Pizzino knows that Grand Duke Gogno is using them as cannon fodder. Once they find the trail of the Yu family's sisters, they will be killed by the sisters in the first moment. Grand Duke Gogno will use their deaths as information to hunt the sisters. Compared to human Moonlight Warlocks, it's much easier for true blood kindred viscounts to be born. Kindred marquises and kindred Grand Dukes, on the other hand, are harder to be born than Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks respectively. As for kindred true ancestors, from before the Archgod era to the present, the kindred have only birthed 9 such individuals. The number of human Holy Spirit warlocks in each era is far greater than 9. And here lies the biggest difference between the 2 races. For the sake of a drop of Grand Prince True Blood, Grand Duke Gogno has clearly become a bit desperate, to the point that he's even willing to use the precious combat power that is kindred viscounts as cannon fodder for the search. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment, and then said, "Are the other Grand Dukes and Grand Princes staying out of it? Otherwise, the 2 human warlocks should not be able to escape." Pizzino said meaningfully. There's only one drop of Grand Prince true blood. Even Grand Prince-titled powerhouses will be moved by a drop of Grand Prince true blood. But even though it is the sixth true ancestor, they can only take out one drop of Grand Prince true blood. That drop of true blood can make countless kindred powerhouses go crazy for it. For the sake of that drop of Grand Prince true blood that can increase their chances of advancement by 50%, many kindred Grand Dukes who have been stuck at the bottleneck to Grand Prince for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years will go crazy. Yang Feng and Pizzino discussed for a while, but came to no solution. They can only heed the call of Grand Duke Gogno and go to Snow Night City. Snow Night City is the place where Grand Duke Gogno lives. It's not an ordinary city, but a celestial body Grand Duke Gogno picked up and refined via ingenious alchemy into a celestial body suspended in God blood plane. The population in Snow Night City is 13.5 billion people. Of the 13.5 billion people, every man is handsome and every woman is beautiful. Once an ugly person is born in this city, they will be banished to the surface world. For everyone subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno, Snow Night City is a paradise of their dreams. They are proud to be able to live here. God blood planes kindred aren't proficient at alchemy. Grand Duke Gogno has become a pinnacle kindred Grand Duke existence more than 100,000 years ago. In that long period of time, he caught a top alchemist grandmaster from Zhangji Plain and spent nearly 10,000 years to build Snow Night City. In Snow Night City, Grand Duke Gogno holds a 30% chance to quell a kindred Grand Prince. Even if he cannot quell them, he can still defeat them. This is the power of secret treasures, the power of human alchemy. Kindred, fiends, dragons, elves, devils, and other such inherently powerful races are far more powerful than human warlocks of the same rank. Even if human warlocks transplant their bloodline, they still cannot compare to the source of the bloodline. But by relying on the power of alchemy, human warlocks have developed all kinds of powerful secret treasures, enabling them to defeat other powerful races one by one. As soon as Yang Feng entered Snow Night City, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a beautiful city!" In Snow Night City, the streets are spacious and surrounded by high-rise buildings full of artistic flair, and luxury magic chariots roam the streets. This city is much more beautiful than many large cities in Zhangji Plain. Snow Night City is filled with powerful life magic energy. To maintain the concentration of life magic energy in the city, there must be special secret treasures installed. The streets here are filled with handsome men and beautiful women. They all have ruddy complexions and spirited eyes, making this city stand out from the other cities in God blood plane. Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Pizzino spoke with a smile. This is Snow Night City after all. A secret treasure His Majesty Grand Duke spent 10,000 years to refine. The Grand Princes are very envious of His Majesty Grand Duke due to this snowy night city. Yang Feng smiled, and countless nano-robots the size of dust particles flew out of his hands and disappeared into Snowy Night City. He quietly followed Pizzino towards the center of Snow Night City. In the center of Snow Night City, there lies a huge castle, which is the residence of Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng entered the huge castle and came into a hall, where he saw hundreds of kindred viscounts gathered. Yang Feng mused, hundreds of kindred viscounts. The number of Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno is much higher than that of Battle Demon Sect. Chapter 670 Grand Duke Gogno. Chapter 670 Grand Duke Gogno. Translator, Xuanhuan. Shortly after, a tall, handsome man who looks very young yet whose eyes contain the vicissitudes of life walked into the hall from a side chamber and sat on the throne. Yang Feng learned from Duchio's memories that the handsome, very young-looking man is Grand Duke Gogno, who has 3 kindred marquises, 13 kindred earls, and hundreds of kindred viscounts subordinated to him. The reason why I gathered you all here, presumably you all are clear about it. Now I order you to go to Magadan region at once and search for traces of the 2 human warlocks. After finding them, do your utmost to issue an alarm signal, and then try to stop them by any means. Looking coldly at the many kindred powerhouses, mysterious bloody light radiated from Grand Duke Gogno's eyes, and strange blood energy spread from him and enveloped Yang Feng and company. Yes, Your Majesty! Swept by the bloody light, the true blood inside the hundreds of Moonlight Warlock rank kindred viscounts shuddered, and they bowed their heads and responded respectfully. Even Yang Feng, who has prepared himself beforehand, could not resist the control over the true blood inside him, and couldn't help but to reply respectfully. Grand Duke Gogno spoke coldly, "Go!" "Yes, Your Majesty!" Along with flashes of bloody light, Yang Feng and the many other kindred viscounts turned into streams of light, shot out of Snow Night City, and flew towards Magadan region. The nanorobots that Yang Feng has released in Snow Night City are absorbing the life magic energy in the city and multiplying quietly. 100 level 4 optical computers are frantically performing calculations and analyzing the structure of Snow Night City and its various runes. A level 4 optical computer is comparable to a bright world warlock in terms of computing power. With their computing and analytical powers combined, the 100 level 4 optical computers have already surpassed a common infinity warlock. Now let's have an experiment. Let's see how powerful the command of a kindred Grand Duke is. Disobey. As soon as Yang Feng flew out of the Snow Night City, he began to experiment. First, he chose to fly towards outside Magadan region. Yang Feng had just moved, when he suddenly fell into a trance. When he woke up, he found out that he had already flown a long distance towards Magadan region. Fate won't do. The true blood inside me won't let me disobey his orders. How about outward devotion yet inward opposition? I can slow down the flying speed. With a thought, Yang Feng became as slow as a snail. At this speed, when he finally arrives in Magadan region, it will presumably already be a few months later. Yang Feng flew slowly for a dozen seconds, when he suddenly fell into a trance again. When he woke up, he discovered that his speed has increased a lot. According to his assessment, with the current speed, he will be in his peak condition when he arrives at Magadan region. His command cannot be violated. This is the true blood shackles, the greatest curse of true blood kindred. Formidable strength is always difficult to restrict. True blood kindred have the true blood shackles, forming a distinct hierarchy in the kindred world. With the 9 true ancestors as bloodline sources, there is a total of 9 bloodlines in God blood plane. Thanks to the true blood shackles, true blood kindred powerhouses of the 9 bloodlines formed powerful and dauntless kindred armies and fought Zhongji Plains human warlocks countless times. They defeated the human warlocks many times. If it wasn't for the true blood shackles, God blood plains kindred would have been defeated by humans God knows how many times. After all, the true blood kindred with transcendent rank strength fear death. If not for the inviolable commands, they wouldn't attack human warlocks without the fear of death, and would instead disband and scatter when they lost. After experimenting for a while, Yang Feng came to a conclusion. But this command is not without limitations. I just have to try my best to follow the wording of the command, and that's enough. I don't have to work hard to complete the task itself. As soon as Yang Feng reached Magadan region, he lazily took out the blood soul compass and operated it. 3 light spots lit up on the blood soul compass, one of which represented Yang Feng. The other 2 light spots are much brighter and exude dazzling bloody light. They clearly represent the 2 powerhouses Yu Tianling and Yu Yan. Yang Feng furrowed his brows and revealed a wry smile. What bad luck? I won the jackpot. The blood soul compass searches for enemies by receiving the waves released from the true blood marks set up by the casters. While it locks on the enemy's position, it will also be detected by the enemies. Yang Feng felt a terrible aura, and immediately shouted, "Don't kill me! I am friends with Zhao Fan. I'm here to save you." There was a twist in the void, and Yu Tianling suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng and slapped him lightly with her lily-white hand, and countless runes sank into Yang Feng's body, sealing all the power inside him. Yang Feng hurriedly said, "The blood soul compass cannot be destroyed, or else Grand Duke Gogno will take notice and come here with his true body to chase after you." Yu Tianling stopped mid-action. Looking at Yang Feng with vigilance, she silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger at him, and a series of detection spells fell on Yang Feng and proved that he is telling the truth. Unless they possess a specialized secret treasure, a kindred viscount can't resist Yu Tianling's detection spells. Yu Tianling creased her slim eyebrows and asked, "Why would Zhao Fan help us? Apart from close friends and companions, few warlocks will help others for no reason. Many more warlocks believe in the principle of equivalent exchange." His thoughts revolved, and Yang Feng weaved out a lie. "It's because he fell in love with you at first sight. It is for this reason that he contacted me regardless of everything to help you." Yu Tianling wrinkled her slim eyebrows. Zhao Fan's appearance flashed in her mind, and she said a bit coldly, "But I don't like him." Yu Tianling likes strong combat warlocks fighting on the front lines. Regarding alchemists like Zhao Fan staying far behind the front lines, she looks down on them a little despite understanding that without the support of alchemists, the strength of combat warlocks will be halved at the very least. Yang Feng smiled. "You can tell him this in person. I just want to know if you need my help or not." "No, it should mutual help. I also need your help. Tell me your story." Without any warning, a sweet voice rang behind Yang Feng, and a chill welled up in his mind at once. When he looked back, he saw Yu Yan standing behind him with a smile. There is a dignified look in Yang Feng's eyes. "So this is an infinity warlock. Incredible. If I were her enemy, she would have killed me before I could sense her. How scary. Alexia is not her opponent. She is indeed one of the 8 marshals of Great Cloud Dynasty." The source of this content is freowebnovel.com. Although this kindred avatar is far weaker than his true body, but it is still a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, and its perception ability is far more developed than that of ordinary human Moonlight Warlocks. For him not to be able to sense Yu Yan's presence, it let him once again experience the power of an infinity warlock. In the west of Magadan region, a kindred viscount took out a blood soul compass. All of a sudden, his countenance changed greatly, and he shouted loudly, "They're here!" The kindred viscount had just shouted, when the surrounding space distorted, and all sounds were isolated. In the wink of an eye, Yu Yan appeared behind the kindred viscount, and the black Fenghuang spear in her hand easily pierced into his body. Violent black Fenghuang flames welled up, swallowed the kindred viscount along with the blood soul compass, and burned them to ashes. "Found you!" Countless specks of bloody light flew out from the blood soul compasses in the hands of the kindred viscounts in Magadan region and formed a bloody portal in the space, and Grand Duke Gogno's sinister and tyrannical voice came from the bloody portal. Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates Marquis Levon, Marquis Rania, and Marquis Riclo flew to the bloody portal. The hundreds of kindred viscounts turned into stream of bloody light that poured into the bodies of the 3 marquises, enabling them to radiate traces of kindred Grand Duke fluctuations of power. Even if Yu Yan and Yu Tianling fight desperately, it will be difficult for them to break the large formation formed by the 3 kindred marquises and hundreds of kindred viscounts in a short time. A pair of black Fenghuang wings formed on Yu Yan's back and flapped violently, and Yu Yan, enveloped in black Fenghuang flames, fled into the distance. Yu Tianling's figure fluttered, and she flew towards Viscount Duccio's territory along with Yu Yan. Terrifying fluctuations of power spewed out of the bloody portal, and Grand Duke Gogno blurred into motion and shot out from the bloody portal, and his eyes locked on the pair of sisters thousands of kilometers away. "Marshal Yu, since you have come to our god blood plane, then let me entertain you." Grand Duke Gogno smiled fiercely, spread the bat wings on his back, blurred into motion, and turned into a stream of bloody light shooting towards the pair of sisters. Ever since Yu Yan and her sister entered God Blood Plane, she has gone through successive battles, having fought with several kindred Grad Dukes. Although she has no visible injuries, but in fact she has taken some damage. What's worse, she isn't given time to heal. Although she operates a secret method, but her flight speed is still far from being a match to Grand Duke Gogno's. Chapter 671, Quelling Grand Duke Gogno. Chapter 671, Quelling Grand Duke Gogno. Translator, Zayamoj. Yu Yan's soul force swept out, and her face fell at once. So fast! Why is he so fast? He deserves to be one of the 3 kindred Grand Dukes most hopeful to advance to a kindred Grand Prince. Just as there are weak and strong infinity warlocks, the same is true for kindred Grand Dukes. Grand Duke Gogno is a most powerful kindred Grand Duke. In peak condition and with 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, Yu Yan may be able to surpass Grand Duke Gogno. But after a few fierce battles, Yu Yen, who has no time to recover, is not the opponent of Grand Duke Gogno. Damn it! If things go on like this, we will be disposed of before we reach our destination. Now we can only believe in him. Yu Yen gritted her teeth, silently recited an incantation, and spurted a mouthful of blood essence, and countless black flames rose from her and turned into a pair of burning black Xuanhuan wings. The source of this scentent is freowebnovel.com. With resolve in her eyes, Yu Tianling also spurted a mouthful of blood essence from her mouth that turned into Xuanhuan wings. The flames of the black Xuanhuan wings and the Xuanhuan wings interwove and triggered a resonance. Countless flames instantly enveloped Yu Yen and Yu Tianling and formed into a lifelike Xuanhuan. When the Xuanhuan flapped its wings, countless flames fluttered, and it crossed 10,000 kilometers in an instant. Awesome, as expected of Marshal Yu of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. No wonder the mighty 6th true ancestor is tempted by her. Pity that this is God Bloodplane. Now that you have come here, you can only wait to be captured. Grand Duke Gogno glanced at the fire Xuanhuan, smiled, and turned into a beam of bloody light flying after the pair of sisters. He knows very well that the secret method that Yu Yen and Yu Tianling have unleashed is very taxing and cannot be maintained for a long period of time. When they can no longer maintain the secret method, the flight speed of Yu Yen and Yu Tianling will slow down. Although Yu Yen and Yu Tianling have studied the law of space, but infinity warlocks can easily affect space. In front of an expert such as Grand Duke Gogno, only infinity warlocks who can evolve their path that hinges on the law of space into the essence of space can use the law of space to freely cross space and teleport far away. If Yu Yen and Yu Tianling use spatial spells in front of Grand Duke Gogno to teleport far away, they can be easily wounded by Grand Duke Gogno using spatial force instead, and may even be teleported to next to him. When facing old monstrous infinity warlocks, no one will use spatial spells to escape. Only when dealing with some astral beasts and infinity warlock rank freaks with low intelligence will people use spatial spells to escape. Those with low intelligence fundamentally don't know how to use spatial force to attack and defend. The 3 powerhouses quickly flew out of Magadan region. After crossing the domains of several kindred viscounts, they entered the domain of Viscount Duccio. Grand Duke Gogno is getting closer and closer to the Yu family's sisters. The endless Thunder Dragon Mountains appeared in front of the 3 people. Without hesitation, the Yu family's sisters plunged into the mountain range where countless dangerous extraordinary life forms live. Grand Duke Gogno saw through the intentions of the Yu family's sisters at a glance and sneered, "How stupid! It's useless. Although those extraordinary life forms are extremely dangerous for others, but for the strong, they are nothing but ants. There are countless powerful extraordinary life forms in Thunder Dragon Mountains. Even if a kindred Earl enters Thunder Dragon Mountains, there is a possibility of them dying. But Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke, an infinity warlock rank existence. So long as he is given time, he can slaughter all the creatures in Thunder Dragon Mountains. He can even easily kill the strongest extraordinary life form in Thunder Dragon Mountains, Aurora Thunder Dragon." The Yu family's sisters blurred into motion and plunged into a cave. "Be crushed!" Grand Duke Gogno bellowed and pointed towards the cave. A red beam of light slammed into the cave like a divine punishment and blasted a 1,000-meter-tall mountain into fragments. 2 rays flashed, and the Yu family's sisters took this chance to fly towards another mountain. There are countless caves in Thunder Dragon Mountains. The Yu family's sisters are like gophers. When they see a hole, they drill into it. Whenever Grand Duke Gogno attacks, he blasts a mountain to pieces. Thunderous rumbles rise in Thunder Dragon Mountains non-stop. Sensing Grand Duke Gogno's terrifying aura, countless extraordinary life forms fled at once. There are also some fearless extraordinary life form who attacked Grand Duke Gogno. But as soon as they emerged, their blood was drained and absorbed by Grand Duke Gogno, becoming his nutrients. freewebnovel.com. True blood kindred have a terrifying innate ability to manipulate blood. Without secret methods or spells to protect themselves, low-level extraordinary life forms may have their blood drained once they reach a certain range from the true blood kindred. Whenever extraordinary life forms in the Starry Sky Warlock rank realm or below appear before Grand Duke Gogno, they will have their blood absorbed by him. Grand Duke Gogno looked at the Yu family's sisters escaping into the distance and frowned. How annoying! Are they trying to consume my power? My power has indeed been consumed by half. God Blood Plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. As such, the plane itself is very dense and firm. Despite how strong he is, Great Duke Gogno has to spend a lot of blood energy to destroy a mountain. Such attacks are too inefficient. With a thought, Grand Duke Gogno changed his fighting style. He turned into a bloody falling star and flew towards the Yu family's sisters. Within a dozen or so breaths of time, Grand Duke Gogno strangely appeared behind Yu Yen and pointed with a finger, and an arrow made of blood flames shot towards her. Yu Yen turned around and stabbed the blood flames arrow with her spear. Two violent forces broke out in an instant, and Yu Yen was flung back. She spat out blood and fell into a cave. Grand Duke Gogno's figure fluttered, and he shot towards Yu Yen like a bloody falling star and locked in battle with her. As the two sides fought and fled, Yu Yan's injuries mounted bit by bit, with blood oozing out of the corners of her mouth. Grand Duke Gogno's fighting style is shrewd and ruthless. He doesn't give Yu Yen a chance to fight back, but instead keeps wandering around her and consuming her life force with his terrifying resilience. As a peerless powerhouses in the top 3 of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, if Yu Yen goes all out, she can even give a kindred Grand Prince damage. Since Grand Duke Gogno doesn't want to die together with Yu Yen, his way of fighting is to pester her and exchange injury for injury. Under the shameless attack method of Grand Duke Gogno, Yu Yan's wounds became increasingly serious and her aura weaker. After fighting hundreds of rounds and crossing dozens of mountains, Yu Yen drove Grand Duke Gogno back with a spear strike, and then blurred into motion and dove into a cave. Grand Duke Gogno smiled coldly, blurred into motion and flew into the cave closely after her. Finally hooked. Fire! Hidden in some corner, Yang Feng, who has been watching all this silently, showed a smile and ordered grimly. The main artillery of a blazing sun battlestar, hidden in the cave, shone and fired a resplendent beam. Shit! I fell into a trap. Feeling the threat of death, blood energy welled up inside him, and Grand Duke Gogno formed one bloody barrier after another before him. When the beam blasted into the bloody barriers, they were smashed in an instant, and then Grand Duke Gogno was swallowed by the beam. When the beam disappeared, Grand Duke Gogno was nowhere to be seen. There are now 8 drops of bright red true blood floating in the air with a small barrier around them. A black figure flashed, and the blazing angel Alexia, equipped with the ruler armor, descended from the sky and mercilessly slashed at the barrier with the blazing angel sword in her hands, and fallen angel flames burned the barrier. This kindred Grand Duke true blood is mine. Yang Feng's true body, who has taken the form of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, emerged with a step. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint emerged. Countless chains formed from runes flew out from the imprint and shot towards the barrier. Xuanhuan and the other Bright World Warlocks of Ligui province subordinated to Yang Feng cast spells and bombarded the last barrier of Grand Duke Gogno. Under the frantic bombardment, the barrier of the 8 drops of true blood shattered, and then countless chains released by true God Empyrean imprint stabbed into the 8 drops of true blood. The kindred Grand Duke Gogno's 8 drops of true blood were quelled and sealed one after another. Grand Duke True Blood is a first-rate material for refining elixirs. By absorbing the refined 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood, it can enable Alexia, Xuanhuan, and many other pinnacle Bright World Warlocks have a breakthrough and promote to an Infinity Warlock rank existence in one go. If Yang Feng ingests an elixir refined from the 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood, he can also break through the bottleneck and advance to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop. Yang Feng collected the 8 drops of True Blood and said with a smile to the Yu family's sisters, "Hello, Marshal Yu. I am Lei Ming, the young master of Undying Mountain. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Chapter 672, Infinity Warlock Rank Kindred Avatar. Chapter 672, Infinity Warlock Rank Kindred Avatar. Translator, Zayamoj. Yu Yen didn't relax and instead remained vigilant. Calmly looking at the powerhouses from Ligui province, she spoke with a smile. "I am Yu Yen, And this is my sister Yu Tianling. The pleasure is all ours, young Master Lei Ming. Each Infinity Warlock is a mobile treasury themselves. Even human warlocks, once they practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they will be transcendent rank powerhouses, and each part of their body will be a most precious alchemy material. Now that they are seriously injured, the Yu family sisters are worried that Yang Feng will fall out with them and hit them when they are down. This isn't a suitable place to stay for a long time. We'll take our leave first, goodbye. Yang Feng took a deep look at the pair of sisters, and then smiled, turned around, and entered the midst of his subordinated powerhouses. As one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Yu Yan's fighting power is amazing. If she fights desperately, half of the Bright World Warlock powerhouses Yang Feng brought from Ligue Province may die. Yang Feng doesn't want to surrender the lives of Ligue Province's Bright World Warlocks in order to kill an Infinity Warlock. After eating a strike from the Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery, he still hadn't died. Only by mobilizing Ligue Province's powerhouses was Yang Feng able to crush the heavily wounded Grand Duke Gogno. Even though Yu Yan is seriously injured, but Yang Feng doesn't want to fight he without a good reason. There was a flicker in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she uttered, "Please wait. We need your help, young Master Lei Ming." Yang Feng replied with a smile. "Then what price are you willing to pay? We already helped you take care of Grand Duke Gogno, or else you would have fallen into his hands. You already owe us a big favor." Yu Yan smiled and spoke, a shrewd look in her eyes. "No, even if you stayed aside, we could still have escaped from him, although that would entail a certain price. Additionally, while acting as bait, we helped you ambush him, enabling you to get 8 drops of Grand Duke blood. In fact, you owe us a favor." Yang Feng smiled and took a few steps back. "Marshal Yu, that sounds really insincere. If you insist on your version of the truth, then there's nothing to talk about." fgewebenvel.com. Alexia equipped with ruler armor blocked in front of Yang Feng. When Yu Yan is in her peak form, even though she is equipped with ruler armor, Alexia is still not a match of Yu Yan, who is armed with Black Fenghuang armor and Black Fenghuang spear. But now that Yu Yan has been wounded repeatedly, even with Yu Tianling on her side, the two of them are not a match for Yang Feng's many subordinates. Yu Tianling bowed and said, "We do indeed owe you a big favor. Thank you for your help." Yu Tianling went on to say, "Please help us leave God Bloodplane. We can pay you an intermediate divine force rank godhead. The godhead possesses the law contracts." Yang Feng's eyes brightened slightly, and then dimmed. "Intermediate divine force rank godhead. That's good stuff. Unfortunately, it doesn't match the laws I need. Although this godhead is precious, yet it is not what I need. The divine authority of Yang Feng's clone in Feisua Plain is war, massacre, and shadows. He doesn't need the law of contracts. For gods, it is not the more laws they master the better, but the purer the better. In Feisua Plain, strong divine force gods often master only 1 or 2 laws and 1 or 2 divine authorities." Yu Yan took a deep look at Yang Feng and said flatly, "What do you want?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "I wish the 2 of you to join Undying Mountain, become my subordinates, and work for me." A glint of contempt in her pretty eyes, Yu Yan sneered, "You are just a glorious sun warlock, yet you want to recruit us to become your subordinates. Is this a joke?" Yu Yan is an Infinity Warlock, a human warlock at the apex of Zhangji Plain. It's no wonder that she is a proud and arrogant woman. If it was a Holy Spirit Warlock who came to recruit her instead, she might be happy to serve them. But Yang Feng is just a glorious sun warlock. It is beneath her to serve someone like that. If you change your mind, crush this crystal, and I will come save you. However, keep in mind that if you're captured by a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse or higher, I won't be able to save you. So don't even bother crushing the crystal. Goodbye then. Yang Feng smiled and threw a crystal flying towards Yu Yan, and then flew towards a cave with Ligue Province's powerhouses. Inside the cave there is a top-grade warp gate. It is thanks to this top-grade warp gate that Yang Feng could easily transfer Ligue Province's top powerhouses to come here and slay Grand Duke Gogno. Their auras disappeared. What's going on? Yu Yan gazed at the strange cave, a look of curiosity and apprehension in her beautiful eyes. She is itching to fly into the cave and take a closer look at the barrier inside. But then she recalled the power of the Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery, and a chill welled up inside her. Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery can inflict a grave wound on an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, and it can even injure a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. With Yuyan's current strength, once she is hit by Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery, she will be likely killed, and even if she is not killed, she will be surely disabled. When Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery beam ambushed Grand Duke Gogno, it has flown past Yuyan. She could feel the terror of the main artillery just from this. Yu Tianling creased her slender eyebrows. Sister, let's go. Since he left so confidently, there must be other means there. Even when we are in a peak condition, it would still be pointless. We'll just defend him in vain. A gleam of indignation streaked past Yuyan's beautiful eyes, and she clenched her white teeth and said in a deep voice, "That guy is the most hateful man I have ever met. When I return to Zhangji Plain, I must teach him a lesson. Let's go." Yuyan took out a dozen-plus vials of first-rate elixirs and consumed them. She regained part of her strength and unleashed a secret method to escape this place with Yu Tianling. Li Gui Province. Inside a secret room, Yang Feng's true body holding 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's true blood sank into his thoughts. These 8 drops of Grand Duke true blood are indeed a rare treasure, but it's still hardly enough to let me tackle the Infinity Warlock realm. If I use them on my kindred avatar, I can turn it into a kindred Grand Duke. Yang Feng's true body is a human warlock. The core secret method he cultivates is the secret method Primal Chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord in his later years, and the law essence he condensed is the essence of Devour, all of which has no relation with blood energy. As for his kindred avatar, it is composed of a true blood kindred, and can perfectly absorb most of the power of Grand Duke Gogno. If Yang Feng's true body uses the true blood on himself, he will waste a large part of its power. It wouldn't have mattered, but Grand Duke Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke who has a huge territory with countless people. After weighing it again and again, Yang Feng chose to let his kindred avatars absorb the power of the Grand Duke true blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the 8 drops of Grand Duke true blood. Suddenly, the God Empyrean imprint flew out, and numerous chains made of runes shot towards a drop of true blood. As the drop of true blood struggled, a faint soul of Grand Duke Gogno appeared. Grand Duke Gogno enticed with a tempting voice, "Human Warlock, I am Grand Duke Gogno. I have more than 1 trillion people under my control and countless resources. Please spare my life. I will offer you endless resources, so that you can smoothly promote to an Infinity Warlock." Your words are indeed very tempting. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to control an Infinity Warlock. I can only invite you to die. Yang Feng smiled coldly and slammed Grand Duke Gogno with his hand, and numerous runes erupted and erased the discarnate soul of Grand Duke Gogno. With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, the drop of true blood flew into the mouth of his kindred avatar. When Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed that drop Grand Duke true blood, its blood surged, and endless power welled up inside it. The kindred avatar evolved all the way until it became a kindred earl. New novel chapters are published on fgeriwebnovel.com. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar with some envy, and then went on to purify the second drop of Grand Duke true blood. The evolution of this race is really fast, much faster than that of human warlocks. After Yang Feng's kindred avatar devoured the second drop of Grand Duke true blood, it made a breakthrough and advanced to a kindred marquee in fell one swoop. Immediately afterwards, Yang Feng's kindred avatar devoured 5 more drops of the true blood, and then broke through to a kindred Grand Duke. After devouring the last drop of true blood, Yang Feng's kindred avatar became an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank Grand Duke. Yang Feng is envious of the kindred avatar's evolution speed. This is the frightening thing about the evolution of kindred. As long as they have true blood of upper-level kindred, they can quickly evolve and reach new heights. This is one of their strongest racial abilities. Yang Feng looked at the kindred avatar with intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength and uttered regretfully, "Even if it is a kindred who absorbs the true blood, it still wastes a lot of power of the true blood. The power of Grand Duke Gogno was more than this. What a pity! Grand Duke Gogno was a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Without using any secret methods, he can already rival Yu Yen. If Yu Yen did not have those 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she would not be his opponent. Chapter 673, Alexia's Evolution. Chapter 673, Alexia's Evolution. Translator, Xayamoj. Although Yang Feng's kindred avatar now possess intermediate infinity warlock rank power, but it's only slightly stronger than Alexia when she is equipped with ruler armor. As Yang Feng gazed at his kindred avatar, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. However, as long as I create a sufficiently powerful secret treasure for this kindred avatar, it should be able to become a most outstanding existence among kindred Grand Dukes in terms of battle prowess. Now it's time to carry out the next step of the plan. Yang Feng's kindred avatar showed an excited smile and stepped into the top-grade warp gate. Snow Night City's Snow White Castle is the center that controls the entire Snow Night City, as well as the residence of the Grand Duke of Gogno. A bloody stream of light flew into Snow Night City and shot towards Snow Night Castle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms sounded in Snow Night Castle. All of a sudden, powerful barriers emerged and covered the whole Snow Night Castle. A gorgeous blonde female kindred earl with a voluptuous body standing beside the barrier saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Sir, I am Bina. This is Grand Duke Gogno's Snow Night City. Grand Duke Gogno isn't here now, please leave. If there is anything you want to tell the Grand Duke, we can relay it for you." Although the female kindred earl is the woman Grand Duke Gogno favors the most, but she doesn't dare offend another kindred Grand Duke. Grand Duke Gogno is already dead. I, Duccio, am the new master of Snow Night City from now on. Open the barrier and welcome your new master. This is an order. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and Grand Duke-titled blood energy spread from him and shrouded Snow Night City. He took a deep look at Bina and used the innate ability of Kindred Bloodline Command. Bina's eyes widened, and then the true blood inside her compelled her to shout loudly, "Open the barrier and greet our new master." When Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, he set up a bloodline brand inside his subordinates. As a result, other kindred Grand Dukes of the same bloodline cannot command his subordinates. Now that Grand Duke Gogno has been devoured by Yang Feng's kindred avatar, the bloodline brand set up inside his subordinates has collapsed. His subordinates can no longer resist the command of Yang Feng's kindred avatar, who is also of the 6th true ancestor bloodline. The barrier of Snow Night Castle suddenly collapsed, and transcendent rank auras flew out from inside the castle, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "We welcome you, mighty Grand Duke Duccio. Good. From now on, you are my subordinates." Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth and spread the fingers of a hand, and a ball of blood condensed in his hand. The ball of blood bloomed and turned into bloody rays that flew into Bina and other subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno, and then set up a bloodline brand that belongs to Yang Feng. Unless Yang Feng is killed or a blood ancestor step it is impossible to erase the bloodline brand inside these kindred subordinates. After Yang Feng subdued Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates, he issued an order to have the true blood kindred inside Snow Night City come to Snow Night Castle to swear allegiance to him and receive his bloodline brand. After taking control of Snow Night City, Yang Feng went directly to Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Snow Night City is a secret treasure Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources to forge. Once Snow Night City is fully activated, even a kindred Grand Prince can be defeated. This is a very safe place, so Grand Duke Gogno's treasury is also located here. This is the treasury of Grand Duke Gogno? Sure enough, I made the right choice. As soon as Yang Feng entered the treasury, he saw countless treasures from different planes radiating dazzling light inside. Attracted by fluctuations of divine force, Yang Feng suddenly looked in a direction, and then was taken aback, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Godhead, 1 strong divine force grade Godhead, 2 intermediate divine force grade Godheads, 10 weak divine force grade Godheads, 30 feeble divine force grade Godheads, and 100 demigodheads. Did the old monster slaughter a pantheon? In Feisua Plain, elves only have one strong divine force grade and two intermediate divine force grade gods. For Grand Duke Gogno to have so many godheads here, it is beyond shocking. Fortunately, I brought Li Gui province's powerhouses. Otherwise, if he wasn't killed at that time, the one to die might be me. Yang Feng looked at the bodies of devils, dragons, giants, high elves, and other race powerhouses in the treasury, and felt a chill go down his spine. Grand Duke Gogno was a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse, and he has lived for more than 100,000 years. In that long period of time, who knows how many tough enemies he has killed. This time, however, he didn't expect Yang Feng to scheme against him, which is how he was killed before he displayed his full strength. If it was a head-on confrontation, even if the powerhouses under Yang Feng's command joined forces with the Yu family sisters, they may not be Grand Duke Gogno's opponent. Yang Feng saw a black heart engraved with countless abstruse runes, and his eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. This is the heart of a fallen angel, an infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart. Using this fallen angel heart, plus enough dark force, I can create an infinity warlock rank fallen angel that belongs to me. The life center of human warlocks lies in their soul core. The life center of kindred lies in their true blood, and the life center of fallen angels lies in their heart. It is easy to kill a fallen angel, but it is extremely difficult to obtain a complete fallen angel heart, as they often blow themselves up under adverse circumstances. This infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart is naturally extremely rare. Yang Feng quickly regained his calm. However, to create an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, I need to create a fallen angel pool first. A lot of resources need to be spent. Fallen angel pool is a treasure that births fallen angels. And it is also a place where fallen angels who only have the heart remaining regain their body. An infinity warlock rank fallen angel can fight until only a heart is remaining. As long as the heart returns to falling angel pool, the body can be quickly restored to its peak condition. This is the terror of fallen angel legions. If you don't destroy the fall angel pool, fallen angels are almost like cockroaches that won't die. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said flatly through a communications device, "Alexia, come here." After a short while, a black beam shone, and Alexia appeared behind Yang Feng. "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng took out the fallen angel heart and uttered indifferently, "If you devour this fallen angel heart, can you become an infinity warlock rank blazing angel?" The always indifferent Alexia looked at the fallen angel heart in Yang Feng's hand with a fervent look in her eyes, and her breathing quickened. "I can." Yang Feng threw the heart to Alexia. "Then this is yours." Excitement streaked past Alexia's eyes. Suppressing her excitement, she uttered, "My lord, if you build a fall angel pool, and then inject enough dark force, you can get an infinity warlock rank blazing angel with this heart. Are you sure you want to give me this fallen angel heart?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "I understand. However, you have followed me for so long and rendered considerable military merit. A mere fallen angel heart doesn't count for much. As long as you are willing to serve me wholeheartedly, then I won't treat you badly." Alexia knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng and spoke a vow with a solemn expression. "Yes, I, Alexia, swear to dedicate my body and heart to you, my lord." Prior to this, Alexia only obeyed Yang Feng because she could not resist the shackles of the soul brand. But after accepting the fallen angel heart, she truly recognized Yang Feng as her master. Alexia devoured the heart without hesitation, and a powerful attractive force spread from her delicate body. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless high-grade magic crystals suddenly flew out and released a copious amount of life magic energy that disappeared into Alexia's body. Threads formed from dark force suddenly flew out and formed a dark cocoon around Alexia. Traces of infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly pulsated inside the dark cocoon. Yang Feng showed a smile. It was indeed the right choice to give up ingesting the true blood. In this way, I will soon have 2 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. If Yang Feng ingested an elixir made from Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, he would at most expedite his breakthrough to the bright world warlock realm. But by letting his kindred avatar absorb the true blood, Yang Feng obtained 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Additionally, the tremendous resources in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can bring Yang Feng's power to a higher level. Chapter 674, Monarch Grade Kindred Secret Treasure. Chapter 674, Monarch Grade Kindred Secret Treasure. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng gazed at Grand Duke Gogno's treasury with admiration in his eyes. It's really huge. If you use all the resources here, you could create a warlock group comparable to Zhangji Plain's 10 Great Sects. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank kindred Grand Duke who has reached the bottleneck tens of thousands of years ago, unable to make any headway due to bloodline shackles. Since he had no plans of cultivating another kindred Grand Duke, he accumulated countless resources that are his spoils of war over the years, which he stashed in the treasury. All kindred Grand Dukes have equal footing. They only obey the true ancestors of the same bloodline, and not even kindred Grand Princes can command them. It is for this reason that Grand Duke Gogno hadn't cultivated another kindred Grand Duke. That's a monarch grade secret treasure. In the deepest part of the treasury, there is a huge blood pool thousands of square kilometers in area. In the center of the blood pool, there is a long sword inscribed with countless bloody runes. The bloody long sword emits terrifying blood energy. As soon as Yang Feng saw the long sword, he made a judgment. Yang Feng looked at the long sword floating in the blood pool with a dignified gleam in his eyes. Kindred powerhouses aren't expert at forging secret treasures. This long sword should be a secret treasure that a Grandmaster Alchemist of Zhangji Plain refined for Grand Duke Gogno. Fortunately, this secret treasure hasn't formed yet, or else the ambush would have been a joke. Kindred blood energy, fallen angel dark force, and human warlock life force are completely different types of energy. With the exception of some secret treasures that are versatile in terms of energy, kindred cannot use secret treasures developed by human warlocks. Since kindred powerhouses are sufficiently powerful to contend with human warlocks without using secret treasures, they fundamentally look down on the alchemy of humans. Therefore, there are very few kindred alchemists in God Blood Plane, and consequently there are few secret treasures that kindred can use. Most of the secret treasures created by humans serve to strengthen life force of human warlocks and trigger resonance. Since kindred blood energy is a force completely different from human warlock life force, you need countless Grandmaster Alchemists carrying out deductions to research secret treasures exclusive to kindred. Although Grand Duke Gogno's strength is earth-shattering, but his talent for alchemy is mediocre. He can use precious materials to refine level 8 secret treasures exclusive to kindred, which are completely useless when it comes to him. He can destroy level 8 secret treasures at will. Warlock Monarch grade secret treasures are obviously far beyond the ability of Grand Duke Gogno. For that, he has captured a Grandmaster Alchemist from Zhangji Plain. Under the guidance of the Grandmaster Alchemist, he spent countless materials and time to form a Monarch-grade secret treasure embryo. If Grand Duke Gogno had a Monarch-grade secret treasure, then his fighting strength would have reached Junior Warlock Monarch rank. The Monarch-grade secret treasure would be his ultimate trump card. God Blood, Devil Blood, Angel Blood, Dragon Blood, Archgod Blood. In order to refine this Monarch-grade secret treasure, Grand Duke Gogno spared no cost. It's a pity that he didn't manage to refine this Monarch-grade secret treasure successfully before he died. With the materials available, analyze the refining method of this secret treasure, and compute a method to refine it successfully as soon as possible. Yang Feng gave an order, and 100 level 4 optical computers quickly established models and began to analyze the Monarch-grade secret treasure according to the bodies of knowledge recorded in the database. The Monarch-grade secret treasure has no use to Yang Feng's true body, but his kindred avatar is a kindred Grand Duke. It can fully exert the power of the secret treasure. Secret Treasure City number 5765 Secret Treasure is a kindred secret treasure refined by a kindred bloodline warlock. 7 stars abode number 3476 data has the theoretical conjecture of refining kindred secret treasures. Countless information related to kindred secret treasures quickly flashed in the level 4 optical computers, and then combined with Shizu technology for modeling and analysis. According to the analysis of the current data, It isn't possible to use Zhangji Plain's alchemy to analyze this monarch-grade secret treasure. However, using Shizu technology, we can refine a new monarch-grade secret treasure without changing the blood energy enhancement method. Here is a list of materials needed. A few hours later, a line of information was transmitted by an optical computer. Yang Feng looked at the list of materials, and his eyelids jumped up. The new monarch-grade secret treasure requires almost half of the rare resources in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, among which are godheads, dragon crystals, devil cores, and the like. After a moment of thought, Yang Feng spoke resolutely. Then adopt this plan. Refine the monarch-grade secret treasure at once. There are more than 1 trillion people in Grand Duke Gogno's territory, which is much greater than the number of humans ruled by the human gods in Feisua Plain. At the same time, although the resources this territory can provide cannot compare to the resources a greater province in Zhangji Plain can provide, but it is still amazing. It is more than enough to support the cultivation of 3 infinity warlocks. Grand Duke Gogno is able to occupy such a huge territory because he is a powerful existence of the quasi-warlock monarch rank, and even Grand Prince Kindred are a little apprehensive of him. Without enough strength, Yang Feng cannot hold such a large territory. Before long, all kinds of robots entered the treasury and quickly transformed into various apparatuses like transformers. A machine covered in tentacles suddenly flew out, and then its tentacles with numerous tiny probes quickly approached the bloody long sword and began the next step of analysis. In the world of warlocks, there are countless strange phenomena. Secret treasures with a spirit may even evolve into extraordinary life form-like existences, and they can also practice cultivation and evolve independently. The bloody long sword is a monarch-grade secret treasure embryo. Even so, it needs a careful touch to be successfully refined. 10 days later, the news that Yang Feng's avatar Duchio occupied Snow Night City spread across God Blood Plain. Countless kindred bigwigs learned that an insignificant kindred viscount subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno became a kindred Grand Duke by some stroke of luck, and that Grand Duke Gogno died. God Blood Plain. In an ancient castle, a handsome, very young man in aristocratic attire is holding a beautiful elven girl in his arms, forming a very beautiful picture. The only thing that damages this beautiful picture is the fact that the elven girl has 2 bloody holes on her neck and that blood is oozing out of the 2 bloody holes. Grand Duke Gogno has just died, and then Grand Duke Duchio appeared. What a coincidence! To be able to devour Grand Duke Gogno, this Duchio isn't simple. His scheming is on another level. However, such a guy who reached the pinnacle in one go isn't eligible to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's territory. The corners of the handsome man's mouth curved into a fearsome smile, and fluctuations of blood energy that are only slightly inferior to those of Grand Duke Gogno seeped out from him. God Blood Plain within a manor. A beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a sexy figure wearing a swimsuit and a pair of sunglasses is lying in a chair on a beach. In front of her there is a sea extending without end. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. The sea extending without end overlays with the manor that is hundreds of square kilometers in area, forming a strange scene that ordinary people cannot imagine. A bloody ray emerged and entered the beautiful blonde woman, and she raised the corners of her mouth and spoke in a low voice. Grand Duke Duchio? Interesting, a small-time kindred viscount became a Grand Duke in one go, and even occupied Gogno's treasury. His scheming is incredible. I just don't know if he can hold his territory. Inside Snow Night Castle, in a luxurious palace, a fragrance wafting out from her, Bina stepped into the palace and saw Yang Feng's kindred avatar sitting on the throne surrounded by dozen-plus beautiful girls who originally served as blood banks. As soon as Bina entered the palace, she saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Your Majesty!" Yang Feng let a beautiful dragonborn girl feed him a fruit much sweeter than lychee, and then asked casually, "What is it? Speak." Bina said with a bitter expression. Marquis Levan and Marquis Rania defected to Grand Duke Charlie, and Marquis Riclo's stance is unclear. Among the remaining 13 earls, 10 have been roped in by Grand Duke Charles, while the stances of the other 3 is unclear. 382 viscounts who have originally belonged to Grand Duke Gogno have also defected to Grand Duke Charlie. Now we have only control over Snow Night City, A virtuous minister serves only a virtuous master. Generally, kindred Grand Dukes evolve step by step, and by the time they become Grand Dukes, they will have numerous experts as subordinates to help them govern a huge territory. As Bina gazed at Yang Feng, a faint flash of dissatisfaction flashed in her beautiful eyes. After he occupied Snow Night City, Yang Feng indulges himself like a mouse who jumped into a rice tank. He flirts and plays with the beautiful girls of different races in Snow Night City every day. During this time, he didn't take a single step outside of Snow Night City, giving the rest of the kindred Grand Dukes a chance to recruit kindred powerhouses who belong to Grand Duke Gogno. If it wasn't for the bloodline brand Yang Feng set up on Bina and other kindred powerhouses in Snow Night City, they would have already defected to other Grand Dukes. Chapter 675, Coercion of Visitors. Chapter 675, Coercion of Visitors. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng said indifferently, I understand. Well, if there is nothing else, you can take your leave. Disappointment flashed in Bina's eyes, and she sighed faintly and spoke respectfully. Yes, His Majesty. At this moment, a beautiful, silver-haired human girl kneeling in front of Yang Feng gritted her white teeth, raised her head, and spoke up. Your Majesty, there is something I would like to say. Yang Feng said indifferently, Speak. The beautiful human girl uttered respectfully, Your Majesty, we are honored that you did on us, but we also ask you to focus on the kingdom. Only when the kingdom is peaceful and you are healthy, Your Majesty, can we have a good life. Your Majesty, please give some thought to the kingdom's affairs. In God Bloodplane, a force controlled by a kindred Grand Duke is regarded as a kingdom. Kindred marquises, earls, and viscounts are all aristocrats in such kingdoms. Every year, kindred marquis, earls, and viscounts must provide a lot of resources to the kindred Grand Dukes. The wealth in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury that can create several infinity warlocks, part of it was accumulated thanks to the offerings provided by kindred marquises, earls, and viscounts over the years. The stronger a kindred kingdom is, the more dignified its people will be before people of other kingdoms. Yang Feng smiled and uttered, What's your name? The beautiful human girl replied, My name is Carrie. Read latest T chapters at freewebnov.co only. Yang Feng asked, Not bad. Have you learned how to manage a kingdom? Carrie answered confidently, Yes, I have. I have not only learned dancing, singing, and the common languages of 7 planes, but I also learned how to manage a kingdom. Carrie and the other dozen-plus other race girls around Yang Feng are top blood banks Grand Duke Gogno cultivated by spending countless resources. Existences such as Grand Duke Gogno are very picky when it comes to taste. Their blood banks must not only be beautiful virgins, but must also be knowledgeable and have an outstanding temperament. Much like human aristocrats, their food not only has to be delicious, but also meet certain standards. Carrie and the other beautiful virgin blood banks are elites selected from amid 100 million beautiful girls and carefully nurtured. If placed on Earth, each one of them can become an elite among elites. But such beautiful girls are just food banks of Grand Duke Gogno. Interesting. This is a drop of my blood. Drink it and you will become my blood descendant. Yang Feng extended a finger of his left hand, and a drop of red blood appeared on his finger. The dozen-plus beautiful girls of different races around Yang Feng looked at the drop of bright red blood on his finger with envy in their eyes. In God Bloodplane, only when you become a true blood kindred can you be regarded as an elite. As for these beautiful girls, no matter how beautiful and remarkable they are, but as long as they haven't become true blood kindred, they are just playthings and blood banks. In God Bloodplane, countless handsome men and beautiful women are willing to take part in blood bank contests held by true blood kindred in order to become blood banks of high-level kindred. They try their best to please the other side with the expectation that they may be turned into true blood kindred and become bigwigs in God Bloodplane. Many true blood kindred have started as blood banks of kindred aristocrats. Thank you, Your Majesty. With a flash of ecstasy in her beautiful eyes, Carrie took Yang Feng's finger in her mouth and greedily ingested the drop of blood. Yang Feng's avatar is a kindred Grand Duke. Even if the drop of blood is not kindred true blood, but it still has far more power than ordinary kindred true blood. After Carrie ingested the drop of blood, Tremendous blood energy enveloped her delicate body. Her beautiful eyes turned crimson. Vampire fangs appeared in her mouth, and true blood kindred aura containing enticement diffused from her delicate body. Sensing the powerful blood energy inside her, Carrie, weeping with joy, prostrated herself on the floor in front of Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Thank you for turning me into a distinguished true blood kindred, Your Majesty. I will dedicate everything of mine to you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng was about to say something, when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. "Since you have come, then come in. It seems that your perception ability is rather good, Viscount Duccio. Oh no, I should call you Duke Duccio now." Accompanied by a chuckle, a handsome kindred Grand Duke with a noble temperament oozing out of him and vicissitudes of life pervading his eyes, dressed in formal attire, walked in unhurriedly. The kindred Grand Duke is followed the two people. The two are Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania, formerly subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng swept the kindred Grand Duke with his gaze and said indifferently, "You are Grand Duke Charlie? Are you the one who stole my subordinates and annexed my territory?" Marquis Levon snorted and shouted, "Your territory? That's the territory of Grand Duke Gogno. It doesn't belong to you. Now that Grand Duke Gogno is no more, his territory belongs to the truly strong. Grand Duke Charlie is the true master of these lands." Yang Feng spoke, "Grand Duke Charlie, I am talking to you. When is a dog eligible to participate in the dialogue between Grand Dukes?" With a flash of anger in their eyes, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania stared at Yang Feng. In Sangji Plain, although Bright World Warlocks are far weaker than Infinity Warlocks, but Infinity Warlocks still regard them highly. They are the great elders of many sects. But in God Blood Plane, kindred Grand Dukes have the power to decide the fate of subordinated kindred Marquises. Therefore, the status of kindred Marquises and kindred Grand Dukes is not at the same league. Kindred Grand Dukes are kings, while kindred Marquises are only subjects, albeit with a slightly higher status. They aren't worthy of participating in a dialogue between kings. Charlie replied with a smile, "Levon's words are also my words, and they are not my dogs, but my most loyal subjects, closest confidants, and also my friends." After hearing Charlie's words, the eyes of Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania glittered with emotion, and their loyalty towards him rose higher. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked frigidly, "Charlie, why did you come?" Charlie glanced at Yang Feng with a scornful look in his eyes and sneered, "I came to ask you to hand over Grand Duke Gogno's treasury and Snow Knight City. They are not something that you can take for your own. Grand Duke Charlie is only slightly weaker than Grand Duke Gogno. Even in God Blood Plane, he is in the top 20 among Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses." When Carrie and the other beautiful girls of Snow Knight City heard this, they turned pale, and their eyes revealed traces of fear and despair. Once Yang Feng loses Snow Knight City, the status of Carrie and the other beautiful girls in Snow Knight City will instantly plummet to the bottom. Yang Feng glanced at Charlie like a god overlooking a mortal and said indifferently, "Charlie, this is Snow Knight City. I am curious, why did you choose to challenge me here? Don't you know that Snow Knight City is the strongest secret treasure Grand Duke Gogno has refined?" Charlie replied with a cold smile, "In the hands of Grand Duke Gogno, Snow Knight City is indeed a terrifying secret treasures. So while he was still alive, apart from a few of his friends and the great sixth true ancestor, no Grand Duke and Grand Prince dared to step into Snowy Knight City. However, Duccio, how many days have you been in Snow Knight City? How much of Snow Knight City's strength have you mastered?" "Why?" Yang Feng smiled slightly and paused for a moment, and then said coldly, 100% of course." When Yang Feng's words fell, numerous runes suddenly appeared in Snow Knight City, making the city look like an ancient beast that slept for countless years slowly waking up. All of a sudden, countless runes lit up inside the hall. 2 silver rays shot out from the hall and headed towards Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania. In an instant, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania were hit by the 2 silver rays. Countless runes appeared on them and eroded them. With horrified looks on their faces, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania roared wildly, stimulated their blood energy, and tried to get rid of the runes, but to no avail. The runes still eroded them frantically. Marquis Levon screamed, panic-stricken. "Your Majesty Charlie, save us!" Both Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania can imagine the fate that awaits them once they fall into Yang Feng's hands. Grand Duke Charlie erupted with fearsome blood energy and formed a tract of blood flames burning and purifying dozens of silver rays shooting at him one by one. "Pretty good. Grand Duke Charlie, you're pretty good. If you can beat me, this Snow Night City is yours." Yang Feng, sitting on the throne, smiled coldly and flicked a finger, and a silver ray shone brightly. Marquis Levon exploded in an instant, and 7 drops Marquis True Blood flew towards Yang Feng and landed on his hand. Chapter 676, Killing Grand Duke Charlie. Chapter 676, Killing Grand Duke Charlie. Translator, Xuanhuan. Seeing this scene, Marquis Rania screamed in horror. "Grand Duke Charlie? Save me!" Since Marquis Rania has the bloodline brand of Grand Duke Charlie set up inside him, even if he wants to betray him, he can't. He can only beg Grand Duke Charlie to save him. Channeling blood energy to burn the silver rays, Grand Duke Charlie stared at Yang Feng with a look of incredulity in his eyes. "Fuck! How is this possible? How can he be in control of the entire Snow Night City in such a short time? What's going on?" Snow Night City is a defensive secret treasure Grand Duke Gogno refined by spending 10,000 years and countless resources. Even kindred grand princes will be defeated, or even quelled once they enter Snow Night City. However, Snow Night City is the most important trump card of Grand Duke Gogno. Except for Grand Duke Gogno, even his trusted aides, the 3 kindred marquises, do not know the mysteries of Snow Night City. To fully master this large secret treasure, even a kindred Grand Duke would need decades or even 100 years. This is the reason why Grand Duke Charlie dared to break into Snow Night City and threaten the new kindred Grand Duke Yang Feng. But to Yang Feng, who mastered Sangji Plain's advanced alchemy, gathered alchemy data from Ligui Province's warlock groups, and analyzed Golem Dynasty's celestial body relic that suppressed the supposed Golem Lord. Taking control of a secret treasure is much easier than to God Bloodplane's kindred. After he occupied Snow Night City, Yang Feng appeared to be idle. But in fact, he sent countless battle robots to hold the key positions of Snow Night City and took control of Snow Night City. Die! As if a god who overlooks the secular world and grasps the fate of countless life forms, Yang Feng glanced at Marquis Rania and barked coldly. Following a dazzling silver ray, Marquis Rania burst apart, and 7 drops of Marquis True Blood flew towards Yang Feng. Staring at Yang Feng's kindred avatar, Duke Charlie said solemnly, "Duccio, I admit defeat. I will erase the bloodline brand I left in the subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno and return them to you. I will also return you their territories. Now let me go." Yang Feng, sitting on the throne, said with a smile, "Sorry, but I'm more interested in the true blood inside you. In short, you are right. Only the truly powerful can own Grand Duke Gogno's domain. I am still quite weak. But as long as I absorb your true blood, I can become a powerhouse who can rival Grand Duke Gogno. As such, please die here in Snow Night City." Bina gave Yang Feng a deep look, and her pretty eyes flashed with excitement. "So that's how it is." He showed his weakness in order to lure other Grand Dukes into Snow Night City, and then take the opportunity to use Snow Night City to quell and devour the opponent. What a great scheme. If it's him, he might become a greater existence than Grand Duke Gogno. There was also a flash of excitement in the eyes of the 12+ beautiful girls of various races standing next to the throne. In God Bloodplane, the strong are revered. Compared to Sangji Plain, the law of the jungle here is more cruel and prominent. As the ruler of a kingdom, the stronger Yang Feng is and the more brilliant his means are, the better off the people under his command will be and the more superior they will feel when dealing with people from other kingdoms. "If it's just you, you can't make me stay," Grand Duke Charlie bellowed, and countless blood flames surged and formed a bloody fire, taking up an area 1 meter in diameter with him as the center. The silver rays that could easily quell a kindred marquis slammed into the bloody fire and collapsed, unable to harm Grand Duke Charlie. Yang Feng, sitting on the throne, said with a lofty smile, "Blood Flame's origin domain. Impressive. Grand Duke Charlie, you're indeed stronger than I am. Come on, Let's have a fair fight. If you can kill me, everything will be yours." Grand Duke Charlie was enraged when he heard this. In here, he has to resist countless silver rays, which consumes a tremendous amount of energy with every passing breath. Fighting with Yang Feng in this place is simply courting death. Grand Duke Charlie is a formidable character. After rapidly making a judgment, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of bloody light and rushed outside. The countless silver rays kept blasting into Grand Duke Charlie's blood flame's origin domain, but to no avail. To be able to escape from my Snow Knight castle, I didn't expect anything less from you, Grand Duke Charlie. It's a pity that this is Snow Knight City, a place that can suppress Grand Prince powerhouses. So go ahead and die. Sitting on the throne, countless bloody runes flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and a tremendous amount of blood energy entered Snow Knight Castle. Above Snowy Night City, countless forces surged and formed 9 huge bloody pillars in the wink of an eye. The 9 huge blood pillars intertwined with each other, surged with boundless blood energy, and frantically extracted vitality of more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Knight City. The vitality of more than 10 billion life forms connected with the 9 huge bloody pillars and formed a bloody atlas inscribed with countless runes that seems to contain the power of a world. At the very center of the bloody atlas, there is an eye of an unknown existence. The eye who, according to legend, is from a foreign universe, opened slowly and fired a green beam that slammed into Grand Duke Charlie in a flash. Inside the green beam, Grand Duke Charlie struggled like a bug stuck on a spider web, and the blood flame origin domain that has an astonishing defense collapsed inch by inch. Grand Duke Charlie roared wildly, "Duccio, Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor are not permitted to kill one another. By killing me, aren't you afraid of the 6th true ancestor's punishment? Release me, spare my life, and I will give you sufficient compensation." "Release you? How is that possible? Go ahead and die." Yang Feng smiled fiercely, and Infinity Warlock rank blood energy surged, compressed, and formed a 20-meter-long bloody sword that slashed towards Grand Duke Charlie. Trying his best to resist the green beam, Grand Duke Charlie has no margin to resist the bloody sword as well. He could only watch as the bloody sword sliced him in two. The green beam took this chance to break the defense of Grand Duke Charlie and swallow him completely. Once the green beam disappeared, only 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood remained. The 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood shivered and flew towards the huge eye in the atlas. "Your offering is only 1 drop of Grand Duke True Blood. Don't go too far." Yang Feng snorted coldly, extended his hand that crossed the void, and grabbed 7 drops of Grand Duke True Blood, staring coldly at the huge eye in the atlas who is from a foreign universe. That strange huge eye emitted angry roars, furious that Yang Feng robbed its loot. Under the wrath of the huge eye, everyone inside Snow Knight City, who is not a true blood kindred, knelt on the ground and shivered in fear. Yang Feng sneered and breathed in, and sucked the 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's true blood into his mouth. With his intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength, he can already devour Grand Duke Charlie's true blood by himself. Once he devoured the true blood, a tremendous amount of blood energy immediately poured into him and nourished him, prompting his life's essence to evolve and become stronger and stronger. If the true body of the huge eye from another universe were here, it could squash Yang Feng like a bug. But it is only a projection that uses the power of the entire Snow Knight City to maintain its existence. No matter how furious it can only devour the 1 drop of Grand Duke True Blood, and then disappear slowly. The 9 bloody pillars collapsed and disappeared one by one, and the fearsome power shrouding Snow Knight City disappeared instantly. freewebnovel.com. He killed Charlie. This content is taken from fgeriwebnovel.com. He gained full control of Snow Knight City. What's going on? Is it a trap set up by the old fox Gogno? Grand Duke True Blood should already have no effect on Gogno. This should not be a plot of Gogno. This Duccio is really treacherous. Powerful beings hiding tens of thousands of kilometers away are observing the goings-on here through all kinds of extraordinary methods. Seeing Charlie being killed by Yang Feng, these powerful beings felt a chill run down their spine, and their hearts filled with apprehension towards Yang Feng. Kindred Grand Dukes are Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. They are nearly imperishable beings. As long as the true blood is not destroyed, they can quickly restore themselves. In a fight between Kindred Grand Dukes, at most, one side will lose, while the other side is unable of exterminating the defeated side. Yu Yan is much stronger than Kindred Grand Dukes of God Bloodplane, yet she was still seriously injured by the attacks of several Kindred Grand Dukes. For none of the Kindred Grand Dukes to die while fighting Yu Yan is a testament to their strength and survivability. Charlie's death at Yang Feng's hands filled these Kindred Grand Dukes with fear and apprehension, and their thoughts of dealing with him also mostly dissipated. Convey my order. Attack the domains of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie at once. They all belong to me, Duccio. Kill anyone who resists. Mwahaha. After Yang Feng devoured Grand Duke Charlie's true blood, a fearsome aura not the least bit inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno rose from him into the sky and formed a terrifying column of blood energy. Chapter 677, Fighting Three Grand Dukes. Chapter 677, Fighting Three Grand Dukes. Translator, Xuanhuan. My lord, you are truly the greatest being. My lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. In Snow Night City, the more than 10 billion life forms of different races feeling the terrifying blood energy emitted by Yang Feng prostrated themselves on the ground and praised him excitedly and emotionally. In God Bloodplane strong are revered. As the ruler of a kingdom, Yang Feng, who is now no weaker than Grand Duke Gogno used to be, has enough power to awe all his subjects. Yang Feng mobilized 300,000 kindred from Snow Night City with an order and formed a kindred legion. However, there isn't a single Viscount-titled kindred among the 300,000 kindred. Viscount-titled kindred are transcendent rank powerhouses, and they are also the key of maintaining Snow Night City that can quell Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. They cannot be dispatched rashly. Yang Feng's kindred avatar turned into a stream of light and flew towards Grand Duke Charlie's dwelling Scarlet Thorn City. Scarlet Thorn City is the center of Scarlet Thorn's kingdom. But unlike the secret treasure Snow Night City forged from a celestial body, it is just an ordinary ancient castle. Nevertheless, no one dares to run rampant here. And that is because Scarlet Thorn City is the residence of Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie is extremely powerful, and is only slightly inferior to Duke Gogno. Furthermore, he is tactful and cunning, and has established friendly relationships with more than a dozen kindred Grand Dukes. His sphere of influence is wider than that of Grand Duke Gogno. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura suddenly filled Scarlet Thorn City, and a handsome young man walked out of a distorted track of space and said unhurriedly, I am Grand Duke Figo, a friend of Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie has died at the hands of Grand Duke Duccio. Everyone, come out now. Kindred Grand Duke blood energy burst out from Grand Duke Figo and enveloped Scarlet Thorn City. Powerful auras rose from Scarlet Thorn City, and 9 kindred marquises, 23 kindred earls, and 215 kindred viscounts flew out from Scarlet Thorn City and formed small groups. While joining forces, these Scarlet Thorn City's transcendent rank powerhouses can contend against a kindred Grand Duke for a short period of time. However, a kindred Grand Duke can eliminate them one at a time until none of them is left. The young pinnacle kindred Marquis at the very front gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Figo, if we surrender to you, will you help us kill Duccio? Figo frowned, smiled bitterly, and sighed, saying, Charmant, Duccio absorbed your father's true blood. By now he's already stronger than I am. Among kindred Grand Dukes, only Grand Duke Raynor subordinated to the 3rd Tuesday ancestor and Grand Duke Akunha subordinated to the 7th true ancestor can rival him. I can only protect you, but I can't kill him. Charmant is a kindred powerhouse naturally born from the union of Grand Duke Charlie and a female Grand Duke Marquis. Once he became an adult, he had the strength of a kindred earl. Now he has the strength of a pinnacle kindred Marquis, and may condense the 8th drop of true blood at any time and become a kindred Grand Duke. In Scarlet Thorn City, except for Grand Duke Charlie, Grand Duke Charmant is the strongest powerhouse, and he controls all armed forces in the city. Figo suddenly raised his head and looked in a direction. only to see a scarlet stream of light gleaming faintly in the distance, and then a handsome, middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man smiled. Emitting kindred Grand Duke aura, he made an overbearing declaration. Charmant, you will be divided between Grand Duke Figo and I, Grand Duke Ramos. Grand Duke Figo, let's split them 50-50. Charmant looked at Figo with a pleading look in his eyes. Uncle Figo, once Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo divide things between them, the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie will also be split up by the two Grand Dukes. Without the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie, even though his talent is excellent, it will be difficult for Charmant to break trough and promote to a kindred Grand Duke. Moreover, there is a great possibility that he will die under mysterious circumstances before he advances to a kindred Grand Duke. Figo glanced at Charmant with a placid expression, not saying a word. Realizing Figo's stance, Charmant's heart sank. The wealth left by Grand Duke Charlie is too attractive. Although Figo and Ramos were friends with Charlie, but now that he's dead, their friendship is dissolved. I disagree. There was a flash of scarlet light, and a sexy and enchanting woman with long blonde hair cascading like a waterfall appeared, a sweet smile on her face. As soon as the enchanting woman appeared, she confronted Figo and Ramos and smiled sweetly, and kindred Grand Duke aura seeped out from her. Let's divide things three-way. Ramos narrowed his eyes and revealed an elegant smile. Grand Duke Monia, if it's you, then you're indeed qualified to divide things equally with us. Let's form an alliance, the three of us. If someone else appears, then let's join forces and defeat them. Grand Duke Charlie's wealth is not enough to share with more people. Grand Duke Monia uttered decisively, "Okay." Grand Duke Figo nodded and agreed with Ramos's proposal as well. I don't agree with this proposal. A scarlet ray flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the three kindred Grand Dukes and gazed at them loftily. When Charmant saw Yang Feng, his eyes turned bloodshot. A beast-like growl escaped his lips, and a violent killing intent seeped out of his body. Duccio! Without giving Charmant more than a glance, Yang Feng's gaze wandered between the three Grand Dukes. The look in his eyes relaxed. Update D from FRUUBnovel.com. The three kindred Grand Dukes stared at Yang Feng with dignified expressions. In the eyes of these kindred Grand Dukes, Yang Feng, who evolved into a kindred Grand Duke and seized the opportunity to occupy Snow Night City, is just a scheming and lucky guy. But then Yang Feng killed Grand Duke Charlie and devoured 7 drops of his true blood, and his cultivation base rose to the level of Grand Duke Gogno. Now none of them looks down on him. Ramos gazed at Yang Feng apprehensively and said, "Since you're also here, Grand Duke Duccio, then let's equally divide the resources here 4-way. The two Grand Dukes Figo and Monia nodded and agreed to the proposal. In terms of cultivation base alone, Yang Feng is the strongest one here, and thus the apprehensive three Grand Dukes made this proposal. Charmant's face immediately paled, and bitterness and anger filled his eyes. Before the death of Charlie, the three Grand Dukes Ramos, Figo, and Monia were allies of Charlie. The 4 of them formed an alliance to contend against Grand Duke Gogno. But shortly after Charlie's death, these 3 former allies have already joined forces with Charlie's murderer, making Charmant bitterly disappointed. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with red light, and he said with a smile, "That won't do. Since Grand Duke Charlie was killed by me, then all of his wealth belongs to me alone." As soon as this statement came out, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. The auras of Figo and the other 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses resonated subtly. They are clearly ready to join forces. Figo's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered frigidly, "Duccio, even though you have devoured Charlie's true blood and your blood energy is a notch stronger than ours, but after all, you have advanced to a Grand Duke not long ago. Do you really want to be our enemy? Don't forget, this is not Snow Night City. Those who have just promoted to a kindred Grand Duke by absorbing true blood are in a weakened state for a period of time. In God Blood Plane, a true blood kindred once found a drop of true ancestor true blood by a stroke of luck, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Within a short period of 10 days, he evolved into a kindred Grand Duke. But shortly after his promotion, the lucky guy was sneak attacked and killed by a marquee titled True Blood Kindred. This made Kindred realize that although consuming true blood can give you great power in a short time, but it takes a lot of time to take full control of that great power. In our race, the strong are revered. Since we reached an impasse, then let's fight. There was a flash of red light in Yang Feng's eyes. He drew the Monarch Grade Secret Treasure Sword God Blood Sword inlaid with numerous powerful cores, Demon Core, Dragon Crystal, and others. Tremendous blood energy welled up from the Monarch Grade Secret Treasure God Blood Sword and formed a sword that seems to contain the extraordinary blood energy of countless races. Blood red divided the earth and the sky. With its boundless power, the sword exuding a tyrannical aura devoured and quelled the void. Monarch Grade Secret Treasure. Damn it! This is the Monarch Grade Secret Treasure from Gogno's treasury. Figo's complexion changed dramatically, and he roared wildly and erupted with a copious amount of blood energy that formed a scarlet enneagram barrier. The two Grand Dukes Monia and Ramos gritted their teeth and pointed with a finger, and formed a scarlet enneagram barrier respectively. The frightening sword appearing to be capable of slicing the world in two slammed into the three scarlet enneagram barriers, and they collapsed and shattered one by one. Figo and the other two were instantly engulfed by the sword. Chapter 678, Defeating the Three Grand Dukes. Chapter 678, Defeating the Three Grand Dukes. Translator, Xayamoj. Following scarlet flashes of light, Figo and the other two kindred Grand Dukes immediately escaped from the scarlet sword and fled towards the distance. Curse you, Duccio! I will bear this in mind. Duccio, today's matter isn't over. Not by a long shot. As the three kindred Grand Dukes escaped, they swore at Yang Feng. The power of a Monarch Grade Secret Treasure is terrifying. Since the three kindred Grand Dukes don't stand a chance at defeating Yang Feng, they very reasonably chose to escape. In God Blood Plane, kindred Grand Dukes very rarely die since they will choose to escape once things turn south. Yang Feng quietly watched as the three kindred Grand Dukes fled. The three kindred Grand Dukes are old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years. They are proficient in all kinds of escape methods. It may be easy to defeat them, but it is extremely difficult to kill them. As for Grand Duke Charlie, he died because he entered Snow Night City that was fully controlled by Yang Feng. But in the outside world, even a kindred Grand Prince would find it extremely difficult to kill a kindred Grand Duke. The countenance of Marquis Charmant changed greatly, and he roared loudly, "Run!" The kindred transcendents subordinated to Charmant turned into streams of scarlet light and fled in all directions. "I order you to stop!" Yang Feng's eyes gleamed with scarlet light, and Grand Duke-titled fluctuations of blood energy enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. The true blood inside the kindred viscounts surged, and they ground to a halt, a look of despair on their faces. With a look of struggling on their faces, the 23 kindred earls clenched their teeth and continued flying into the distance. The 9 kindred marquises shuddered slightly and slowed down by a little. The stronger a kindred is, the more resistance they have towards bloodline command. As for true blood kindred marquises, unless they have a bloodline brand inside them, they can resist Grand Duke-titled commands. Charmant, you are indeed Charlie's most remarkable child, a powerhouse most hopeful of evolving into a kindred Grand Duke. Unfortunately, since we are enemies, you all have to die. You can be proud of dying to this Monarch Grade Secret Treasure God Blood Sword. There was a fierce flash in Yang Feng's eyes, and he poured Pinnacle Grand Duke-titled blood energy into God Blood Sword and slashed out. In an instant, the whole world changed and turned into a scene from hell. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. High elves, devils, angels, fiends, giants, dragons, and other powerful beings with torn bodies dripping with blood emerged and darted towards the 9 true blood kindred marquises. The faces of the 9 true blood kindred marquises changed dramatically, and then they unleashed offensive secret methods to attack those powerful beings. Blood blade! A kindred marquis roared and waved his hand, and a blade formed of compressed blood energy that could even injure an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse slashed towards a giant. Blood blade is a powerful offensive secret treasure that kindred grasp. Every time an enemy is slashed by it, all their blood essence will be instantly extracted and sent back to the caster. With this move, true blood kindred powerhouses can get stronger while fighting weaker enemies, not fearing group attacks. The 50-meter-tall giant was instantly chopped in two. Yes, it succeeded. A gleam of joy has just streaked past the eyes of the kindred marquis, when the upper body of the giant suddenly appeared in front of him. With his right hand covered in blood energy, the giant caught the kindred marquis and stuffed him into his mouth. Hair-raising screams came from the mouth of the giant as he chewed, and then the fluctuations of power of the kindred marquis disappeared. After that kindred marquis was killed, the other 7 kindred marquises also screamed one after another. They were killed by those weird beings. Duccio, I curse you. Charmant persevered for 3 more breaths of time than the last true blood kindred marquis before also issuing miserable screams and dying. Yang Feng shook the god blood sword in his hand, and drops of marquis true blood flew out of the sword and fell into a jade box engraved with countless runes in his other hand. Every drop of marquis true blood is invaluable. When sold in Great Cloud Dynasty, it will surely attract countless powerhouses to contest over it. A drop of marquis true blood can turn a warlock into a bloodline warlock with bright world warlock rank potential. This kind of treasure is very precious. After he killed the kindred marquises with a strike, Yang Feng smiled coldly at the 23 kindred earls who had escaped 100 kilometers away, inserted god blood sword into the sheath, and spread the fingers of a hand, and scarlet light suddenly spread and swept the 23 kindred earls. The 23 kindred earls shattered and turned into drops of Earl true blood. The gap in strength between Infinity Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks is terrifyingly wide. Since this kindred avatar of Yang Feng already possesses quasi-warlock monarch rank cultivation base, he dealt with the restrained kindred earls without any suspense. Yang Feng swept the 215 kindred viscounts with a glance and used bloodline command, saying coldly, "As for you all, die! No! Spare me!" The 215 kindred viscounts exploded, and drops of viscount true blood flew out of their bodies and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Since these kindred are powerhouses nurtured by Grand Duke Charlie, they are loyal to him and have a sense of belonging. Even if Yang Feng imprinted the bloodline brand into these transcendent rank kindred, it would only make them obey his orders. Outside this, these kindred powerhouses who hate him will oppose him in secret, so he chose to kill them all. Anyway, with their true blood, he can easily cultivate a batch of loyal subordinates. Yang Feng waved his hand, and thousands of modified Undyings, Void Assassins, Sealer, and other battle robots flew into Scarlet Thorn City and occupied all the key places. At the same time, countless nano-robots flew into Scarlet Thorn City as well. Yang Feng used Snow Knight City to kill Grand Duke Charlie. Similarly, he is worried that others would use this trick against him. Before entering Scarlet Thorn City, he must confirm whether there is a powerful defensive secret treasure placed inside. As soon as the thousands of 4th-generation battle robots entered Scarlet Thorn City, like hot knife slicing through butter, they easily wiped out any resistance. After performing an analysis, although there are some magic restrictions targeting kindred in Scarlet Thorn City, but it's not on the level of Snow Knight City. Once Yang Feng confirmed that Scarlet Thorn City is no threat to him, he entered it and came to Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. Once he stepped into Grand Duke Charlie's treasury, Yang Feng saw countless rare resources placed randomly inside. It is a dazzling sight. Even an Infinity Warlock would be excited by the wealth inside this treasury. Yang Feng glanced at the treasury and uttered regretfully, "Grand Duke Charlie cannot compare to Grand Duke Gogno. There are countless rare treasures in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. But when it comes to rare treasures such as Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Heart, Strong Divine Force Grade Godhead, and other such first-rate treasures, there are almost none. The amount of resources in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury may be 3 times that of the amount of resources in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. But the value of the treasures here is not even 1/10. Because Grand Duke Gogno has participated in many wars in order to achieve a breakthrough and even participated in the war that overthrew the 8th Warlock dynasty of the humans, he gained some impressive treasures. Grand Duke Charlie was a crafty man who was unwilling to take risks in the top-level plane wars, which is the reason why he has so many resources in his treasury, yet has very few top treasures. No matter what plane you are in, you cannot use ordinary magic crystals to buy exceptional treasures such as Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Heart and Strong Divine Force Grade Godhead. Only treasures with similar value can be exchanged for these exceptional treasures. This is Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool. It is really surprising that Grand Duke Charlie has such a nice treasure. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of a silver pool. The silver pool looks like it's less than 20 meters in diameter, but if you look at it closely, you can see that the pool seems to be endless and that there are countless shining specks of starlight forming stars. This silver pool is Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool, which according to legend is one of the most important secret treasures of Magic Note Dynasty. Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool does not have any offensive nor defensive capabilities. Its only function is to birth semi-plane seeds when enough resources are provided. In Magic Note Dynasty era, thanks to Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool, a lot of the most outstanding warlock geniuses have implanted semi-plane seeds inside them and have embarked on the strongest warlock path. Chapter 679, Yu Yen asks for help. Chapter 679, Yu Yen asks for help. Translator, Xuanhuan. Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool is an unparalleled treasure for human warlocks. Who knows how many warlock geniuses have to struggle in astral boundary to get a plane seed. However, plane seeds are of little use to kindred. The cultivation of kindred hinges entirely on blood energy. As a kindred, only by constantly absorbing powerful blood and purifying your true blood can you continue to evolve. Yang Feng mused. Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool can enable the most talented individuals under my control to form a small world. But the number of such talents is bound to be great. Even in Magic Note Dynasty era, there were not too many warlocks who had a semi-plane seed implanted inside them. And that's because each and every warlock who implants a semi-plane seed and embarks on the strongest warlock path consumes a lot of resources. Furthermore, more than 99% of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them are stuck in the Bright World Warlock realm, finding it extremely hard to break through and advance to the Infinity Warlock realm. For human warlocks, there is a huge checkpoint between the Bright World Warlock and the Infinity Warlock realm, which is also known as the Life and Death checkpoint. Countless talented Bright World Warlocks are stuck at this checkpoint for the rest of their life. For Bright World Warlocks who have formed a small world, to transform and evolve into Infinity Warlocks is more than 1,000 times harder than for ordinary Bright World Warlocks. It is precisely because of this that Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world are so rare. In Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, each individual is an outstanding talent among Infinity Warlocks, yet none of them has formed a virtual world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. This treasure can be used by Shuer and Regina. The resources provided by Ligui Province, Andrak Plain, Fuso Subcontinent, Feisua Plain, and Turandot Subcontinent can support the cultivation of about 30 Infinity Warlocks who formed a small world. All of a sudden, Yang Feng remembered something. Wait a minute! With Myriad Transformations Star Origin Pool, I can form more small worlds inside me. I remember that the Nine Realms Lord had defeated the Star Lord on several occasions. If it wasn't for the Star Lord being proficient in divination, which provided him with an opportunity to ascend the throne, the Nine Realms Lord should have been the ruler of the 4th Warlock Dynasty. After the collapse of the 3rd Warlock Dynasty and before the establishment of the 4th Warlock Dynasty, Songji Plain's human warlocks have seen the rise of numerous freakish geniuses. Numerous geniuses competed for the position of the Warlock Emperor. And among those geniuses, the most outstanding at the time was not the Star Lord, but a peerless genius called Nine Realms Lord. The Nine Realms Lord has formed 9 worlds inside him, and the path he walked was to refine the law of power into the essence of power. He could erupt with world force of 9 worlds and the essence of power in an instant, giving him the power to suppress everyone. The Star Lord fought the Nine Realms Lord several times, and he has been defeated by the Nine Realms Lord every time. In the end, the Star Lord used his power of divination to seize the opportunity to ascend the throne, advance to a Warlock Emperor, and quell the Nine Realms Lord in one fell swoop. The Nine Realms Lord is recognized by everyone to have battle prowess comparable to the Junior Warlock Emperor rank. Of course, this assessment came as a result of a battle between the Nine Realms Lord and the Star Lord when the Star Lord had just promoted to a Warlock Emperor. But once the Star Lord reached his peak, just like with other human Warlock Emperors, wherever he went, transcendence retreated, with no one daring to face his edge. He was recognized as one of the strongest 7 human Warlock Emperors. Yang Feng ordered with a thought, "Check for the Nine Realms Lord's cultivation method." An optical computer surged with streams of data and rapidly checked the data in the database. Soon a piece of information was sent back. In the current database, there are only 3 complete volumes and 2 incomplete volumes of the secret method Nine Realms text cultivated by the Nine Realms Lord. The complete volumes are the 5th, 6th, and 7th volumes, and the incomplete volumes are the 4th and 8th volumes. The secret method for forming and absorbing 9 worlds is recorded in the 6th volume. The Nine Realms Lord was a powerhouse with Warlock Emperor rank strength, and his Nine Realms text is regarded as an Empyrean grade text. But few people cultivate it. FRYOUBnovel.com. The 9 semi-plane seeds required by Nine Realms text are extremely hard to procure. Besides, once you have formed 9 small worlds, the consumption required by those 9 small worlds, even the battle demon sect of the 10 great sects won't be able to bear it. The Nine Realms Lord was born into Zhangji Plains number 1 sect at the time. In order to obtain resources necessary to cultivate the 9 worlds, he destroyed countless sects and plundered the resources of countless planes. The 9 worlds circulate one another, grow, and absorb the power of the surroundings at all times, making him unequaled in the same realm. Yang Feng ordered, "Very good. Analyze how my true body should practice cultivation to be able to cultivate it perfectly." This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. 1000 level 4 optical computers immediately operated wildly and began to perform deductions. This is equivalent to 10 Infinity Warlocks carrying out deduction and analysis nonstop. After Yang Feng conquered Scarlet Thorn City, the 300,000-strong Kindred Legion left Snow Knight City and headed for the domains of Grand Duke Gogno and Duke Charlie. Yang Feng personally led the troops into battle. No kindred dared to contend with him, and so they all took the initiative to surrender and become his subordinates. The territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie were thus directly annexed by him. The kindred Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor remained silent, not interfering with his matters. Yang Feng's kindred avatar not only possesses a cultivation base comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, but he also has the monarch-grade secret treasure god bloodsword specific to kindred. He is not an existence that ordinary kindred Grand Dukes can contend with. After Yang Feng annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie, he stopped expanding and began to stabilize the rule of those 2 territories. The kindred Grand Dukes who were nervous felt relieved when they saw that Yang Feng knows how not to go too far. Kindred Grand Dukes are Infinity Warlock rank existences, and their regeneration ability is extremely strong and fast, far superior to that of human warlocks. If such a powerhouse made up their mind to escape, then even kindred Grand Princes may not be able to stop them. As a result, struggles between kindred Grand Dukes are limited in scope. They rarely fight one another to the death. After Grand Duke Charlie was quelled by Yang Feng in Snow Knight City, his territory became ownerless. These kindred Grand Dukes aren't willing to clash with Yang Feng over ownerless land. But if Yang Feng attacks their domains, it will definitely cause the other Grand Dukes to fight back. In God Blood Plane, although the 9 true ancestors are in seclusion, but they are all alive, and there are also kindred Grand Princes. Even though Yang Feng is daring, but he doesn't want to anger the 6th true ancestor and bring about his own doom. The 6th true ancestor is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence. If they stepped in, then despite Yang Feng being as strong as Grand Duke Gogno, only death would await him. God Blood Plane regained its peace once Yang Feng annexed the domains of the 2 Grand Dukes. 0 days after Yang Feng unified the domains of the 2 Grand Dukes, within a hall of Snow Knight Castle. The palm of Yang Feng's kindred avatar enjoying himself with beautiful girls of different races suddenly heated up, and a crimson mark appeared on it. Yang Feng's kindred avatar raised the corners of his mouth. "You can't bear it at last?" In the sky above a mountain range, there are 3 figures tangling together and colliding. Amid the collisions, Flames and blood flames rain down onto the mountain range below. As soon as a flame falls on the ground, it turns into a raging fire spreading in all directions and burning everything in its wake. In the wake of the blood flames, the blood inside intelligent life forms will shot out of their bodies, turn into scarlet rays, and enter the body of the kindred Grand Duke in the sky. Kindred are one of the races least afraid of crowd attacks. In a battle, they can absorb the blood of low-level intelligent life forms and transform it into pure blood energy to attack, defend, and regenerate, making it extremely difficult to deal with them. A handsome young man frantically manipulating blood energy sent one wave of attacks after another blasting towards the Yu family's sisters. At the same time, he spoke elegantly. "Yu Yan, surrender. The great sixth true ancestor has promised that as long as you surrender, he will personally transform you and your sister into our kind. If you continue to resist, then I can only kill you and your sister. 2 holy grade secret treasures and 2 monarch grade secret treasures, plus an infinity warlock corpse and a bright world warlock corpse are a windfall to me." At this time, Yu Tianling is already bruised all over, and her face is haggard. There is no semblance of a peerless beauty. Her aura is very weak, only emitting junior bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. Yu Yan, on the other hand, exudes a burnt smell, and her eyes are listless, but she still clenches her teeth, holds Black Fenghuang's spear tightly in her hands, and urges Black Fenghuang flames to burn the blood flames. Yu Yan knows very well that once the both of them fall into the hands of the kindred true ancestor, their ending will be miserable. Among the 9 true ancestors, the 6th true ancestor is a sadist who likes to torture powerful women. Once women of different races fall into his hands, life is worse than death. The 6th true ancestor was severely injured by a female Holy Spirit warlock of Zhangji Plain. She destroyed his male appendages, and with a karma weapon to boot. Even the 1st true ancestor cannot heal such an injury. This had an adverse impact on his psyche, turning him into a scary sadist who likes to torture and kill Zhangji Plain's female warlocks the most. Well aware of this, Yu Yan gritted her teeth and asked Yang Feng for help. Chapter 680, Defeating Grand Duke Toli. Chapter 680, Defeating Grand Duke Toli. Translator, Zayamoch. Grand Duke Toli creased his eyebrows, a look of worry in his eyes. Pig-headed, since many of God Blood Plains' kindred Grand Dukes aren't willing to stake it all on fighting the first-rate Infinity Warlock Yu Yan, they take turns attacking her. This is how Yu Yan and Yu Tianling managed to escape again and again. True blood flames transformation. Grand Duke Toli took a deep look at Yu Yan, and countless scarlet runes suddenly emerged from his body. An area 1,000 meters in radius was covered by scarlet. The bodies of all life forms within this area fluttered, and blood essence inside them shot out, turned into specks of scarlet light, and entered Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! He's going all out. Surprised, a dignified look overcame Yu Yan's beautiful eyes. Taich's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. True blood flames transformation is a kindred secret method that ignites the true blood inside them and forms a domain similar to a divine domain with them as the center. Inside the domain, all existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank will have their blood essence extracted and turned into the source of power of the true blood kindred, and the strength of the true blood kindred will be increased by 1 rank. Black Fenghuang Absolute Thrust. Yu Yan clenched her pearl-white teeth and unleashed a secret method to squeeze out the power inside her. Her body suddenly expanded, black flames enveloped her Black Fenghuang spear, and the spear issued buzzing sounds. Yu Yan took a step forward, the space swayed slightly, and a black ray emerged in front of Grand Duke Toli and thrust at him like a bolt of lightning. Grand Duke Toli joined his hands together, and berserk blood energy poured out and formed a scarlet whirlpool. Yu Yan thrust her spear into the scarlet whirlpool and pierced through 3/4 of it in an instant. Just before Yu Yan's Black Fenghuang spear was about to run through the scarlet whirlpool, her body fluttered, and she dropped down like a shooting star, slammed into the earth, and blasted open a large hole 100 meters in diameter in the ground. Inside the large hole, Yu Yan is trembling and loosing a copious amount of blood from all over, dyeing her red. She can hardly move. Sister! Yu Tianling uttered a mournful cry, Countless flames ignited around her, and she turned into a flame Xuanhuan and stabbed her spear at Grand Duke Toli. "You're too weak." Grand Duke Toli glanced at Yu Tianling, smiled coldly, and spread the fingers of a hand, and numerous scarlet rays formed a world containing endless scarlet that swept towards her. Swept by the world containing endless scarlet, the flames around Yu Tianling extinguished, and blood poured into her facial orifices and formed scarlet runes. Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes turned white, her delicate body trembled, and her face twisted, and strange runes spread on her body. Yu Yen struggled to turn her head, looked into the void, and shouted, "Lei Ming, save my sister. I beg you. I agree to anything you want." Lei Ming, startled, Grand Duke Toli turned to look in the direction Yu Yen is looking. "No, behind me." Faint alarm bells went off in his mind, and Grand Duke Toli turned around and saw a black ray flicker far away, and then appear before him in the wink of an eye. A sword ray enveloped with fallen angel flames slashed towards him. Blood Realm Shield. Runes rose around Grand Duke Toli and formed a huge blood shield blocking before him. The sword ray containing fallen angel flames crashed into the blood shield and sliced it open, and then cut open a huge wound on Grand Duke Toli's body. Fallen Angel. Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel. No, she's stronger than that. Is that a secret treasure developed by a human warlock for fallen angels? Damn human alchemist. Grand Duke Toli blurred into motion and retreated by tens of kilometers at once. At the same time, he swept out with his powerful soul force and found out that the person who attacked him is Alexia equipped with ruler armor, and his face fell. Once she consumed the Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel heart, Alexia evolved into an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel in one fell swoop. After equipping ruler armor, her combat power reached the Quasi-Monarch Warlock rank. At a glance, Grand Duke Toli can tell that something is amiss. This. Grand Duke Toli just wanted to speak, when black afterimages appeared before him, and 7 sword rays pierced towards him from different directions. A look of fury on his face, countless runes appeared around Grand Duke Toli and formed a blood shield. The sword rays pierced through the blood shield and stabbed Grand Duke Toli, and fallen angel flames enveloped him. "Damn it! I'll remember you, wretched fallen angel. You are dead." Grand Duke Toli issued an angry howl, then blurred and turned into 9 blood rays shooting in different directions. Unfortunately, these Infinity Warlocks are all crafty fellows. Unless you deal them a heavy blow from the get-go, it is really difficult to kill them. Along with a voice of lament, the space twisted and Yang Feng's true body walked out and looked in the direction that Grand Duke Toli escaped, regretful. Yang Feng and Alexia have arrived in the vicinity earlier, but they just quietly watched the fight between Yu Yen and Grand Duke Toli. Yang Feng originally planned that if Yu Yen could achieve a draw with Grand Duke Toli, he would take advantage of this opportunity to sneak attack and kill another Grand Duke. Only Yu Yen suffered 2 heavy injuries. Even though she tried her best, she could only make Grand Duke Toli expend some power. The fallen angel Alexia possesses amazing fighting power, but doesn't have strong enough spells to make a Grand Duke titled kindred stay here. Yang Feng glanced at Yu Yen and said with a smile, "Marshal Yu, I'm here to save you. According to the agreement, open your soul and let me set up a soul brand." Yu Yen took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then asked suddenly, "Do you have a planar passageway to freely come to God Bloodplane?" Yang Feng smiled and answered, "I do. Once you leave God Bloodplane, you will be safe." The reason why Yu Yen and Yu Tianling are in such a sorry state is because they were hit by a tracking mark unleashed by a kindred Grand Duke who burned a drop of true blood. Even though they are stuck with a tracking mark, but with their strength it would take Yu Yen and Yu Tianling only 2 or 3 months to completely purify it. But after being forced into God Bloodplane, Yu Yen and her sister were being chased by true blood kindred Grand Dukes and even kindred Grand Princes. After going through numerous fierce fights, they finally ended in their current state. Yu Yen uttered decisively, "Okay, I will sign a soul contract with you, and I will tell you the secret of an archgod treasure trove. However, I want you to let my sister leave safely." Yu Tianling's pretty face changed dramatically, and she shouted, "Sister, don't do it. Lei Ming, I will sign a soul contract with you. Please let my sister go. Yu Yan stared at Yu Tianling and shouted sternly, Shut up! The age difference between Yu Tianling and Yu Yan is more than 100 years. Since Yu Tianling was brought up by Yu Yan, they both resemble a pair of sisters and a mother-daughter pair. Not daring to go against Yu Yan, Yu Tianling fell silent immediately. Yang Feng uttered, What level is the Archgod treasure trove? If it's below the Infinity Warlock rank, then keep it to yourself. Yu Yan wiped off the blood from the corners of her mouth and said lightly, It's a treasure trove of the Black Emperor. Is the level high enough? Yang Feng's eyes radiated scorching light, and he said in a deep voice, A treasure trove of the Black Emperor. If it's true, then the level is indeed high enough. The Black Emperor was a Warlock Emperor rank existence of the Archgod era. Much like the human 7 Warlock Emperors, he also once dominated Sangji Plain and suppressed countless experts. Archgods are far stronger than humans. According to legend, Archgods are the descendants of an eternal. Humans give birth to only one Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse in each era at most. But in the Archgod age, several Warlock Emperor rank Archgods would appear at the same time. FGEWebNvel.com. In the era of the Black Emperor, a total of 13 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods were born in Sangji Plain. After his sudden emergence, the Black Emperor successively slayed 5 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods, subdued the remaining 8 Warlock Emperor rank Archgods, and created the Black Emperor Court. The Black Emperor was a terrifying existence on the same level as the human 7 Warlock Emperors. Yu Yan asked suddenly, Can the Black Emperor's treasure trove be exchanged for the safety of the two of us? Yang Feng restrained the scorching light in his eyes and replied flatly, Even if the Black Emperor's treasure trove really exists, it is replete with danger. I may not be able to get my hands on the treasures inside. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, I think that an Infinity Warlock is more valuable. Yang Feng's true body only has glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Emperor was a peerless hegemon who dominated an era. According to reason, it won't be easy to get a hold of his treasure trove. As a result, compared with the dangerous and mysterious Black Emperor's treasure trove, he prefers Yu Yan, who is one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If Yu Yan surrenders, then Yang Feng will have 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses at his beck and call. With this fighting power, his side will be even stronger than the 10 great sects. Yu Yan sighed slightly. With a thought, runes lit up, and her soul core that resembles a star emerged and shed all protection. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and touched Yu Yan's soul with a finger. Countless soul runes wound around her soul core, slowly sank into her soul core, and finally carved a brand that belongs to him. Chapter 681, Forging Hammer. Chapter 681. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. 681, Forging Hammer. Let's go. Yu Yan pressed her hand on Yu Tianling's head. Gray light shone, and the latter fainted. After drinking a vial of elixir, Yu Yan recovered some of her strength and hugged Yu Tianling. In a valley, stream of light shone, and Yang Feng and his party flew into a cave deep in the valley. Yu Yan looked at the top-grade warp gate with surprise in her beautiful eyes and asked, What is this? Yang Feng answered proudly, This is a top-grade warp gate. It is a top-notch secret treasure that can enable you to travel between 2 planes. Shizu warp gate technology is far more outstanding than Sangji Plane's plane teleportation array technology. Not only can warp gates be mass-produced, but top-grade warp gates even have the miraculous ability to enable free travel between 2 planes. Warp gates are much more formidable than Sangji Plane's planar passageways. There was an enigmatic flash in Yu Yan's eyes. She saw the value of the top-grade secret treasure at once. A secret treasure that can enable you to travel between 2 planes. Did Undying Mountain's alchemy reach this stage? No wonder you are able to develop so fast. With such heaven-defying secret treasures, Undying Mountain will surely become one of the most powerful forces in the future. With warp gates, you can easily mobilize your forces scattered in the different domains you rule to attack enemies. With top-grade warp gates that are equivalent to complete planar passageways at his disposal, Yang Feng can practice planar trade and earn tremendous resources. Lights shone and ripples rose in the top-grade warp gate. Yang Feng and Alexia entered directly into the warp gate. Yu Yen looked deeply at the warp gate and then stepped inside. We're back to Zhangji Plain. When Yu Yen stepped out of the warp gate, her eyes sparkled, and she opened her mouth and breathed in. Life magic energy in an area 1,000 kilometers in area suddenly converged into a huge tornado that rushed into Yu Yan's mouth. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, Yu Yen, who looked like she was on her last gasp, recovered her vitality at once, and her aura quickly became stronger. Yang Feng uttered, "Right. Zhao Fan is a friend of mine. Help him climb the ladder in Secret Treasure Division." Yu Yen responded casually, "Okay." As one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, Yu Yen has an extensive network of friends in Great Cloud Dynasty. To help a mere Moonlight Warlock climb the ladder in Secret Treasure Division is not a problem for her. Unless Yang Feng sets his sight on high positions such as Deputy Division Chief and Division Chief, she can help him out. Cloud Capital, Secret Treasure Division's headquarters. Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan stepped into Secret Treasure Division's headquarters and attracted countless gazes. Xuanhuan, a beautiful woman with a scholarly temperament, wearing an eyeglasses like Secret Treasure, walked up to Yang Feng. "Zhao Fan, Sir Division Chief wishes to see you." Sir Division Chief wishes to see him. That kid is really lucky. To get an invitation from Sir Division Chief, what a luck bastard. Discussions full of envy erupted in Secret Treasure Division. Secret Treasure Division has 1 Division Chief, 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 36 Bureau Chief, and 288 Deputy Bureau Chiefs. Among them, Division Chief Forging Hammer is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, one of the strongest Infinity Warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty to boot. Forging Hammer is fundamentally either practicing cultivation, forging secret treasures, or conducting experiments. In fact, it is the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs and 36 Bureau Chiefs who maintain the operation of Secret Treasure Division. However, Forging Hammer is a bigwig with tremendous sway in Secret Treasure Division, and that's because 3 of the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs are his disciples, and 3 other Deputy Division Chiefs have received a lot of help and guidance from him. Yang Feng nodded and followed Xuanhuan. After passing through numerous winding corridors and going through various secret treasure inspections, a hall engraved with countless mysterious runes looking like a giant bird egg appeared in front of Yang Feng. Is this another world? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the huge bird egg hall, he found himself in another world that extends without end. Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan is a Moonlight Warlock, a transcendent rank powerhouse. He can easily see the scenery 1,000 kilometers away. Since he is unable to see the end, this means that the area of this world exceeds 1,000 kilometers in diameter. This is a celestial body that was modified into what it is now using spells, including spatial spells. To be precise, this should be classified as a virtual divine country. fgayuyobinovel.com. A voice rang next to Yang Feng's ears. His vision blurred and he appeared in a huge laboratory. In the huge laboratory, you can see alchemists who are rare in the outside world everywhere. These alchemists are all busy carrying out research and experiments. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man in casual clothes and without the presence of a powerhouse sitting on a sofa is sizing up Yang Feng leisurely. Targeted by the gaze of the middle-aged man, all of Yang Feng's secrets are exposed, giving him a creepy feeling. This man is definitely an Infinity Warlock, although Moonlight Warlocks are already transcendent rank powerhouses. But when facing Infinity Warlocks, they cannot withstand a single blow. Many Infinity Warlocks can kill a Moonlight Warlock with a spell from thousands of kilometers away. A majority of female warlocks choose to cultivate secret methods that will make them more beautiful. Male warlocks, on the other hand, pursue secret methods that are more powerful and can prolong their life. Therefore, in Great Cloud Dynasty, beautiful female warlocks can be seen everywhere. As for male warlocks, much like ordinary men, there are handsome and ugly ones. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. "I am Forging Hammer. Zhao Fan, you helped the Yu family's sisters, you did well. I owe Yu Yen a favor. Starting today, You are my 36th bureau chief." When the alchemists doing different types of research heard this statement, they looked at Yang Feng with envy in their eyes. By becoming one of the 36 bureau chiefs of Secret Treasure Division, Yang Feng has ascended to the upper echelon of Secret Treasure Division. He became one of the division's core figures and gained a high authority. Secret Treasure Division is the holy place that all alchemists in Great Cloud Dynasty dream of. In Secret Treasure Division, the number of Moonlight Warlocks exceeds 1,000 people, and most of them aren't even deputy bureau chiefs. The posts of Secret Treasure Division's bureau chiefs is mostly occupied by Glorious Sun Warlocks. For Yang Feng, who is only a Moonlight Warlock, to be able to become a bureau chief, it naturally evoked the envy of everyone. Forging Hammer waved carelessly, and his eyes gaze fell on a sphere in his hand. This is the core of Secret Treasure Department, and all the most advanced alchemy is developed here. With your identity jade card, you can go into most places. Okay, you can leave now. Yang Feng looked at the sphere in the hands of Forging Hammer, and his heart stirred slightly. This is a third-generation battle robot. Great Cloud Dynasty's reaction is fast. Undying Mountain rose in Ligui province and occupied the entire province within a short period of time. Naturally, Great Cloud Dynasty cannot stay idle. On the one hand, they sent people to infiltrate Ligui province. On the other hand, they conduct research on the secret treasures of the province. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy, their research should not be able to uncover much. It's a pity that they cannot study the most crucial thing, matter and energy converter. As long as that is the case, all their effort is going to be in vain. One of Shizu core technologies is matter and energy converter. So long as there is enough energy, this technology can form all kinds of precious and rare materials that then can be refined into powerful weapons. Great Cloud Dynasty inherited part of Magic Note Dynasty's heritage, and so their alchemy is quite developed. With Great Cloud Dynasty's power, they can manufacture powerful golems and secret treasures, but due to the requirement in resources, they cannot mass-produce them. Yang Feng left the virtual divine country and went to his new office. A beautiful woman with short black hair and a sensual and elegant temperament in a black dress came to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Bureau Chief Zhao Fan, I am your secretary He Rui. I'll be in your care." Yang Feng spoke lightly. "Have Shentu Feng come to see me?" He Rui replied, "Yes, Bureau Chief." Soon after, Shentu Feng entered the room and looked at Yang Feng, who has the position of Bureau Chief, with envy in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at Shentu Feng and said flatly, "Shentu Feng, I have a special mission for you. There is a problem with Ice Domain Plane's barrier generator. Within 3 days, you must go there and safeguard the barrier generator for 100 years. Do you have any objections?" A bitter look in his eyes, Shentu Feng gritted his teeth, saluted, and said aloud, "Yes, I will complete this mission that you entrusted me, Sir Bureau Chief. Ice Domain Plane is a grade 8 plane with little to no resources. It is impossible to break through to the Moonlight Warlock rank there. Yang Feng throwing the quasi-Moonlight Warlock Shentu Feng into Ice Domain Plane is equivalent to exiling him, making it so that Shentu Feng cannot break through and promote to a Moonlight Warlock within 100 years. Additionally, there are no humanoid life forms in Ice Domain Plane, which means that Shentu Feng will spend 100 years there alone. Shentu Feng understands that this is Yang Feng's retaliation, but he dares not say anything, or else he will be directly stripped of his identity as a member of Secret Treasure Division. Chapter 682, 9 Realms Initial Completion. Chapter 682, 9 Realms Initial Completion. Translator, Xuanhuan. Secret Treasure Division is one of the most important departments of Great Cloud Dynasty. Every year, countless powerful secret treasures are created by Secret Treasure Division. Much like 10 great sects, Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families also have their own planes. Furthermore, they continue to explore astral boundary and colonize other planes. In the wars with other planes' natives, their consumption of secret treasures is huge. Although 8 great families also cultivate their own alchemists, but they are still short on various secret treasures, and thus need to purchase secret treasures from Secret Treasure Division. Moreover, new alchemy techniques appear in Secret Treasure Division each year. In order to obtain the latest alchemy technology of Secret Treasure Division, 8 great families must plant their own people in Secret Treasure Division. Shentu Feng is the most outstanding alchemy genius among 8 great families. With only quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, he can already refine level 6 secret treasures. Such alchemy talent is rare in Secret Treasure Division. Only a place like Secret Treasure Division can provide the necessary resources to nurture him at a fast speed. If Shentu Feng disobeys Yang Feng, he will be deprived of the status of a member of Secret Treasure Division. His path as an alchemist will be cut off, and a tentacle of Shentu family in Secret Treasure Division will be severed. 10 great sects and 8 great families are powerful as they are because the children they nurtured are spread throughout Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Secret Treasure Division is the department most valued by Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. It is extremely difficult for people of 8 great families to enter Secret Treasure Division. Shentu Feng joined Secret Treasure Division without a hitch. But now that he's facing Yang Feng's retaliation, he can only bear it. Shentu Feng gave Yang Feng a deep look. Resentment flashed in his eyes, and he said secretly, "Xiao Fan, I will remember this. There will come a day when I'll repay today's humiliation a 100-fold. Yang Feng glanced at Shentu Feng and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. After practicing transcendent text, Yang Feng can clearly perceive the negative force emitted by a person. Shentu Feng is only a quasi-Moonlight Warlock. The evil intent in his heart naturally cannot escape Yang Feng's perception. A few days later, on a huge airship, Shentu Feng is sitting in a luxury cabin with 2 other race beauties in his arms, a ferocious glint in his eyes. "Xiao Fan, I must kill him. Otherwise, with him there, even if I come back from Ice Domain Plane, he will banish me to another plane." My family has already began aiming their killing intent at 8 great families. They must be very happy that Xiao Fan has acted against me. One of the important reasons why Shentu Feng is so well behaved is because Great Cloud Dynasties by family is getting stronger and stronger, attacking and removing the influence of 8 great families on all fronts. If it was before 10 great families were quelled, Shentu Feng would never place a trifling Moonlight Warlock without any background like Yang Feng in his eyes. Killing intent shimmered in Shentu Feng's eyes, and he made up his mind. After I've stayed in Ice Domain Plane for a year or 2, I'll ask the family to mobilize experts from Phantom Hall to kill him. Phantom Hall is a powerful secret force of Shentu family responsible for assassinations, and it is controlled by Shentu family's patriarch. There have even been 2 bright world warlocks who have died at the hands of Phantom Hall's assassins. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Suddenly, the huge airship shuddered, and a strange power spread instantly inside. The huge airship stopped still, and everyone inside it became motionless. A wisp of gray smoke swept Shentu Feng. The blood essence inside him disappeared in a flesh, and he turned into a corpse, a look of fear and despair on his face. The strange power disappeared immediately, and the airship returned to normal. "Ah! Help! Dot!" When the 2 other race slaves Shentu Feng bought from a slave market saw that Shentu Feng is dead, their faces suddenly changed greatly, and they issued ear-piercing screams. Following flashes of light, dozens of great warlock rank powerhouses and above rushed into the cabin. A starry sky warlock glanced at Shentu Feng, and his face fell and his body shook. "Sir Shentu Feng was murdered," another starry sky warlock said with a bitter expression. "How awful!" Sir Shentu Feng was killed silently. The murderer must be a powerhouse at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above. This isn't something we can handle. Moonlight Warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses. A Moonlight Warlock is enough to massacre everyone aboard this airship. When these warlocks thought of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Shentu family's headquarters. Sitting in a study, Shentu family's patriarch Shentu Mingyao listened to a report with a somber face. Shentu Mingyao uttered coldly, "Who the hell dared to kill my child? Find it out." Shentu Mingyao's confidant responded respectfully, "Sir Patriarch, the other party did a very clean job, leaving virtually not traces. Besides, the assassins are at least Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses." Killing intent streaked past Shentu Mingyao's eyes, and he uttered grimly, Absence of evidence is the biggest clue. There are only a few forces that can mobilize so many Moonlight Warlocks in such a short time. However, those forces have no reason to attack us. Within Great Cloud Dynasty, there are not many forces that can mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. Only Imperial Court and 8 Great Family can achieve this. 8 great families are all behemoths. If there are any conflicts between them, they will settle the problem by negotiation or duel. They wouldn't use such an extreme method that could escalate into war. Shentu Yao suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Can it be their doing? Just to incite hatred and suspicion between us. Shentu Yao's eyes suddenly shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he made a decision. Very well. Since you are being unscrupulous, then don't blame me for being inconsiderate. Shentu Yao doesn't suspect Yang Feng, because in his view, a bureau chief of Secret Treasure Division fundamentally doesn't have the power to mobilize more than 100 powerhouses at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above. After all, even if he, the patriarch of Shentu family, wants to mobilize so many powerful warlocks to carry out a major operation, he needs to report to the Great Elders and get permission. Ligue Province, Undying Mountain. Inside a vast practice room, Yang Feng's true body suspended in the air is radiating light from 9 spots. A large number of high-grade magic crystals is flying into Yang Feng's body in a dense stream and pouring into the 9 small worlds inside him. Using resources from Ligue Province and the treasuries of 2 kindred Grand Dukes, Yang Feng successfully formed 9 small worlds. With 1 small world at the core, the remaining 8 small worlds revolve around it. The 9 worlds are frantically absorbing huge amounts of power and growing continuously. If it were not for Ligue Province and the territories of the 2 kindred Grand Dukes, then the consumption of the 9 small worlds would cause him a headache. Following a crisp sound, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock. I'm only 1 step away from Quasi-Bright World Warlock rank realm. The 9 Realms Lord was indeed extraordinary. If he hadn't met the Star Lord, that age would definitely have been the age of the 9 Realms Lord. Yang Feng felt the almost boundless power welling up inside him, and he revealed a smile. Forming 9 small worlds made Yang Feng consume hundreds of times the resources of an ordinary Glorious Sun Warlock, but his strength also far exceeds that of an ordinary Glorious Sun Warlock. With sufficient resources, the speed of cultivation of the 9 Realms Lord's secret method is far higher than that of other secret methods. Another condition for practicing the 9 Realms Lord's secret method is soul aptitude. But for Yang Feng, whose soul aptitude has reached superior level 8, that is not a problem. Yang Feng uttered slowly. For the current me, the treasure trove of the Black Emperor is still too dangerous. The most urgent task at hand is to go to Sun God Shrine and receive the baptism of Sun Force. In the Archgod era prior to the Black Emperor age, it was the Sun God age. The Sun Gods gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse called the Sun Emperor who wielded Sun Force. Sun Gods were glorious Sun Warlocks upon reaching adulthood. They radiated endless light and heat like suns. Sun God Shrine is the place where the Sun Emperor lived and trained the younger generation. During the rise of the Time Lord, human warlock cultivation system wasn't perfect. He was stuck after he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. In the end, he entered Sun God Shrine, absorbed Sun Force, and finally became a glorious Sun Warlock. Therefore, the realm following the Moonlight Warlock realm was named Glorious Sun Warlock Realm. Once human warlocks enter Sun God Shrine, they can absorb the endless sun force contained in the shrine and condense small suns in the small world inside them, making the small world more perfect and real. Although human warlocks can also use other treasures instead. But for Yang Feng, entering Sun God Palace to absorb sun force is the best choice. Chapter 683, Grand Welcome. Chapter 683, Grand Welcome. Translator, Zayamoj. Sun God Shrine is located in a crack between Astral Boundary and Sangji Plain called Dazzling Sunlight Space, a place filled with powerful flames. Even bright world warlocks can be easily burned to ashes once inside. Sun God Shrine is the place where the Sun Emperor used to live, and it is enchanted with an extremely powerful barrier. Only powerhouses with a special token can enter Sun God Shrine via special channels. Due to the powerful barrier, Once you set foot in Sun God Shrine, you will have your power suppressed to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. The same is true even for Warlock monarchs. Sun God Shrine is opened every 100 years, and the day when Sun God Shrine opens again is approaching. Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court controls special channels and tokens to enter the Sun God Shrine. By Yuxian, I want to go to Sun God Shrine. Is my token ready? Yang Feng pressed a magic mobile phone he developed, found by Yuxian's name, and called her. The magic mobile phone radiated blue light that formed a vivid figure of Bai Yuxian in the air. Bai Yuxian uttered with concern, I already prepared the token. However, are you sure you want to enter Sun God Shrine? Sun God Shrine is connected to many planes. Every time it opens, many monstrous geniuses from different planes will enter it. According to the information of my Bai family, many hidden monstrous geniuses of different planes will enter Sun God Shrine this time, including some of Great Cloud Dynasty's 7 glorious sun stars. Human warlocks have explored astral boundary for countless years. At their peak, every warlock dynasty will discover countless planes. Whenever a warlock dynasty collapses, much like Battle Demon Sect, many powerful warlock groups will escape to other planes with their entire force. After countless years, some warlock groups will decline due to the plane they migrated into not being strong enough, while others will develop into behemoths not inferior even to Zhangji Plane's powerful warlock groups. Yang Feng responded with a confident smile. You don't have to worry about me. Bai Yuxian uttered, Fine, I will give you the token when you arrive at Cloud Capital. Good. Cloud Capital at Brilliant Dragon Airship Port. The port is nearly empty. Numerous staff members are busy cleaning the airship port everywhere. At a corner of the airship port, there are 5 girls sitting, each of which is enchanting and full of youthful vigor. If placed on Earth, any one of them would be considered as the most beautiful girl in the world. Poi Ina, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair, black eyes, snow-white skin, an explosive figure, and traits of Asians and Caucasians, asked curiously, What's going on? Why were we all summoned here? What bigwig are we going to welcome? Luo Bingbing, a tall and beautiful girl with her hair tied into a ponytail, a perfect figure, and a heroic temperament, looked around, smiled brightly, and said proudly, I don't know, but to be able to summon us 5 fairies, they are definitely not simple. The 5 girls of distinctive qualities sitting in this corner are the 5 most famous warlock idols in Cloud Province. There are countless ordinary people and low-level warlocks throughout Cloud Province who are their admirers. Shunyu, a beautiful girl with a pure little face and a height of only 1.4 meters, yet giant breasts exuding an adorable temperament, pointed with a finger. Look, that's the director of Board of Rights, a legendary Infinity Warlock. Why did he come in person? Startled, Zhou Qin, a beautiful girl with wavy maroon hair, wearing a white dress and a butterfly hairpin on the head, looked in the direction Xinyu is pointing. The director of Board of Rights, Xuanhuan? What's going on? He is an Infinity Warlock. Even other Infinity Warlocks may not be able to make him welcome them personally. Only the emperors of Western worlds, 3 dynasties, or important ministers of the Imperial Court can make him personally welcome them. Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. The most famous of the 5 fairies, Murong Yulink's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity, and she looked in direction Xinyu is pointing. She saw a middle-aged man wearing the gown of the director of Board of Rights standing quietly in the airship port. Standing there quietly, he looks like the center of the universe. Everyone's attention is deeply attracted by him. Although stunning beauties like the 5 fairies will surely attract the attention of countless people. But in this airship port, they cannot compare to the director of Board of Rights. His presence overwhelms everything else. Poi Ina's beautiful eyes flickered brilliantly, and she sighed slightly. Incredible! This is an Infinity Warlock, a true powerhouse. If such a powerhouse was my man, how great would it be? The 5 fairies are well-known figures in show business. But in the eyes of transcendent rank powerhouses, they are just ordinary beautiful warlocks. Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks are usually immersed in cultivation, or are roaming astral boundary in the search of opportunities. They don't pay attention to them. Otherwise, a bright world warlock just has to exert a little pressure, and the company they belong to will have to yield. Poina and them know that they are unattainable stars only in front of ordinary people. But in front of true transcendent rank powerhouses, they are nothing. Transcendent rank powerhouses generally only take other transcendent rank powerhouses as wives, so that they can easily bear offsprings, and their offsprings are far stronger than ordinary people. It is difficult for transcendent rank powerhouses to have children with ordinary people. Even if they manage to bear a child, but the child's soul aptitude won't be very high. Moreover, an ordinary woman pregnant with the child of a transcendent rank powerhouse may have all their power sucked away by the fetus and die. In the era of the first Warlock dynasty, the strongest powerhouses among humans had a hard time reproducing. But after generations of human warlocks studying this problem, they developed secret methods to greatly reduce the mortality rate of ordinary women pregnant with the children of transcendent rank powerhouses. However, after using this kind of secret method, the offsprings will be very weak. Therefore, transcendent rank powerhouses generally look for other transcendent rank powerhouses to take as partners. Shenyu asked, curious, Sister Yuling, I heard that your boyfriend is a Moonlight Warlock? With this remark, the eyes of the other three fairies focused on Murong Yuling, revealing looks of expectation and envy in their eyes. Moonlight Warlocks are transcendent rank powerhouses. For them, a Moonlight Warlock is already the most ideal husband material. Murong Yuling smiled proudly and said, he is a Moonlight Warlock, her big beautiful eyes flickering. Shenyu uttered adorably, that's great. By the way, Sister Yuling, when will you introduce him to us? When there's a chance. Despite the flash of vigilance in her beautiful eyes, Murong Yuling still smiled brightly. She made up her mind never to introduce Yang Feng to them who are not inferior to her in any respect. Poina looked up and said, they're here. The five fairies raised their heads and saw a huge airship coming from afar and slowly descending. The door of the huge airship opened, and Yang Feng, guarded by Zhaning, Hua Xuanhuan, Alexia, 6 Moonlight Warlocks, and 14 fourth-generation battle robots alighted. Wu Huan swept Alexia with his gaze, and his eyes constricted slightly. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he stepped forward and said, hello, I am Great Cloud Dynasty's Director of Board of Rights Wu Huan. You must be Undying Mountain's young Master Lei Ming. Sure enough, heroes are young. You are not even 100 years old. Yet you already possess a glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base. Impressive. Yang Feng smiled and praised back, hello, Director Wu. I cannot compare to you who is an Infinity Warlock and the Director of Board of Rights. My little bit of achievement that is all thanks to my father is really too lacking. The Director of Board of Rights Wu Huan is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse with great authority. Since he came here to welcome Yang Feng in person, gave him a lot of face, Yang Feng naturally won't be ungrateful offend the other party rashly. Wu Huan smiled and said, I have set up a banquet for you and invited the Cloud Province's 5 fairies. Their singing and dancing are much better than that of ordinary people, and even many goddesses of other planes cannot compare to them. Yang Feng uttered, the 5 fairies? That's great. I like to listen to Murong Yuling's singing. Wu Huan smiled and waved, saying, she is over there. Since you like her, then let's have her accompany you. A starry sky warlock in a military uniform with a grim face came to the 5 fairies and said, Murong Yuling, Sir Director has summoned you. Please come with me. Undying Mountain's young Master Lei Ming likes your singing very much. Poina stared at Murong Yuling with envy in her pretty eyes. Damn, why is it Murong Yuling and not me? The other 3 fairies also stared at Murong Yuling with envy in their beautiful eyes. Author's note: it is inevitable that there are some mistakes when writing a long story. Please bear with me. Chapter 684, Grade 3 Plane. Chapter 684, Grade 3 Plane. Translator: Zayamoch. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Morong Yuling frowns slightly, unwilling, but she cannot refuse the call of the director of Board of Rights. She just got up and walked towards Xuanhuan and company. Although Morong Yuling is a famous idol in Cloud Province, but she is only a level 3 warlock. With her identity, she can refuse the invitation of Moonlight Warlocks at most. Hello, Morong Yuling. I am Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, a fan of yours. I am happy to meet you. As soon as Morong Yuling came over, Yang Feng said cordially. Morong Yuling smiled slightly. There is a trace of estrangement in her bearing. Hello, young Master Lei Ming. Your reputation pierces the sky like lightning. You even defeated one of the 7 glorious sun stars, Nangong Wumi. That's really amazing. As one of the 7 glorious sun stars, Nangong Wumi is recognized as one of the top 7 glorious sun warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty. He is a peerless genius most hopeful of promoting to the bright world warlock realm. For such a powerhouse to be defeated at Yang Feng's hands, it caused a small sensation in Great Cloud Dynasty's transcendent rank powerhouse community. Although Morong Yuling is only a bigwig in the show business community, but ever since Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, she began to learn some things related to the transcendent rank powerhouse community. Yang Feng responded politely, "It's all luck." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng, guarded by Undying Mountain's powerhouses, sat in a luxury magic chariot and headed towards Holy Light Manor, a luxurious manor in Cloud Capital. Xuanhuan sat in another luxurious magic chariot, closed his eyes, and uttered unhurriedly. An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is willing to act as his guard. The foundation of Undying Mountain is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, the status of Lei Ming in Undying Mountain is much higher than we thought. That's Blazing Angel Alexia, the Blazing Angel Lei Ming subdued. When she was subdued by Lei Ming, she only possessed Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base. For her to evolve into an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, Undying Mountain must have provided the necessary resources. Undying Mountain is a force with extremely deep roots. A voice sounded inside the luxury chariot, but the driver driving in front appears not to hear anything. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and he spoke gravely. Yes, to be able to evolve a Bright World Warlock rank Blazing Angel into an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel, they should be at least at the level of the 10 Great Sects. Undying Mountain is worth roping in. Make the arrangements, I want the 5 fairies. The voice said, Yes, sir. The 5 fairies are celebrities in Cloud Province. But for Infinity Warlocks, they only need to pay a small price to get them. Moreover, celebrities are updated at a quick pace. After the 5 fairies retire, new idols will soon take their place. Holy Light Manor is a top-level manor constructed in the extremely expensive noble zone by a top Grandmaster alchemist using spatial alchemy. On the outside, Holy Light Manor only covers about 100 acres of land. But on the inside, it looks like a scene from paradise. There are a luxurious manor with an area of hundreds of square kilometers, beautiful mountains, clear lakes, and white clouds. In the garden of the luxurious manor, there is a large round table filled with all kinds of delicacies that are rare in the outside world. Many of the delicious are full of life magic energy. With a bite, they can strengthen the body of ordinary humans, prolong their life, and change their soul aptitude. After Yang Feng, Morong Yuling, Xuanhuan, and Alexia took their seat, they sampled the delicious dishes while watching the singing and dancing performance of the 4 fairies. Yang Feng praised, "They deserve to be called the 4 fairies. Their singing and dancing are really outstanding. In my Ligui province, there are no such good performers." Xuanhuan uttered with a smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, since you like them, then take the 5 fairies back with you." Sitting aside, Morong Yuling's pretty face turned ashen, and she gritted her white teeth. Fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng asked, curious, "Oh, can I really? They aren't slaves after all. The law in Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely strict. Only slaves or concubines cultivated by big families can be traded freely. The 5 fairies are famous idols of Great Cloud Dynasty, popular in Cloud Province, and even Moonlight Warlocks cannot compel them. Xuanhuan smiled and said, "The 5 fairies colluded with the Hellions. As a punishment, they have been deprived of their citizenship and have been demoted to slaves. I already bought them. If you like them, then I'll give them to you." Morong Yuling shivered. The whole body feels ice-cold, as if she has fallen into an ice cave. It is only today that she realized how powerful and terrifying people with real authority are. With just one sentence, the other party deprived her of all her rights and reduced her to a slave. No matter how famous she is in Cloud Dynasty, she isn't worth anything in the eyes of the other party. Within Great Cloud Dynasty, only transcendent rank powerhouses who have a position in the imperial court cannot be randomly reduced to slaves by others. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Okay, their singing and dancing are outstanding and I like them very much. I want stand-o ceremony." After exchanging a few words, Yang Feng and Xuanhuan decided the fate of the 5 fairies famous in Cloud Province. This is the power of truly influential people. "Young Master Lei Ming, I have something I would like to discuss with you in private. Please dismiss your attendants." Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the surrounding guards and waiters left quickly. Yang Feng also waved his hands and had Zhanning, Morong Yuling, and others leave, leaving only the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse Blazing Angel Alexia by his side. As an Infinity Warlock, every move of Xuanhuan contains a powerful energy field, and he is proficient in countless secret methods. Yang Feng doesn't dare to stay alone with such an old monster. Even when the two of them are negotiating, Yang Feng will be more confident with Alexia by his side. Xuanhuan drained a cup of fine wine in one gulp, and then said with a smile, "Great Cloud Dynasty intends to give Undying Mountain a gift. The gift if the coordinates of a Grade 3 plane. If Undying Mountain suppresses the Grade 3 plane and agrees to offer Great Cloud Dynasty 60% of the plane's resources every year, then the Grade 3 plane is yours." Yang Feng was moved when he heard that. A Grade 3 plane! A Grade 3 plane is a powerful plane that can give birth to mighty divine force rank gods, that is, Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Even Battle Demon Sect only grasps the coordinates of 2 Grade 4 planes. The coordinates of a Grade 3 plane is enough for many powerful forces to fight over them. Among the planes that human warlocks have discovered so far, Sangji plane is a superior Grade 1 plane, the 36 primary material planes are superior Grade 2 planes, then follow the second-rate Grade 2 planes, Grade 3 planes, and so on. Second-rate Grade 2 planes are small in number, and they are mostly occupied by human warlocks who escaped. Second-rate Grade 2 planes cannot give birth to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, but they can give birth to Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. The Grade 3 planes is extremely important even for Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, it is a plane that can give birth to Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng responded, "What does the Imperial Court want my Undying Mountain to do?" Xuanhuan said with a smile, "The Imperial Court hopes that Undying Mountain sends an Infinity Warlock to serve the Imperial Court. After Great Cloud Dynasty eradicated the 10 Great Sects, it recovered the greater provinces occupied by the 10 Great Sects and obtained a huge amount of resources. However, when the 10 Great Sects disappeared, Marshal Jing was killed, 13 princes died, and some bright world warlocks fell, making the situation of Great Cloud Dynasty unstable. Although Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but those powerhouses mostly keep watch over different domains and protect the entire Great Cloud Dynasty." This is when Xuanhuan came to welcome Yang Feng in his capacity as the Director of Board of Rights to rope Undying Mountain in. Yang Feng spoke calmly, "An Infinity Warlock cannot compare to a Grade 3 plane. So long as you have godheads and tremendous resources, you can easily cultivate a bunch of powerful gods in a Grade 3 plane. A Grade 3 plane is a plane that can hold 1,000 gods. Great Cloud Dynasty can use the godheads and god slots of the plane to recruit countless experts to serve them." Xuanhuan said, nonchalant. "The Grade 3 plane originally belonged to the Imperial Court, but then it was snatched away by the Hellion army 3 years ago. But we still have 136 gods who were conferred godhood by Great Cloud Dynasty fighting against them. As long as Undying Mountain sends troops, we can pincer and wipe the Hellion army out easily." Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and he guessed secretly, "This old fogey is omitting things. The grade 3 plane must be in jeopardy, or maybe it has already fallen. Only then would he come to me for help. With their strength, if other plane development division cannot quell the Hellion army, then the Hellion army must be tyrannical. They want to deceive me and use me as cannon fodder. At the same time, they want to weaken me and the Hellion army. Yang Feng said with a smile, "This matter is of great importance. I must report it to the Mountain Master and let the Mountain Master decide. I ask that you prepare all kinds of data for the Mountain Master to look them over." This little guy is not a simple one. When Xuanhuan heard that, he took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then revealed a smile and uttered, "Fine." However, Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families also intend to serve the dynasty. Chapter 685, 2 Dubhe Stars. Chapter 685. 2 Dubhe Stars. In the following days, Yang Feng began to mobilize his contacts in Cloud Capital and began to collect information on the Grade 3 plane Xuanhuan spoke of. Yang Feng bribed a lot of chess pieces in Cloud Capital. However, most of the chess pieces don't have a high status, and so they have no access to such top-level information. However, with his other identity of Secret Treasure Division's Bureau Chief Xuanhuan, Yang Feng learned some information from Secret Treasure Division. The Grade 3 plane is called the Moon Crow Plane. Under the siege of the Hellion army, it is already in jeopardy. Moon Crow Plane's gods who were conferred godhood by Great Cloud Dynasty were forced into their divine kingdoms, where they take a stance with the support of their divine legions. Other Plane Development Division once dispatched a large army to attack the Hellion army in Moon Crow Plane, but then was ambushed by the Hellion army and had its main forces annihilated. Great Cloud Dynasty's 48th prince, who was in command of the army, was also killed. Due to the purge of the 10 great sects, Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't have enough experts to suppress the underground world's demonic realm. In recent years, many wars broke out in the underground world's demonic realm, and even battles between Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses took place. Countless of Great Cloud Dynasty's experts fell in Demonic Realm, Moon Crow Plane, and other major battlefields. The planar passageway in Red Rock subcontinent was snatched away, and so Great Cloud Dynasty had to send Marshal Ing and Marshal Long of the 8 Marshals to seize it back. Although Great Cloud Dynasty looks calm, peaceful, and prospering, but there are fierce fights occurring on many fronts. The powerful forces are aware that if Great Cloud Dynasty is given enough time to recover from the purge of the 10 great sects, their strength will surge again. These powerful forces took advantage of this period of time that Great Cloud Dynasty is in a weakened state to launch attacks from different directions and weaken Great Cloud Dynasty's power. The death of Starry Sky Warlocks doesn't count for much to Great Cloud Dynasty. With their foundation, so long as Great Cloud Dynasty supplies an unrestricted amount of resources, they can produce Starry Sky Warlocks en masse in a short period. But every time a transcendent rank powerhouse falls, Great Cloud Dynasty incurs a bit of damage. After all, even with sufficient resources, it will take hundreds of years to cultivate a Moonlight Warlock. While Great Cloud Dynasty faces enemies on multiple fronts, the 8 great families quietly sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. Their top powerhouses have disappeared without a trace. This is when Xuanhuan, in his capacity as the Director of Board of Rights, lowered himself to welcome yangfeng.freowebnovel.com. Bai Wuqing removed the 10 great sects one by one and recovered 10 greater provinces on one fell swoop. If Great Cloud Dynasty is given time to recover, then Great Cloud Dynasty will be more powerful than ever. Unfortunately, the other forces don't give Great Cloud Dynasty time to recover. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's moment of weakness, they launched their offensive against the dynasty. Coupled with the rift that exists between the 8 great families and Great Cloud Dynasty, it led to such a predicament. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. Now is the best time to annex Great Cloud Dynasty. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough at the moment. I have to bide my time. Many munitions factories under Yang Feng's command have begun to manufacture 4th-generation battle robots and modify the already constructed 3rd-generation battle robots. However, it's still been a short time since he started building 4th-generation battle robots, and thus he hasn't amassed them on a significant scale yet. With his current strength, it is impossible to annex Great Cloud Dynasty. After Yang Feng issued an order to continue to infiltrate Great Cloud Dynasty, he began to prepare for the trip to Sun God Shrine. A few days later, in Cloud Capital's brilliant Dragon airship port, a giant airship 3,000 meters in length inscribed with countless mysterious runes anchored. Yang Feng boarded the giant airship unhurriedly and saw more than 70 people form small circles aboard. Emitting faint glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations, they all clearly are glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses. Lei Ming, you really came. Aboard the giant airship, when Nangong Wumi saw Yang Feng arrive, his eyes lit up slightly, and he walked over with a smile. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Nangong Wumi, you have become stronger." Smiling brightly, a fragrance wafting off from her, Bai Yuxin came over. "Young Master Lei, please take care of me inside Sun God Shrine." Yang Feng asked, curious. "Moonlight 7 stars are really extraordinary. Bai Yuxin, in addition to you, have all Moonlight 7 stars advanced to glorious Sun Warlocks?" Bai Yuxin replied with a sweet smile, "That's right. For the sake of Sun God Shrine, we Moonlight 7 stars have all broken through and promoted to glorious Sun Warlocks. After all, Sun God Shrine only opens once every 100 years. If we miss this chance, it will take 100 years before we get another chance to enter Sun God Shrine." Bai Yuxin pointed with a finger. "These two groups are the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars. On the huge airship, there are two groups of people exuding powerful auras different from that of other glorious Sun Warlocks, with each group having 6 people. The 12 Warlocks are monster-level geniuses of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight Warlock 7 stars. These 12 Warlocks have either formed a virtual world inside them, or have other powerful means. They are far stronger than other powerhouses of the same rank." The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. Nangong Wumi pointed at an ordinary-looking man with eyes as bright as stars and a strong presence wearing a white warlock robe, narrowed his eyes and said, "Among the former Moonlight 7 stars, although others are also strong, but they have promoted to glorious Sun Warlocks not long ago and cannot compare to the glorious Sun 7 stars in terms of strength. But Dubhe Star Basun is a monster among monsters. Even if it's me, I may not be able to beat him." Yang Feng uttered with a dignified look in his eyes. "Oh, if this is the case, then he is really a monster among monsters. Each of the glorious Sun 7 stars is a monster-level genius who has reached the glorious Sun Warlock realm dozens or even 100 years ago, and they all possesses the power to contend with the weakest Bright World Warlocks. Basun has promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock less than 10 years ago, yet he already is comparable to the glorious Sun 7 stars in terms of power. His talent is really incredible." Nangong Wumi pointed to other people. "Among the current glorious Sun 7 stars, Dubhe Star Lan Ba and Merak Star Jiangqi are also powerhouses whom I have no certainty of defeating. Dubhe Star Lan Ba is a handsome young man with unique features and a domineering temperament in a blue warlock robe. Jiangqi is a tall yet thin man with a strange imprint engraved on his face, 10 earrings on his ears, a cold face, and a strange temperament. Standing next to Lan Ba is a beautiful girl with black hair, a slender figure, and an unearthly temperament. She is much more beautiful and enchanting than the 5 fairies famous in Cloud Province. Proud as they are, the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars formed small circles with one another, exuding an air of rejection to other people. When Yang Feng boarded the giant airship, the glorious Sun Warlocks have already discovered him. Besides Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian, none of the other glorious Sun 7 stars and former Moonlight Warlock 7 stars approached Yang Feng. A middle-aged man wearing a green warlock robe and exuding a scholarly air slowly walked onto a platform. When the middle-aged man came to the platform, he unleashed infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. Everyone on the giant airship quieted down and looked at the middle-aged man. Feeling great danger from the middle-aged man, Yang Feng focused his gaze on him. The middle-aged man glanced at the more than 70 glorious Sun Warlocks and grinned, saying, "I am Lei, the guardian in charge of taking you to Sun God Shrine. I will take you to a channel leading to Sun God Shrine. I would like to remind you that there are many dangers in Sun God Shrine. Additionally, there will be powerhouses from numerous planes there fighting for Sun God Fire. Every time Sun God Shrine opens, the number of people who come back is less than 1/10. If you don't want to die, You can still leave now. There are many dangers in Sun God Shrine, and there will be powerhouses of numerous planes entering Sun God Shrine for different reasons. Because of this, only 70+ glorious Sun Warlocks are going into Sun God Shrine. The number is this low because Great Cloud Dynasty restricted the number of glorious Sun Warlocks who can enter Sun God Shrine on one hand, and many glorious Sun Warlocks are unwilling to enter Sun God Shrine and risk their life on the other hand. In fact, even if you don't absorb Sun God Fire, but with the various secret methods developed by human warlocks, you can still practice cultivation to the Bright Word Warlock and Infinity Warlock realms. Within Great Cloud Dynasty, experts who have advanced to Infinity Warlocks without absorbing Sun God Fire account for more than 90% of powerhouses. The glorious Sun Warlocks who choose to enter Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God Fire are peerless geniuses with great confidence. They brave this danger for the sake of getting a faint chance of advancing to the Warlock Emperor realm. It is extremely difficult to promote to a Warlock Emperor. You must reach a virtually perfect state in every realm and have a solid foundation. And Lei uttered with a grin. Since no one wants to leave, then let's go. The runes on the giant airship lit up, countless lights shone, and the huge airship fluttered and turned into a resplendent ray flying into the sky. Getting faster and faster, the huge airship suddenly blurred and flew directly into a distorted channel. Yang Feng looked at the distorted channel and said slowly, "This is the legendary astral channel. In astral boundaries spanning through countless planes, you can find special channels that you can use to travel freely in the vast sea of stars." Chapter 686, Sun God Shrine. Chapter 686, Sun God Shrine. Translator, Xuanhuan. After flying for 1 day and 1 night in the distorted channel, a huge hole appeared at the end of the channel. The giant airship flew out of the hole, and a huge astral body appeared before everyone's eyes. The giant airship flashed and turned into a stream of light flying towards the huge astral body. There is a very powerful barrier around the huge astral body. The giant airship knocked into the membrane-like barrier. Countless runes shone, and the giant airship crossed the barrier and landed on an airship port. Not far from the airship port, there is a 1,000-meter-tall crimson gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Around the crimson gate, there are 9 9-story-tall warlock towers erected. The 9 9-story-tall warlock towers have activated the powerful barrier guarding the astral body. And Lei led the glorious Sun Warlocks to the crimson gate, and then uttered flatly, "Since you all have a token to enter Sun God Shrine, you can go in. Remember, you can stay in there for 48 days. After that, the token you have will teleport you back here. Make sure that the token is not destroyed. Otherwise, you might have to stay in Sun God Temple and wait for the next time it opens." The 70+ glorious Sun Warlocks coming from various forces of Great Cloud Dynasty took out a palm-sized token each. The 9 suns engraved on the token shone brightly and pulled them into streams of light that entered the Crimson Gate. Ripples set off on the Crimson Gate. A vast aura apparently capable of burning everything emerged from the Crimson Gate, and wisps of powerful spatial law surrounded and engulfed the glorious Sun Warlocks. A sense of vertigo assaulted his mind. When Yang Feng came back to his senses, he found that he is already in a strange space. In this strange space, everywhere is filled with fire elemental particles, and the temperature is above 3,000 degrees Celsius. Everywhere you look, you can see magma flowing, flames burning, and poisonous smoke rising. Yang Feng glanced at Sun God Shrine and frowned slightly. "This is Sun God Shrine. It is not a place where humans can live. Only sun gods can live in this forsaken place. With a temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, even if it is Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses, very few can stay in such a place for a long period of time without resorting to secret treasures." Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. Even if it is glorious Sun Warlocks, except for those proficient in the law of fire, the rest will feel uncomfortable in such an environment. After all, in such an environment, their life force field will be consumed at all times. Bright lights shone as the glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and flew away. Nangong Wumi smiled at Yang Feng, cast a secret method, and turned into a stream of light shooting away. "Lei Ming, I will go ahead first. Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and turned into a stream of light shooting away. Young Master Lei, I'm going as well. Each glorious Sun Warlock who enters Sun God Shrine is a genius among geniuses confident in themselves. In addition to the Sun God Fire, there are countless outstanding treasures born in Sun God Shrine. Legend has it that in the deepest part of Sun God Shrine, there are ancient treasures left by the Sun Emperor. Archgods of the Archgod era had many powerful secret treasures. Those secret treasures are not secret treasures refined by archgods, but are magical treasures with all kinds of extraordinary powers naturally born in the world. Because of the materials they are made of, the ancient secret treasure used by archgods are far more formidable than warlock secret treasures. Moreover, many ancient secret treasures are themselves top alchemy materials, which is why they are sought after by countless people. In modern times, the ancient secret treasures from the Archgod Age are very scarce. Once these ancient secret treasures emerge, they will be contested by various forces, and then processed by top alchemists. In the world of warlocks, the primary materials of many Empyrean secret treasures are ancient secret treasures from the Archgod Age. It is because of this legend that main glorious Sun Warlocks enter Sun God Shrine. These glorious Sun Warlocks are all geniuses very confident in themselves. Naturally unwilling to share the treasures they find with other people, they choose to act alone. Yang Feng looked around and then blurred into motion, flew 10,000 meters away, and landed in a valley where he set up a strong barrier, and then took out a top-grade warp gate, set it up and operated it. Light shone, and the top-grade warp gate rippled and opened. Fourth-generation battle robot immediately walked over from the other side of the warp gate. Yang Feng showed a smile of excitement. Success! My deduction was correct. When it is closed, Sun God Shrine is completely sealed off, and the warp gate cannot be opened. But now that Sun God Shrine is opened, it means that my mechanical legions can be fully transported through the warp gate. As long as the mechanical legions are transported over, no matter which plane the other glorious Sun Warlocks come from, they will be eliminated by Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng believes that he is one of the strongest individuals among warlocks of the same rank. However, he is cautious by nature. If he can make sure that he prevails, he doesn't mind using the battle robots. Glorious Sun Warlocks who enter Sun God Shrine are geniuses from different planes, who knows what sort of trump cards and strange spells they have. A moment of carelessness can spell out death. When the Nine Realms Lord was rampant in the world, he didn't put the Star Lord in his eyes. In the end, however, it was the Star Lord who had the last laugh and quelled the Nine Realms Lord. This is what happens to those who are careless. Countless robots walked out of the warp gate and rapidly transformed into various instruments such as power plants, munitions factories, an optical computer, and so on. That small valley was quickly converted into a large base. Flame-resistant micro-drones flew out of the large base and spread in all directions. In the large base, the Level 4 optical computer shone and carried out calculations. Wherever the micro-drones flew by, everything was recorded and reconstructed into holographic projections in front of Yang Feng. Within Sun God Shrine, you can see sun-like spheres of light every 1,000 meters. Those spheres of light are Sun God Fire formed by absorbing the surrounding fire elemental particles in Sun God Shrine. In the Archgod Age, when Sun Gods reached adulthood, they would enter Sun God Shrine to look for Sun God Fire to absorb and obtain greater power. The temperature on the surface of Sun God Fires is more than 7,000 degrees Celsius, while inside is more than 10 million degrees Celsius. Even glorious Sun Warlocks need to use special secret methods to absorb Sun God Fires and make them their own. In a moment of carelessness, once Sun God Fire explodes, even a bright world Warlock rank powerhouse can be burned to ashes. These Sun God Fires are not good enough. Since I came to Sun God Shrine, I will absorb the strongest Sun God Fires. Yang Feng looked at Sun God Fires floating in the air, raised his eyebrows, and chose not to absorb them. Instead, he sent more drones. At this moment, Yang Feng's arm twitched slightly, and a palm-sized six-winged sun-devouring centipede crawled out of his hand and transmitted a strange signal. Nurtured by the resources provided by Ligui Province, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede has already evolved into its mature state. It already possesses a glorious Sun Warlock cultivation base. Yang Feng said with a smile. You want to devour those sun god fires to continue to evolve. Okay, go ahead and evolve freely. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede transmitted its elation, issued a cry, and immediately flew away. A ray of light shone in the base, and a holographic projection of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared. It showed the six-winged sun-devouring centipede quickly appear before a small sun. Its figure fluttered, and it turned into an 8-meter-long centipede with 6 insect wings. Next it opened its mouth, and golden light enveloped the small sun. That small sun was swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. After that, a sun-like pattern emerged on the body of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. The appetite of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede is evidently large. It blurred into motion and flew towards another small sun. Watching the six-winged sun-devouring centipede continue to devour one small sun after another, Yang Feng sighed in his heart. The talent and abilities of other races are much more impressive than those of humans. Unlike the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, who can continuously devour the small suns, Yang Feng can only absorb 9 suns and send them into the 9 worlds inside him. If he absorbs weak suns, it will adversely affect his worlds. In the future, it will require him hundreds of times or thousands of times as much resources for him to lay a good foundation. Before long, 100,000 micro-drones with a heat resistance of up to 1 million degrees Celsius appeared in Sun God Shrine, flew to different places, and recorded the outline of the terrain in Sun God Shrine. Found it! Staring at the information listed in the holographic projection and the analysis of the Level 4 optical computer, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. His figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light shooting away. After a while, a huge sun emitting endless light and heat appeared in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 687 Eliminating Shang Zizhen. Chapter 687 Eliminating Shang Zizhen. Translator, Zayamoch. This sun is good. It suits my swallowing sun's ripping sky secret method well. Young fellow, get lost. Or else die. A handsome young man with his hair worn in a bun, an otherworldly temperament, and an arrogant expression, dressed in white refined clothing, materialized from a blur, strangely appeared before the huge sun, and looked at Yang Feng with pride in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the young man and said in a cold voice, "This sun is indeed very good. I also fancy it. Scram. Or else die." The young man uttered coldly, "Pig-headed fellow, I am Magic Notes Shang Zizhen. What about you?" Yang Feng responded, "Undying Mountains Lei Ming. Undying Mountains Lei Ming? Let me teach you a lesson. It is best not to answer the enemy's questions. Otherwise it might lead to following." Shang Zizhen showed a strange smile, and countless runes condensed in his hand into a golem engraved with countless runes that looks exactly like Yang Feng. Shang Zizhen squeezed the golem that looks exactly the same as Yang Feng hard, and the golem exploded. A strange, invisible force swept towards Yang Feng along an incredible law, as if to devour him instantly. Fate algorithm. Countless queer runes welled up inside Yang Feng's eyes, and fate force oozed out of his body, distorted the strange force, and returned it back to Shang Zizhen. A look of shock on his face, Shang Zizhen burst into countless pieces of flesh with a pop, which in turn shot towards Yang Feng as if they have a life of their own. Yang Feng took a level 7 secret treasure Vulcan scepter and pointed with it. Suddenly, violent purple flames emerged, devoured the surrounding fire force, and formed a purple sea of fire that incinerated and purified all of Shang Zizhen's flesh. Yang Feng glanced at an empty place and said indifferently, "Come out. I know you're not dead. This little trick is useless against me." There was a twist in that empty space, and Shang Zizhen came out into the open and glanced at Yang Feng with a gloomy look in his eyes. "What spell is that? My secret method should have been foolproof. Die!" An indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Shang Zizhen with a blur. With a flick of his wrist, a level 7 secret treasure devouring sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Small black holes seemingly capable of devouring everything emerged and swept towards Shang Zizhen. You're underestimating me. Wretched Lei Ming. Let me show you my true power. Sun morph. With a ferocious look in his eyes, Shang Zizhen roared. Wisps of world force frantically poured out of him. Countless runes flickered on him, and he transformed into a huge sun and shot towards Yang Feng. An impact from the huge sun can easily destroy a celestial body. This is the essence of sun morph. Shang Zizhen felt a huge threat coming from Yang Feng, which is why he employed his most powerful secret method. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. Interesting. Essence of Devour. An enigmatic gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng smiled and operated the essence of Devour, and an abstruse Devour black moon that seems capable of devouring all light suddenly appeared. The Devour black moon erupted with a frenzied attractive force and forcibly engulfed the huge sun Shang Zizhen has incarnated into. The huge sun Shang Zizhen has incarnated unleashed a heat that rose to 9 million degrees Celsius. Swept by this heat, even a bright world warlock would be wounded and might even incur serious damage. The Devour black moon devoured the light and heat like a huge black hole. No matter how the huge sun Shang Zizhen has incarnated into struggles, his power was devoured by the Devour black moon. The endless power flowed out of the Devour black moon, entered Yang Feng's body, and poured into the 9 worlds and nourished them. My power. You absorbed my power. Spare my life. Let me go. I admit I was in the wrong. I won't come near you ever again. Spare me. Let me go. I beg you. Lei Ming. Shang Zizhen's screams and pleading came from the Devour black moon. A greater part of the power inside him was already devoured by the Devour black moon, which harmed his glorious sun warlock foundation. The most terrifying thing is that he can't even escape. Yang Feng just looked on with a sneer. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Shang Zizhen's power was fully devoured by the Devour black moon. Only some ashes sprinkled down from the midair. The essence of Devour has great power. However, it even devoured and destroyed this guy's glorious sun core and storage secret treasures, which is a pity. Yang Feng glanced at the huge sun, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of his finger, formed a giant black net, and shot towards the huge sun. Engulfed by the black net, the huge sun shrank until it eventually was the size of a fist, and then flew into Yang Feng's body and entered his first world. When the huge sun entered Yang Feng's first world, endless sunlight sprinkled onto the ground, and the extraordinary plants on the ground absorbed the sunlight and their vitality increased. When the sun emerged, as if a certain rule of the first world inside Yang Feng was met, the land rumbled and shook and extended by thousands of meters. After absorbing the sun, Yang Feng continued to travel throughout Sun God Shrine. With the reconnaissance of the 100,000 microdrones, most of Sun God Shrine's topography was investigated, enabling him to know clearly which place has Sun God fire suitable for him. In just 3 days, Yang Feng killed 7 glorious sun warlocks from other planes and absorbed 9 suns. With the 9 suns, the 9 worlds inside him entered a perfect state. Feeling the changes inside him, satisfaction streaked across Yang Feng's eyes. Not bad. In my current state, when I return to Zhangji Plain, I can begin my breakthrough to a bright world warlock. Sun God Shrine deserves its reputation. It's a pity that Moon God Shrine is not under the control of humans. Or else if I absorbed Moonlight Force while in the Moonlight Warlock rank, my foundation would be even more perfect. Moon God Shrine is a shrine from the Archgod Age that belonged to the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse Moon Emperor, who once proclaimed himself a hegemon in Zhangji Plain. The Moon Emperor is one of the less than 5 female Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses recorded in the history of Zhangji Plain. During the Moon Emperor era, there were 3 other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, but all of them were defeated by the Moon Emperor in a fair fight, and they finally accepted Moon Emperor as their lord. At that time, when the Time Lord was being chased as a Starry Sky Warlock, he snuck into Moon God Shrine, absorbed Moonlight Force, and finally broke through and advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. It is due to this that the realm immediately after the Starry Sky Warlock realm was named Moonlight Warlock Realm. But after the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty Transcendent Dynasty, Moon God Shrine disappeared. Of course, by that time human warlocks have already developed countless secret methods to substitute Moon God Shrine. So even though Moon God Shrine disappeared, it didn't affect the evolution of human warlocks. However, for those warlock geniuses who pursue perfection and have their sights set on the Warlock Emperor realm, the disappearance of Moon God Shrine is a regrettable thing. If you can fully integrate Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force and Sun God Shrine's Sun Force in a world inside you, you'll be able to form a perfect cycle of Yin and Yang One Force. Although human warlocks have found alternative forces, but they are still slightly inferior to Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force. As Yang Feng refined the suns inside him, countless level for sealers joined hands to unleash sealing light and seal the suns in the sky, and then dragged them back to the base and sent them to Andrak Plain. Each of the small suns evolved from Sun God Fire in Sun God Shrine is a huge energy source. For Yang Feng, they are the best energy storage. The energy contained in each small sun is equivalent to the energy generated by all power plants within Yang Feng's sphere of influence for 10 years. Yang Feng glanced at a holographic projection and couldn't help but praise. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede is really like a fish back in water. It has already devoured 72 suns. That's simply terrific. Under the guidance of the Level 4 optical computer, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede devoured one sun after another. Every time it devours a sun-like imprint appears on its carapace and its aura turns fiercer. If not for the suppression of Sun God Shrine's barrier, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede might have already evolved to the Bright World Warlock rank. At this moment, in the center of the Sun God Shrine, a radiant beam of light rose abruptly. In the center of the beam of light, a magical flower with 9 petals and 4 green leaves engraved with natural runes slowly blossomed. The entire Sun God Shrine shook slightly, and the small suns turned into streams of light, flew towards the magical flower in the center of the beam, merged into the magical flower, and became the flower's nutrients. One, Yin and Yang. Chapter 688, Sun God Empyrean Flower. Chapter 688, Sun God Empyrean Flower. Translator, Zayamoj. The sourk of this content is frubuvel.cm. That's the Sun God Empyrean Flower, a miraculous treasure born from the essence of countless suns. By ingesting the entire Sun God Empyrean Flower, you might be able to break through the Godman boundary, which will propel your soul aptitude to inferior level 9 from superior level 8. Yang Feng looked at the magical flower in the center of the beam of light with a fanatic look in his eyes. Then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light shooting in the direction of the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Miraculous treasures that can enable people to break through the Heavenman boundary are beyond rare in Zhangji Plain. As for miraculous treasures that can enable people to break through the Godman boundary, they are as rare as a phoenix's feather. The Sun God Empyrean Flower takes more than 50,000 years to form in a special environment. Once born, it will attract countless people to compete over it. Sun God Empyrean Flower. That's the Sun God Empyrean Flower, a wondrous treasure that can break through the Godman boundary. To be able to see such a rare treasure like the Sun God Empyrean Flower, I'm really lucky. Inside Sun God Shrine, outrageous geniuses from different planes gazed at the sudden appearance of the Sun God Empyrean Flower with excitement in their eyes. They blurred into motion and turned into streams of light shooting towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is located in the center of Sun God Shrine. This is the place where the Sun Emperor used to live, and it is the most dangerous place in Sun God Shrine. In the past, no one would approach this dangerous place. But under the attraction of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, these glorious Sun Warlock geniuses coming from different planes turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. A male warlock shrouded in flames, wearing a blue warlock robe and a necklace radiating light, quickly flew to the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine. At the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine, You can clearly see that the center is littered with large caves similar to giant nests. Around the large caves, there are fierce stone statues engraved with special runes. The stone statues depict fiends, devils, high elves, dragons, fenghuangs, and various other powerful existences. The male warlock had just approached, when numerous runes appeared on a 1,000-meter-tall stone statue depicting a giant. The petrification effect on the giant disappeared in an instant, and it opened its eyes. It radiated red light from its eyes and exuded tyrannical glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. The stone statue of a giant stepped forward, grabbed a wolf-tooth club with teeth as large as small mountains beside it, and slammed the wolf-tooth club towards the male warlock. A mere giant from ancient times wants to fight me. You're overestimating yourself. The male glorious sun warlock snorted coldly, his figure blurred, and he entered an alternate space. Only if you use a spatial disruption spell, or the essence of power of the law of power to smash the space, can you attack the male glorious sun warlock in the alternate space. As if it hit empty air, the wolf-tooth club passed through the male glorious sun warlock, hit the ground, and blasted open a huge hole. At the moment when the male glorious sun warlock sneered, a pal-sized four-winged void lizard emerged in the alternate space and bit the male glorious sun warlock in the foot. Black aura suddenly rose from the male glorious sun warlock's foot and spread quickly. The glorious sun warlock's necklace suddenly lit up, and green light enveloped him and stopped the black aura at his lower body. Whoosh! A sun god arrow tore through the void, crossed the alternate space, and instantly shot the glorious sun warlock in the head and blasted his head apart. The body of the glorious sun warlock suddenly shattered like paper, and then an afterimage appeared 1,000 meters away and changed into the glorious sun warlock's true body. The glorious sun warlock has just become corporeal, when a dreadful dragon breath blasted into him. The dragon breath that can burn anything engulfed his flesh and soul. Suddenly, a bead shattered, and the glorious sun warlock collapsed, and then reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. The glorious sun warlock had just escaped, when he saw dozens of fearsome existences exuding glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power rushing towards him. Various attacks blasted into the glorious sun warlock and shattered him to pieces again. Relying on one secret treasure after another, the glorious sun warlock escaped 7 times from the dozens of ancient freaks before finally being torn to pieces. On their own, these ancient freaks are no match for that glorious sun warlock. But when faced against dozens of them who have different extraordinary powers attacking together, the formidable glorious sun warlock genius could not resist. When that human warlock was torn apart, a black cave opened and swallowed his flesh, soul, and glorious sun core. Shortly after, a lifelike stone statue of the human warlock slowly formed in the center of Sun God Shrine. At the same time, the stone statue absorbed the surrounding sun force. When the human glorious sun warlock died, as if some mechanism was activated, the stone statues in the center of Sun God Shrine shone with runes and came to life. The figures of those ancient freaks that appear to have woken up from their sleep flashed, and they hid in the nest-like caves in the center of Sun God Shrine. Whenever anyone approaches their nest, these ancient freaks will attack and eliminate the enemy one by one. These ancient freaks possess glorious sun warlock rank battle prowess. Against dozens of them joining forces, even a freak-level glorious sun warlock who has formed a small world inside them may not be their opponent. Yang Feng sent 50,000 drones towards the center of Sun God Shrine, and saw the ancient freaks madly fighting with glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses who entered the center of Sun God Shrine. In addition to human warlocks, there are many powerful existences capable of using sun god fire that entered Sun God Shrine. After a cursory analysis, Yang Feng found out that 15 gods who have the divine authority of Sun God are fighting with those ancient freaks. The promotion of gods can be described as both very simple and very difficult. If a god can consume the godhead of a higher-level god with the same divine authority, they can easily evolve and become a higher-level god. However, it is very difficult to increase the level of the godhead through other methods. Many feeble divine force rank gods spend tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 years without being able to promote to a higher level. This is the limitation of gods. In Sun God Shrine, if these sun gods can consume enough sun god fire, they may be able to comprehend a higher level law of the sun and raise the level of their godhead to intermediate divine force grade. This will greatly improve their position in their respective pantheons. Additionally, intermediate divine force rank gods are qualification to establish their own small pantheon and become the primary god of said pantheon. The primary god of Dark Elves Lolth is just an intermediate divine force rank god. Even so, she has grasped the belief of the Dark Elves spread across countless planes and has become a revered existence. Even human infinity warlocks will treat an intermediate divine force rank god as an equal. After all, as long as the intermediate divine force rank god stays in their divine country, then even human infinity warlocks will die when they enter their divine country. The number of the ancient freaks is far greater than that of powerhouses who entered Sun God Shrine. Under the siege of the ancient freaks, one powerhouse after another died. That's Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi. Yang Feng glanced at a holographic projection and saw the three outrageous geniuses contend against freaks at the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine. Standing on the head of a 500-meter-tall diamond giant, Ba Sun's figure alternates between corporeal and incorporeal. Whenever his figure turns corporeal, he will destroy the core of an ancient freak and kill them. Jiang Qi wanders among the ancient freaks, his body enveloped by a mist-like gauze. As if blind, the ancient freaks don't notice him. Lan Ba is riding a carriage pulled by a three-headed golden dragon. Standing in front of him are 9 giant ogres from Evil God Plane exuding a fierce aura. The 9 giant ogres are all equipped with secret treasures exclusive to giant ogres. They roared wildly, channeled powerful ogre force, and killed the ancient creatures that blocked their way one by one. At the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine, from among Zhangji Plain's human warlocks, only the 3 of them seem to be most at ease. The glorious 7 stars and former Moonlight 7 stars channel the power of the virtual world inside them, perform powerful offensive secret methods, and eliminate the ancient creatures one by one. The rest of Zhangji Plain's human warlocks struggle to fight the ancient creatures. Chapter 689 6 Great Geniuses. Chapter 689 6 Great Geniuses. Translator, Zayamoch. These few are monsters among monsters. It seems that the peerless experts cultivated by other planes should not be underestimated. The holographic projection flashed, and the images from another direction appeared at once. In the other direction, there are 3 people who are displaying impressive fighting strength. One of them is a beautiful female warlock with long black hair, a slender figure, a dragon horn, a crimson trident in hand, a green armor engraved with countless mysterious runes. The beautiful female warlock blurred and brandished the crimson trident, and a crimson spear ray shot out and slashed an ancient freak into pieces. Effortlessly evading the siege of dozens of ancient freaks, she eliminates them one by one. Another person has a secret treasure transcendent diagram in hand. Dozens of glorious sun warlock rank transcendents flew out of the transcendent diagram, engaged in a fight with dozens of ancient freaks, and tore them to shreds one at a time. The last person has transformed into an 500-meter-tall archdevil that rather resembles the 5th sky devil Cheyu. He has 3 eyes and is covered in black runes. The black light emitted from his third eye crushed the souls and smashed the cores of ancient freaks. Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi, and these 3 powerhouses from other planes crushed the ancient freaks blocking their way and headed towards the sun god Empyrean Flower. Despite how strong Ba Sun and them are, they don't dare to fly and withstand the attacks of countless ancient freaks. With the ancient freaks guarding here, it seems that the sun god Empyrean Flower is destined to be mine. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Then he blurred, turned into a devour black moon, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean Flower like a meteor. As a peerless treasure that can enable you to break through the godman boundary, the sun divine Empyrean Flower is extremely hard to come by. Despite having the resources of Ligui province and the treasuries of 2 kindred archdukes at his disposal, Yang Feng still hasn't come across such a treasure. He cannot miss this chance. In a few breaths of time, Yang Feng flew into the center of Sun God Shrine. Dozens of ancient freaks suddenly rushed out of the nests and unleashed various innate abilities and magic attacks flying towards Yang Feng. When these attacks hit Yang Feng's incarnation, the Devour Black Moon, they were crushed and turned into pure energy that entered the 9 small worlds inside him. Showing no signs of slowing down, Yang Feng urged the essence of Devour and flew into the center of Sun God Shrine. Who is that? The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. What an arrogant guy. Damn it. Judging from his speed, the Sun God Empyrean flower will fall into his hands. Is that guy crazy? There are more than 1,000 ancient freaks in the center of Sun God Shrine. The geniuses of different planes gathered in Sun God Shrine are freak-level glorious sun warlocks. When Yang Feng took action, they all sensed the change, and their eyes focused on the Devour Black Moon. Nangong Wumi is entangled with dozens of ancient freaks. Relying on the unpredictable star's descend, he dodges the attacks of the dozens of ancient freaks easily. At the same time, he weakens the fighting strength of the ancient freaks step by step. Nangong Wumi suddenly looked up into the distance, countless star runes shone in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. This is law materialization. No, it's the essence of Devour. That's Lei Ming. He's taking action. Nangong Wumi grasps stars descend and is a divination grandmaster. He has divined that Sun God Empyrean flower is a turning point for his fate. If he can get the Sun God Empyrean flower, he'll still have a trace of hope of becoming a warlock emperor. If he misses this chance, he'll no longer be eligible to participate in the competition over the position of warlock emperor. At that time, when the Star Lord competed with the 9 Realms Lord for the position of warlock emperor, there was a critical turning point of fate when he received tremendous benefits and finally climbed to the throne and advanced to a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. If I use my hidden trump card and fight desperately, how high are my chances of winning? Star deduction. Nangong Wumi silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless specks of starlight shone and formed all kinds of weird runes. Those weird runes suddenly turned into numerous twisting lines that only he can understand. The odds not even 50%, and if I fail, I will die. Nangong Wumi's face paled and his eyes shimmered for a while before he finally released a long sigh and lost his fighting spirit. He practically has no chance of winning, and if he fails, he will die. This rate of success is too low, pouring cold water on his adventurous heart. I'm still too weak. Nangong Wumi blurred, turned into specks of starlight, and disappeared. He retreated from the center of Sun God Shrine. Standing on a tall mountain at the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine, Bai Yuxian gazed at Yang Feng from afar with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. That's Lei Ming. To dare to charge into the center of Sun God Shrine, he got guts. What a monster! Although Bai Yuxian is also one of the former Moonlight 7 stars, a genius among geniuses. But she has just promoted to a glorious sun warlock after all. She stands no chance against the siege of dozens of glorious sun warlock rank ancient freaks. After weighing things over and over, she chose to watch from the sidelines. In addition, Bai Yuxian, many other glorious sun warlocks chose to withdraw from the center of Sun God Shrine, watching the goings-on from outside. Fuck! Someone acted first. It seems that I can't continue to conserve my strength. There was a flash of cold light in Ba Sun's eyes, and tremendous world force emerged from his body. He operated the essence of ice and turned into a stream of blue light shooting towards the Sun God Empyrean flower. When the attacks of the ancient freaks reached Ba Sun, they froze, and then strangely floated in the air, shattered, and disappeared. They got serious. I can't let them leave me in the dust. Jiang Qi wandering between the ancient freaks undetected. However, his movement speed isn't fast. After all, those ancient freaks are extremely powerful, and some of them can even break his secret method. After he sensed the movement of Yang Feng and Ba Sun, he unleashed the essence of illusion, turned into a being that exists in the crack between illusory and real, and flew in the direction of the Sun God Empyrean flower. Really? It seems that I have to step up. A cold gleam in his eyes, Lan Ba stood up and surged with quasi-glorious Sun Warlock rank life force field. He turned over his hand, and a black level 9 secret treasure, evil ogre dragon armor inlaid with an infinity warlock rank evil ogre core, appeared on his body. Lan Ba's figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of black ray shooting towards the sun god Empyrean flower. When the spells of the ancient freaks blasted into Lan Ba, they were shattered by ogre chi enveloping the evil ogre armor. The innate abilities of some ancient freaks have broken through the evil ogre dragon armor's ogre chi and blasted onto the evil ogre dragon armor itself. Only trembling slightly, the evil ogre dragon armor absorbed 70% of the force. The remaining 30% of the force can't even shake Lan Ba. Scoundrels! The sun god Empyrean flower is mine. The eyes of the beautiful girl with a dragon horn flashed fiercely, and then suddenly turned into dragon-like vertical slits eyes. Countless gold dragon scales covered her delicate body. Her figure blurred, and she turned a dragon-like existence and rushed towards the center of Sun God Shrine. Spear rays flashed, and the ancient freaks standing in front of the beautiful girl with a dragon horn were easily chopped into pieces. These ancient freaks have lost most of their mental faculties due to being sealed for too long. However, they do have glorious Sun Warlock rank power and very powerful physiques. For the beautiful girl with a dragon horn to be able to slay them easily, it is incredible. An abominable bunch of lunatics. The warlock holding the secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with his hand, and Transcendence specialized in defense flew out of the Transcendent diagram, formed a powerful barrier, and guarded him, who turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. The warlock, who has turned into an archdevil that looks similar to the sky devil Che, screamed, and a pair of huge fiend wings grew on his back. With a flap of the wings, he turned into a black stream of light shooting towards the sun god Empyrean flower. When Yang Feng reached the centermost part of Sun God Shrine, he saw a 100,000-meter tall temple in front of him. Only half of the magnificent temple seems to have been wiped out by some immense power, with only the intact half towering into the sky. There are countless giant stone statues around the huge temple, many of which exude fluctuations of power above the Infinity Warlock rank. But they are all fragmented, with only a bit of residual power left behind. Chapter 690, Complete Suppression. Chapter 690, Complete Suppression. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng looked at the temple with half of it erased, and he recalled a piece of history of the Sun Gods. The Sun Emperor was an invincible figure when he was alive. In his later years, in order to enable the Sun Gods to dominate the world, he sneak-attacked the remaining few Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and slayed them. After the Sun Emperor reached the end of his life, the still arrogant and domineering Sun Gods became hostile with many Archgods. In the end, countless Archgods joined forces to fight the Sun Gods. In the early days of the war, the Sun Gods possessing Empyrean-grade secret treasures the Sun Emperor refined from the other few Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses quelled and eliminated countless enemy Archgods. However, in the later days of the war, a peerless genius was born from among the many enemy Archgods. After advancing to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, he led countless Archgods to attack Sun God Shrine and wipe out the Sun Gods completely. In the central area of Sun God Shrine, there are wreckages everywhere. Although there are no guards here, but the place contains far more danger than the outside world. In the central area of Sun God Shrine, there are various traces Holy Spirit Warlock rank power, and even Warlock Emperor rank power. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses already possess a trace of eternal immortality. Unless they are erased by power of the same rank, traces of their power won't vanish even after hundreds of thousands of years. Sun God Shrine is filled with Sun Force, which serves as a source of power for the traces of Warlock Emperor rank power. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock, but once the traces of Warlock Emperor rank power get stimulated, the Infinity Warlock will be seriously injured, or even wiped out. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can resist the attack of traces of Warlock Emperor rank power. Transcendent Pupils. Numerous strange runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes and formed a pair of gold transcendent pupils, and he looked towards the central place. All traces of Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank power appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. If you use transcendent pupils to study the Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank power, it would be of great benefit to an expert with Glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base. Yang Feng's figure fluttered. He turned into a stream of light, entered the central area, and flew around these traces of power. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. After dozens of breaths of time, a sun pool appeared in front of Yang Feng. Sun god fires float in the sun pool. From time to time, a small sun would form and fly outside. The sun pool is the most famous secret treasure of the sun gods, and it is integrated with the entire sun god shrine. In this special space, it can absorb the sun force and bear sun god fires. In the past, adult sun gods would possess glorious sun warlock rank power or higher after absorbing sun god fires. This is how they were able to quell many archgod races in Songji Plain. Above the sun pool, there floats the beyond rare and precious treasure sun god Empyrean flower. It turns out that this sun pool is a vessel for cultivating sun god Empyrean flowers. There is a barrier set up by a warlock emperor rank powerhouse here. Unless a powerhouse of the same rank takes action, you cannot damage this sun pool. Yang Feng glanced at the sun pool and sensed a strong barrier covering it. His figure fluttered, and he appeared before the sun god Empyrean flower in an instant. You dare to have designs on what has caught my eye right in front of me? Go to hell! All of a sudden, there was a flash of coldness in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes appeared on his right fist, and he punched at an empty space. Under the bombardment of his fist, the void distorted and collapsed. Enveloped by that force, a glorious sun warlock suddenly appeared, and then instantly exploded into countless pieces of flesh that crumbled inch by inch, leaving only a glorious sun core that fell to the ground. So strong! Who is he? Who is this human warlock? How can he be this strong? Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. Why is he so powerful? Even though he defeated Nangong Wumi? But isn't this too much? This Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is a terrible monster. Outside the center of Sun God Shrine, glorious sun warlocks observing the goings-on over here are stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Each glorious sun warlock who dared to enter Sun God Shrine is a genius among geniuses far stronger than others of the same rank. Although these glorious sun warlocks may not be able to defeat monster-level geniuses such as Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious sun 7 stars, but they are not ants who can be insta-killed by the others. A flash of shock in his eyes, Nangong Wumi sighed faintly. So strong! Lei Ming. He is actually this strong. It seems that even if I use all my cards, I am not his opponent. Bai Yuxin looked at Yang Feng with a resplendent shimmer in her pretty eyes and mused. Amazing! Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, he's really amazing. How shocking! He should be the most outstanding genius of his generation in Undying Mountain, the man who is expected to take charge of the entire Undying Mountain. After slaying a glorious sun warlock genius with a punch, Yang Feng grabbed the sun god Empyrean flower in midair, put it in a jade box, and sealed it. Once the sun god Empyrean flower is ingested, Yang Feng will break through the godman boundary, and his soul aptitude will promote to inferior level 9. If you want to refine the sun god Empyrean flower's medicinal power, you need a place where you won't be disturbed. If Yang Feng consumes the sun god Empyrean flower here, he'll become the prey of other glorious sun warlocks. Human warlocks are proficient in countless abstruse and mysterious secret methods. If they capture Yang Feng, who has just consumed the sun god Empyrean flower, they can refine him into an elixir. They're here? That's fast. No wonder they are peerless genius. Yang Feng put the sun god Empyrean flower in a storage ring and, standing proudly in the air, looked at the people who have just arrived like a god. Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Lan Ba, and the other 3 monster-level glorious sun warlocks who have arrived at the sun pool are staring coldly at Yang Feng. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, Lei Ming, hand over the sun god Empyrean flower. I can let you go for the sake of Undying Mountain's face. Otherwise don't blame me for playing rough. In Great Cloud Dynasty, Undying Mountain is already well known in the top powerhouse circle. Everyone already knows that it is a formidable force that has an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, occupies Ligui province, and is proficient in alchemy. Even Great Cloud Dynasty is a bit apprehensive of Undying Mountain occupying Ligui province, and thus sent people to rope them in. Ba Sun is also unwilling to offend Undying Mountain's young ancestor for no reason. Although Ba Sun can barely contend against some weak Bright World warlocks, but he still cannot withstand a single blow from an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng smiled and said, "The miraculous treasure Sun God Empyrean flower. I can't give it to anyone. You'll have to fight with me for it. Come at me together. Let me test how strong I have become. You're overestimating yourself. Let me show you how tall the heavens are." A flash of cold light in his eyes, Ba Sun urged the essence of ice. Blue breath that can easily freeze sun god fire and violate various laws emerged. Everything in the wake of the blue breath was frozen into ice. In the center of Sun God Shrine, the temperature is above 8,000 degrees. As soon as the blue breath appeared, except for the sun pool, snow started falling in the surroundings, and the temperature dropped to below absolute zero. Even the feeble divine force rank goddess of ice would be frozen by this blue breath. The other 5 glorious sun warlocks all frowned slightly and cast secret methods to resist the terrifying ice force. This guy is very strong. When the 5 glorious sun warlocks felt Ba Sun's essence of ice, a dignified gleam streaked past their eyes. Faced with the blue breath that seems to be able to even freeze time, Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation, and a devour black moon suddenly appeared. Standing in the center, the devour black moon. It's as if he is the origin of the universe. FREOEBnovel.com. The blue breath blasted into the devour black moon, and then was silently devoured and dispelled. As if an undefeatable god, Yang Feng, standing inside the devour black moon, gazed at Ba Sun and said coldly, "Former Moonlight 7 stars Dubhe star Ba Sun, is this all you got? If so, then count me disappointed." Ba Sun's face fell, and he bellowed through clenched teeth. Tremendous world force poured out of him and turned the blue breath into a blue beam slamming in the devour black moon. As soon as the blue beam sank into the devour black moon, it was devoured and turned into the purest power that was channeled into the 9 worlds inside Yang Feng. Gazing at the remaining 5 monster-level geniuses, Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Okay. Ba Sun has already attacked. Who's next? Do you want to come together, or one by one? If you don't defeat me, you can't get the Sun God Empyrean flower." Incredible. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is really incredible. Scary. Ba Sun is a powerhouse who found his own path and condensed the essence of ice. Such a powerhouse cannot even break his defenses. That's really scary. Is he the strongest glorious sun warlock? We're not in the same league. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the glorious sun warlocks watching from afar shook, filled with bitterness. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.